Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
It seemed I had rarely ever truly considered father as a father. At some point, I had even avoided conversing with him and did not wish to face him. Although I had spoken to him face to face in this life, seeing him like this felt strange. The man who had always insisted on maintaining a noble appearance was now drinking cheap liquor. I smirked, and a gaze fixed on me intently. "How did you know to come here?" I already knew. Wouldn't it be stranger if I didn't know? In this bizarre family where surveilling and checking each other was a family tradition, such a conversation was rather natural. It was perhaps inevitable that his information had leaked out. I wondered if father was aware of how abnormal it was that such unnatural things were happening as if they were normal. He tilted the bottle and poured more liquor, filling the glass. As the cool sound of liquid flowing filled the silence, father's eyes narrowed as he moistened his lips. He was probably deducing why I had come here. Although he would likely find out soon enough, I opened my mouth to get to the point a bit faster. "I think you're not unaware of what Uriah has been doing recently." He was already in the position of family head. He must have experienced power struggles to the point of nausea, and wasn't he someone who had been hurting family members since he was young? Rather than not knowing what Uriah was doing, he was probably just pretending not to know. That was what it meant to be a tailor. After all, this cursed family would even kill their own parents if necessary. Father nodded slightly as he met my eyes. "I knew she was trying to kill me. You knew and still pretended not to." "I didn't intend to die for her, but since I didn't die, I didn't say anything in particular. Have you still not abandoned that weak thinking?" I chuckled slightly at the words weak thinking. In the past, when I heard such words, I was filled with the desire to refute them. It might have been rebelliousness. There were actions I had taken to show that I wasn't weak. Now no one would remember, but I thought there was no need to take such actions anymore. "It's not easy to abandon it. You've been like that since before. It doesn't suit a tailor. Isn't it because I take after mother?" Father's hand stopped as I muttered while refilling the empty glass with liquor. The hand that had frozen in midair then moved downward. I saw the glass being set down with a thud. Above it were cold eyes staring at me. It seemed father also reacted to the name mother. Uriah must be the strange one after all. At least it was certain that mother's existence had meaning. I didn't know if father had loved mother. I only knew that it had been close to a political marriage and that she had passed away when I was young after giving birth to me and Uriah. Had he grieved? I didn't even know that. He had always been someone who never revealed anything about his own emotions. In all my lives, father had never directly killed me. However, it was true that father's attitude had been consistent. He had never taken any particular action when I died, simply maintaining his stance of indifference and tacit approval towards everything. "If you're thinking of changing the subject with useless talk, stop it. Anyway, you've come for the position of family head." The liquor burning down my throat was hot. I wasn't particularly fond of drinking. However, I felt that if I didn't drink in this situation, I might feel strangely suffocated. It had always been like this when conversing with father. I didn't feel tense or pressured like before, but now memories of the past were surfacing. I recalled father's gaze as he watched me dying, turning his back as if I were simply pathetic. Well, I didn't care much about it, but it was true that I harbored no good feelings towards father or Uriah. That was why I had come here. In the end, I too had come to use father. To fight a battle worthy of the Taylor name, I had to change my mindset from the beginning. The North, the South, and the Imperial family. I showed my fingers as I continued speaking. It wasn't about asking him to make any judgment on these support bases I had secured. It was to let him know that his era was now coming to an end. Originally, these would have been places where the Taylor family head could exert direct influence, but father's era was gradually fading. Uriah had already taken care of the interior of the Duke's residence, and the exterior could be considered my sphere of influence. All father had left was just the title of family head. Perhaps understanding the meaning of my words, father's brow furrowed as he smiled slightly. "So you're asking for the position of family head now. You've become quite arrogant, the one who used to run from Uriah. Asking the family head himself for the position. Even Uriah hasn't done such a thing yet. I'm not asking for it. Why would I ask for a position I'm going to obtain anyway? I'm not foolish enough not to know that obtaining the position legitimately is most important. Then why did you come all the way here to see me? To warn you. Perhaps by tomorrow you might no longer be the family head." I knew that Uriah's movements had momentarily stopped. She probably knew by now that I had gone to the Imperial Palace, so she would likely begin to act soon. I had visited the Imperial Palace despite the strange rumors the nobles were spreading. Didn't it mean that the Imperial family trusted me if nothing had happened? I thought I knew what kind of action Uriah would take. Probably something close to an extreme direction, signaling the start of this competition for family head. That was why I had sought out Father today. Perhaps if not today, I wouldn't even be able to have a conversation, so I had decided to make this a final greeting. I looked at the old man whose hair had now turned gray. Father himself must have realized by now. If he had any ability to think, he should quickly realize that Uriah was now aiming for his neck. You know that Uriah has become twisted, don't you? I know. I came to warn you. You might want to step aside as you don't know what Uriah might do. And I wanted to tell you about the thoughts I harbor. The thoughts I harbored. They could be said to be directly opposite to the beliefs Father had upheld his entire life. A small glint appeared in the eyes that had been staring at me intently for a moment. In the spreading silence, the sound of liquor filling the glass was heard again. After a brief silence, Father opened his mouth. You've always moved contrary to my thoughts since before. Do you intend to do so this time as well? Have you forgotten what I've emphasized so many times? That's right. You're not rebelling at that age, are you? You don't seem to realize how pathetic the thoughts you harbor are. Do you think the Taylor family can maintain its current status forever with such thoughts? What do you mean by current status? A smile leaked from my twisted lips. Current status surely didn't just mean the Taylor family's standing. Was it right for family members to try to rise by killing each other? Was it right to raise a knife even against one's own parents if necessary? I couldn't understand. Although those who couldn't understand this had all died by now, it was certain that it was wrong. I'm not rebelling. I'm just trying to do what I think is right. You're wrong. The one who's wrong is you, Father. The eyes that met mine were cold. They were eyes I used to fear and avoid, but now I felt not even a hint of fear. The blue eyes, frozen like Uriah's, were simply amusing. It felt like the words of a mere old man stubbornly insisting that what was wrong was right. What had I been afraid of? There was nothing to be afraid of. It was just that my past self had been scared prematurely, so I smiled quietly at those glaring eyes. I hope you don't die. I hope you live long and watch me become the family head. That way, you'll be able to see me tear down everything you've built up with my own hands. The tradition you've built up and all the cruel acts and customs done under the name of that tradition. What the House of Taylor needed now was no longer tradition, and family precepts. What I had endured from Uriah would not be repeated. The future I had envisioned for myself was markedly different from the Taylor family I had seen in my 100 lives. And at the end of it all, when you see the House of Taylor crumbling under the name of treason, I wondered what you would say to me then. I hoped you would live long and in good health. Because you had done nothing to me, I also intended to do nothing to you. Nothing at all. I wouldn't take any action whatsoever, so you could just watch. Father's eyes narrowed as he slammed his hand on the table with a thud. His hand, trembling as if in anger, turned white. You're crossing the line, Robert Taylor. It's too late to turn back now. Even if you were to capture me here and imprison me somewhere, the flow has already begun. That was how the flow of things worked. Like a wave whose origin is unknown, it suddenly surges like a tidal wave and sweeps people away. The end of the life of a man who had valued the Taylor name more than family, who had lived solely for the family, was also such an event. It was already decided, even if I hadn't said I would become the family head. Wasn't his downfall predetermined from the moment he had given Uriah the position of young lady? I had seen it enough times in my 100 lives. The only difference was that the Taylor family he had built up his entire life would crumble by my hand. So rest now. This is already out of your hands, Father. The seal I had received from the north was on my chest. The divine power I had received from the saint was imbued in my body, and the imperial artifact I had received from Merigen was in my bosom. As long as those powers supported me, even if more time passed here, the generation would eventually change. Renauld would be moving even at this hour, and my meeting with Father was simply to bid a final farewell. Father, who had been glaring at me, slightly moved his lips. Do you know what you're trying to do now? Of course. I knew better than anyone what I was trying to do. It probably wasn't the answer Father wanted. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. No matter how much you think about it, you won't be able to understand my actions. I didn't want to be understood by you in the first place, as I was trying to tear down the traditions built up over hundreds of years. I poured liquor into the glass until it was almost overflowing, then lifted the precariously full glass. Then quietly, I opened my mouth towards Father. I'm in the process of inheriting the family head position, Father. The liquor flowing down my throat was no longer hot. Rather, my whole body felt as if it was about to freeze, and I shuddered from that coldness. Exhaling a cold breath, I smiled slightly as I looked at Father, who was staring at me blankly. The position of family head held no meaning for me, that was all. I was simply trying to become the family head, but to you, would I look like a villain trying to tear everything down? The last image of Father I captured in my eyes was pathetic, more so than any moment I could remember. Translator notes, my satisfaction is through the roof. Vengeance will be sweet for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? I had thought Uriah would make a move, but I was slightly surprised by how quickly she acted. The The fact that rumors of father's senility spread so easily showed how well Yuria had established her position. If the nobles hadn't spread the rumor so accurately, they would have been quickly buried as false, but I was surprised they reached me in less than a day. I hadn't expected that the family head, who was still considered robust, could be turned into a senile old man overnight. It seemed Yuria was desperate to obtain the position of family head in various ways. She should have known it wouldn't go as planned, so I wondered what her reasons were. The situation probably won't change immediately. She'll likely be satisfied with acting as a proxy for now instead of directly inheriting the family head position, Arwen said. I nodded at her words. Although she had turned the family head into a secluded old man under the pretext of senility, if she directly succeeded the position, her intentions would be too obvious. It was probably Yuria who had killed the servant and carelessly disposed of the body, but the nobles who had already sided with her wouldn't look into it too closely. You'll know from meeting him directly, but there's almost no credibility to the rumors themselves. I know, I met him yesterday. If you're going to move now, you should take action little by little. Do you have any methods in mind? Methods. I had already thought about situations like this, so I wasn't flustered by Yuria's actions. I just thought it was unexpected because it was a slightly rougher method. If my previous movements had been preliminary skirmishes, responding to the news Yuria announced today would be a more full-scale battle. I do have some ideas. I could respond immediately. The preparations I had asked Renaud to make were complete, and given Yuria's current mental state, she would likely react quite strongly even to my slight movements. However, that wouldn't be the end of everything. After looking at Arwen for a moment, I shrugged and quietly opened my mouth. I'm just curious about something. Yes, are there any drugs that induce hallucinations? If what I wanted was simply to become the family head, I wouldn't have asked this. Above all, what I desired was to definitively end our relationship, wasn't it? You're here. I'll probably leave again soon, though. Having heard me coming, Adriana, who had been walking near the moon tower, approached me. At this time, she had probably just returned from the cathedral. Although she had been staying at the moon tower, I hadn't seen her much recently. It was likely due to being busy with various matters. However, I now had to leave the moon tower again, and Adriana let out a small groan when she heard my words. It seems you're quite busy with family matters. I'd like to finish it by this summer if possible, but I'm not sure if it will go well. Is that so? I wish I could help, but there's nothing I can do. I appreciate the thought. However, I don't think there would be anything good about getting involved in Taylor family matters. While the Taylor family's fame was widely known, its infamy was also considerable. The events that occurred when the family head was being replaced were already famous. Now that the imperial succession was somewhat settled, the nobles were most focused on the Taylor family's succession. Originally, many nobles had sided with Yuria, but recently some perceptive nobles had sent messages of cooperation to me. Some had even turned neutral, so the situation wasn't quite the same as before, though subtle. If I had to explain the nobles' support in numbers, it would be about 7 for Yuria, 2 for me, and 1 neutral. Although the numbers might seem overwhelmingly in Yuria's favor, the situation wasn't entirely unfavorable. Considering Yuria's mental issues and including other forces besides the nobles, it was about even. The scales that had been clearly tipped towards Yuria until around this time last year were now probably balanced. As such, the fight would become rougher. In this situation, it would be good if Adriana could help me, but it was best if the church didn't intervene in this fight. Understanding my words, Adriana let out a small sigh, then looked at me again and moved her lips. Then are you planning to return today? Not today, but I'll have to go back in a few days, and I have a place to visit. I'll just stop by my room and come back. If you need anything later, please let me know. I'll help as much as I can. All right, then I'll see you when I have time next. I was worried that I might look like I was moving too hastily, but Adriana just smiled brightly and waved her hand before quietly disappearing. The reason for me moving like this wasn't really for any grand purpose. It was a day that others might not think much of, but one that I alone considered important. I entered the empty room and headed for the desk. The room was dark with no lights on, but my gaze pierced through the shadows and landed on something definite. I carefully lifted the frame that had always been faced down in the corner of the desk, revealing an old picture inside. A woman sitting alone in a chair with her hands folded. The part where her face was drawn was so worn it was almost unrecognizable, but I alone could clearly recognize who this woman was. It's already been 15 years. Exactly 15 years today, I realized how much time had passed and closed my eyes tightly. I hadn't thought this day would overlap with such a time. Whether it was fate's prank or not, I felt a bitter taste in my mouth at the fact that this anniversary had come around again. After looking at the frame for a moment, I placed it back on the desk and turned away. I had a place to visit. It was a cemetery that probably no one else visited anymore, specifically where my mother rested. Today was the anniversary of my mother's death. The paladins were a bit surprised that I was leaving the moon tower again, but their reaction had become quite indifferent as my outings had become frequent. Perhaps they were relieved that I wasn't going with Adriana. When we were in the south, hadn't Verod and the others looked at me with suspicious eyes? Walking for a long time under the darkening night sky, I entered a cemetery that seemed too shabby for the lady of a ducal house to rest in. I didn't know why Mother had been placed in such a place. Although it was a separate area, it was hard to consider it a place befitting the only member of a ducal house to be buried there. At least the maintenance seemed to have been done diligently, as the area around the grave was clean without a speck of dust, which was somewhat reassuring. This hadn't changed even after repeated regressions. Although Father hadn't shown any reaction when Mother died, had he at least wanted to give her a final, proper burial? I couldn't understand Father's thoughts about Mother. No matter how many times I asked, he never answered, so perhaps I would never know. It's been a while since I've visited. I should have come during the day, but I've been busy. The dead do not answer. She had been somewhat taciturn even when alive, so my faint memory of Mother still remained silent. I thought she probably wouldn't scold me for coming late. Rather, she would probably worry if something had happened. In that sense, she wasn't really suited to the Taylors. The strange thing was why such a person had entered into a political marriage with the Taylors. She surely could have refused, so why did someone who wasn't from a humble family meet Father? It was something I thought about occasionally, but I soon stopped as it was a premise where I wouldn't exist. Mother's name was engraved on the gray tombstone. After staring at that name for a moment, I then sat down in front of the grave, matching my eye level with the tombstone. When I was young, I always looked up at Mother. I remembered being about the same height when the tombstone was first erected, and sitting down now brought back those memories. I had been quite a crybaby when I was young. Compared to Uriah, who was born first, I had no outstanding qualities, and I would grieve for days when an animal I was raising died. While hearing that I took after Mother's personality, on the other hand, I lived with the label of being an heir unsuited to the Taylor name. Of course, there were a few who had been severely scolded for saying such things in front of Mother, so it was okay when I was young. Even Uriah, while prickly, didn't behave as severely as she did later. However, when Mother died, I was the only one who truly grieved. Fainting from crying, then waking up to cry again, all that remained for me who repeated this cycle was just the Taylor name. My first life ended without me being able to adapt to that. You'd probably feel I've changed a lot. I must be quite different from the me who visited last year. Whenever I visited this place after repeated regressions, I would realize how different I was from my past self of the previous year. Last year's me was still in his foolish first life, but now I was myself who had repeated the regression. I wasn't sure what she would think if she saw me. I was a bit afraid that she might be disappointed in how cold I had become, unlike back then. This time I'll be even more different. It was different from my past lives. I had killed my fiancé, and now I was about to turn my sword towards my sister. As I was trying to seize the title of family head for the first time, even I didn't know how much blood would be shed. It was uncertain what feelings you, who wished for me to grow up rightly away from the Taylor name, would harbor, but it was clear that I would be very different from the son you had hoped for. Suddenly, a breeze blew, slightly ruffling the sparse grass growing on the grave. The rustling sound seemed just like an answer to me. Though I didn't know what kind of answer it was, I smiled slightly as if it had responded to my words. It felt just like I was coming to ask for forgiveness after committing a sin. It happened to be the day Uriah had made her move against Father, and the day I was about to move to become the family head. If Mother were here, she would probably ask me if I couldn't guide Uriah back to the right path. Even when we were young, she had made many efforts to correct Uriah's personality. If asked whether Uriah's nature had shown such madness from the beginning, I could answer no to that. While her personality had twisted dramatically after Mother passed away, stemming partly from fundamental issues, it was also born from jealousy towards me. Jealousy over the affection I received. Perhaps it was an issue that could arise for any siblings with an age gap, but the feelings Uriah harbored were even more malicious than that. There are no bad people from the start. Everyone has their circumstances, and I think if you understand them, you can always reform them. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. The words I heard as a child had greatly influenced my regressions. I had thought that Uriah or Teresa could change. Even if I hated them, I couldn't hate everything about them. Of course, this life was different. Didn't I know that Uriah's fundamental nature was flawed? Even if Mother had said those words, I had learned through death itself that they could be wrong. After staring at the dully shining tombstone for a while, I then stood up and quietly bowed my head. The next time I come, I'll come not as Robert, but as the Duke. So I asked for forgiveness in advance. Because Mother had wanted our relationship to be good more than anyone, I, who was trying to sever this relationship, could only beg for forgiveness. I thought that either Uriah or I had to die for this to end. I remembered the saying that there are no bad dogs in this world. It was a phrase Mother always used to say, that there are no bad people from the start. Smiling bitterly at that memory, I then looked up at the empty sky with a small sigh. Most of what you said was right, but if there was one thing that was wrong, it would be that saying. There are bad dogs in this world. Clearly, definitely. Translator notes Shibao get Wild Gotham for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord Gear System notification Gear Main Quest Gods Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the Arcane Gods to become a Korean translator for Arcane Translations. Do you accept? Thinking back to my childhood, I couldn't deny that mother had harbored something unusual. That was why I thought she didn't suit the Taylors. She prioritized family over the house, people over honor. While I had grown up influenced by such a mother, Yuria could be said to have been more influenced by father than mother. It might have been rebelliousness. I wasn't sure if affection was important to Yuria, but it was clear that she had sought mother's attention. There were certainly times when she obediently listened, and it was true that her bullying of me intensified after mother passed away. Although I couldn't fully understand human psychology to know the exact reason, I thought that mother might have been part of the reason why her personality became even more twisted. However, thinking about it now, all of that was futile, wasn't it? She had been twisted from the beginning. Yuria's madness had been planted within her from the start. It was something that had been predetermined, not anyone's fault. Perhaps it was problematic that I had tried to resent Yuria in the first place. While it was true that my feelings towards Yuria were negative, I now tried to forget such emotions. I didn't want to ruin things due to personal feelings. Shouldn't I be as cold as possible, at least until I saw the end with my own eyes? After staring at the tombstone alone, I let out a small breath. By the time I came here next year, everything would be over. I could only hope that things would unfold as I thought. I'll be waiting in a secluded place, probably somewhere quite high. When I unfolded the last letter from Renaud, there was a description of the meeting place. I thought it was probably the same place where we had seen the willow tree before. Below the willow tree, in an alley in the high ground where buildings were clustered, there was one wall with the Taylor family crest embedded in it, so I realized it meant that place and turned my steps. It had been a while since I had met Renaud. Although I had met him before going to the north, I needed to check how he was now. Whether he would continue to follow me as time passed, or if he was planning to side with Yuria. With someone like Renaud, I could discern such intentions just by looking at his eyes. As I entered the alley, a figure caught my eye among the gloomy shadows. The figure, having spotted me, bowed politely and opened his mouth. "You've come, young master." Renaud's appearance, which I hadn't seen in a long time, had changed quite a bit. He seemed to have become more diminutive, as if he had aged several years, perhaps having gone through many hardships. Nevertheless, the fact that he had come this far probably meant that I could fully trust him now. I could read many emotions in Renaud's eyes. The most noticeable among them was his faith in me, which was simply unexpected. Whatever thoughts he had harbored while I was away, they probably weren't harmful. This is just the beginning. Now that Yuria Taylor has gotten her hands on the family head position, there's nothing we can do right away anyway. Did she put father in the basement? It doesn't seem like she's taken any drastic measures yet. The family head probably knows how things are progressing, so he likely didn't say much about the temporary family head position. After all, father had known in advance that Yuria would do something. At least he wouldn't do anything to harm himself. If so, his body should still be intact, and it was confirmed that Yuria had succeeded to the temporary family head position. Since she had taken control of the Duke's residence, we couldn't enter from the inside. Then what should I target? Naturally, it would be the outskirts of the Duke's residence, the surrounding areas where Yuria's influence hadn't fully spread yet. You've done quite well in your own way. That's right. Since the center is so tightly controlled, there's nothing to aim for except the remaining areas, isn't there? That's true. If we were to target something, we would choose the method of slowly eating away at power from the outskirts. But it was also true that we didn't have such leisure. The preliminary work to move as quickly as possible had been done quite well by Renaud, so we could save as much time as possible. Although I wanted to see a bit more about how Yuria would move, I thought it was now time to start moving little by little. Rather, if I showed no movement at all, Yuria's side might move more boldly, so it would be better to make her be as wary of me as possible. Anyway, I needed Arwen's help for that. It wasn't for nothing that I had entrusted her with surveillance. Since Arwen could observe Yuria's movements more secretly than anyone else, after waiting for a moment, I felt the magical power around us moving. A woman appeared through the blurred wall of the building. The face of the woman, who looked like a maid of the Duke's residence, contorted, and then her appearance changed, and a girl who looked like a young child peeked her head out. "So you were here. Are you not coming to the general store today? Oh my, you had another helper. If I mention the alchemist Jay, you'd recognize her. I've entrusted her with surveillance of Yuria." Renaud, surprised by Arwen's sudden appearance, eventually nodded while carefully stroking his chin. He must have judged that she was trustworthy since I had entrusted her with a task. There was no need for them to know each other in detail. It was enough for me alone to know the name Arwen, so I called her Jay again and asked about her recent achievements. How are Yuria's movements? She hasn't taken any notable actions yet. She occasionally goes to the office where the Duke would stay, and it seems the family head is in there. There's no blood sent, so it seems he's probably taking a submissive attitude. If that was the case, it seemed that father wasn't strongly resisting Yuria's words, as Renaud had predicted. However, he wasn't someone who would be easily swayed in such a situation without any countermeasures, so I couldn't understand what he was thinking. As someone who knew father quite well, he certainly wasn't a person who would easily give up the position of family head. At least within the constraints of the Taylor name, he was more unyielding than anyone. There must be something he was hiding. Uriah would be wary of that too, and I was also thinking about it. I think we should meet with the nobles who have sided with Uriah one by one first. Is there a better way? I don't think they'll listen even if we meet them. Are you planning to try? We don't necessarily need to meet and talk. I smiled slightly, and Arwen's eyes narrowed as she looked at me. To clarify, I didn't think we needed to limit our communication to just words. What I had learned from the Taylors was blackmail and scheming, so why not use that? In this situation, Adele's name was quite a good tool. Use my name as you see fit. It's fine to say you'll poke them a bit if they don't listen. Aren't you telling me to use it too freely? If it helps you that much is fine. How you use it is up to you. You can use it however you like. Just come to the north later and tell me about it. I had permission from her, so I saw no reason not to use it. It wasn't like I had no experience with blackmail, so what remained was to face them in person. I wondered what expressions the nobles who had confidently let me in would make when they heard Adele's name. Smiling slightly, I moved on with Renaud, who was looking at me suspiciously. Arwen, who had been eyeing me suspiciously, followed as well. Although she seemed to be seriously thinking about what I would do, she would probably know soon. I wasn't sure how she would react to it, though. The only sound in the empty room was his own breathing. The Duke smiled slightly at his breath, which was unlike before, somewhat rougher. He never thought he would be called senile. The feeling of hearing such words from his own daughter was quite peculiar. Although he had raised them for the family rather than for the children themselves from the beginning, he wondered if this was how his own father had felt. The position of family head was quite a hollow place. It was only fierce when climbing up, but once at the top, one couldn't feel as much joy as expected. He had climbed up stepping on the corpses and blood of his siblings. Knowing that this tradition would repeat eternally, perhaps he had unconsciously chosen to give everything to one child. How could he have known that the son who seemed to have no interest in being family head would covet the position? He knew that Uriah's current actions stemmed from Robert's change of heart. I've grown old too, to be caught up in such a scheme. Perhaps he had been somewhat shaken by Robert's words when they met at the bar. Who would have thought that the boy he hadn't even expected would rise this far? The Robert of a year ago and now were completely different people. Had he been sharpening his knife in his heart all this time? For what purpose? The Duke thought it was because of the boy's mother, Serena Ugress, the woman he had married who had given birth to Uriah and Robert. The child who was the spitting image of a woman who didn't fit the family. He had been optimistic that Uriah would eventually take everything, but reality was flowing in the opposite direction. He could only chuckle at this ridiculous reality. She must have thought she could easily take the family head position if she made me out to be a senile old man. The position of Taylor family head was coveted by anyone who inherited the bloodline. Did she think he wouldn't have thought of such a scheme himself? It was obvious that she was underestimating him too much. In the past, he had even thought of just handing it over. But Uriah's recent actions had been quite disappointing, so what came to mind was the image of Taylor with Robert as the family head. To say he would tear down the Taylor family he had built with his own hands. Did he think he would really give him the position of family head if he uttered such nonsense? However, there was nothing he couldn't give. If he showed the ability to become family head, even if he said he would tear down everything Taylor stood for, Robert was qualified enough to become family head. Did it suit him? That remained to be seen, but this suddenly protruding cornerstone seemed quite interesting. How far would the knife harbored by the child who was the spitting image of Serena point? The Duke smirked as he saw the desk, usually piled with documents, now completely clear. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Perhaps you were right. He recalled the words of the idealistic woman. He remembered the woman he had been politically married to, but to whom he had briefly given his heart, and thinking of his child who was the complete image of such a woman, he then smiled bitterly and closed his eyes tightly. He resembles you more than I thought. Duke Arthur Taylor smiled slightly. He had already known how Uriah treated Robert after Serena's death. The reason he had just watched, despite knowing, was to see how Robert, who resembled Serena, would overcome it. Whether he would crumble unable to endure till the end, or whether he would struggle to gain everyone's trust, or whether he would attempt something unimaginable, just as Serena had done. Whether by coincidence or not, in the end, it was Robert who was acting in a way that resembled his mother. So he intended to watch a bit more with a somewhat joyful heart. Until the day Robert would come here again and demand the position of family head. Translator notes, man, this family is fucked up. Goddamn. For illustrations and release notifications, join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? The nobles' attitudes were quite submissive. The fact that many nobles were still contemplating whether to side with Uriah played a significant role. After all, by this point, there were a fair number of people contacting me as well, so those who couldn't clearly grasp the general trend would have a lot to consider. I hope Robert becomes the family head. It's not common to hear such words. The noble who approached me whispered quietly, as if sharing a secret. In fact, many nobles besides me think the same. If Lady Uriah becomes the family head, what follows is probably as clear as day. In what sense? We love peace. Actually, that's why we oppose the subjugation of the South. Many wars bring blood, so we hope this family head competition ends as moderately as possible, but that's probably difficult, isn't it? That's uncertain. It might end more easily than expected. Their talk of loving peace was nonsense. They simply didn't want to commit their private soldiers to war. It was already widely known that I had connections with the imperial family, so they probably wanted to delay the subjugation of the South as much as possible. Well, there was no need for me to answer that I wouldn't do it. I grasped the noble's hand and shook it firmly. I'll try to move in the direction you desire. Of course, that's if I become the family head. I'll help as much as I can. For the prosperity of the Taylors. Whether they really meant it for prosperity or not, such words certainly gave me strength. Not everyone approached so submissively. Some were adamantly against cooperating with me until the end. There were times when I had to draw the sword at my waist. Are you threatening me with a sword? No, I dislike threats. The Duke knows this well. Then why are you holding a sword? Even the young lady didn't go this far. Uriah. Surely not. Uriah was more intense than me. If anything, she wasn't a woman to be taken lightly. The noble's face turned pale as I swung the sword around. As I smiled at his whitening complexion as the distance closed, the noble finally lowered his tail and shouted his answer. All right, I'll cooperate. You should have said so earlier. There is no need for this to become so troublesome. He tore up the contract he had signed with Uriah before my eyes and only gasped for breath after the sword disappeared. There was no need to be moderate with everyone. Among the nobles, there were malicious ones, and most of them tended not to follow obediently. They were people I would have to deal with later anyway. Being kind to such people might be seen unfavorably by others. Didn't you say you disliked threats? When Arwen, who was staring at me blankly, asked this, I smiled slightly and shook my head. Dislike threats? Well, I thought it was better to use them if necessary. I had said that just to scare him. It didn't hold much meaning beyond that. I like them. Well, you were similar when we first met. I don't think I made any particular threats then. I wish you'd consider the emotions I felt in that situation a bit more. Do you know how surprised I was? When I first met Arwen, I remember it was after I killed some assassins and was covered in blood. She probably didn't think about it because Adele was below, but if I were in Arwen's position, I would have been quite surprised. Come to think of it, she might have fainted once then. Looking back, it was a situation similar to a threat. Suddenly saying I was going to kill the crown prince, it would be natural to think I'd kill her if she refused. I smiled awkwardly, and Arwen sighed deeply and turned her head abruptly. We were now heading towards the last noble. If we could recruit this one, many things would be resolved, but it was a place I was reluctant to go. I looked at the paper with the name Ugress written on it and then quietly let out a sigh. Are you all right? Renaud's voice was heard. Renaud probably knew why I was acting this way. As a butler who had been with me since childhood, he would know well why I reacted to this name. Arwen looked puzzled, but she wasn't insensitive and seemed to know there was something going on. This is the most important one anyway. I'll have to endure it. At those words, Arwen's expression wavered slightly. She seemed uncertain about the name Ugress, but it looked like she had recalled what it meant. Wasn't Ugress the family my mother was born into? Perhaps it was a family that had to be recruited and at the same time could be considered the most important. Ugress wasn't a family with great power. They were far from the center in terms of distance and couldn't be said to have much influence in politics. But that was only their current situation. During the time when father became the family head, it had been quite prosperous. In the end, their fortunes had declined after mother's death. This is it, the Ugress Count's residence. As I raised my head at Renaud's words, a building that looked somewhat shabby compared to the Duke's residence came into view. It used to be prosperous and splendid, but now it had a slightly dull appearance. As I entered, a sigh escaped me involuntarily. It was a place I had deliberately avoided visiting, even through repeated regressions. Coming here weakened my heart as it reminded me of mother. Now I had to overcome that. With that mindset, as I walked forward, someone even more aged than Renaud approached and bowed his head. This is our first meeting, but may I ask why you've come here? This person is... No, that's enough. I pushed Renaud back as he tried to speak first. I wanted to enter alone from here at least. Even if I didn't want to attach meaning to it, it was a matter of courtesy, if anything. The butler staring at me seemed to have already guessed my identity to some extent, but he smiled quietly and moved his lips. Please inform the Count. With a slightly nervous heart, I wondered how my maternal grandfather would think of me. Suddenly, such curiosity arose inside of me. Tell him his grandson has come to visit. It was my first time facing my maternal grandfather since birth. That was the meaning of political marriage from the beginning. Once married, there wasn't much connection with the family anymore. I felt a small sense of guilt for only visiting now. I wondered if I should have come sooner. As I frowned with a trace of guilt in my heart, I sensed a faint presence nearby. So you've come all the way here. Are you disappointed it's not your granddaughter? It's not that. I didn't want to see you if possible. Your purpose for visiting today isn't about Serena, is it? The old man, who showed quite an obvious dislike of me, slowly sat down. Though neatly dressed, his desire to leave the seat soon was evident. After looking for a moment, I carefully opened my mouth. I have nothing to say. In many ways, then may I get up. You dislike me that much, to avoid even exchanging a few words. The problem is that you resemble her too much. It's been almost 20 years since I last saw my daughter. If someone claiming to be her son suddenly visits, do you think that's a considered action? Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Realizing I had been hasty, I shook my head with a bitter smile. The word resemble didn't sound so bad. In fact, I wanted to resemble her. I didn't know what he saw in me, but the truth was that my complicated feelings had improved with his recent words. I came today to ask about your intentions. I heard you were cooperating with Yuria, but you don't seem like someone who would. That's just the young lady's assumption. I don't even want to participate in that family head fight, so if you're trying to gain something from me, you're just wasting time. Moreover, a glint appeared in his green eyes. His aged eyes seemed to pierce my chest, as if trying to read the emotions I harbored, if only for a moment. The old man swallowed and opened his mouth. More precisely, Count Ugras moved his lips. I'm not sure if you're fully prepared to become the family head. Do you think someone who had no power just a few months ago can challenge it now and succeed? I think I can. On what basis? Because I haven't spent these months idly. The paper extended on the table bore the seal of the North. It was a personal letter received directly from Adele, and when I drew out magic, the divine power within it emitted a pure white light, and seeing the artifact taken from my bosom, the artifact engraved with Murujan's seal, the Count let out a small laugh. I see. But have you considered that if these powers intervene, there's a possibility of damaging the tailor's reputation? The reason I recruited these powers is to prepare for after I become the family head. To ensure that the house of Taylor won't be shaken after I become the family head. Then what about now? Instead of answering, I presented papers stamped with the noble seals, and the Count, who had been looking at them closely, looked at me again. The gaze that had been emptily staring into space had deepened a bit. As if interested, the Count's mouth opened with a small smile. You're better than I knew. Well, it would be natural if you learned from the Duke. I didn't learn from Father. Father wouldn't have considered recruiting them like this. He had ruled from above, so he would have chosen to suppress rather than recruit. Yuria also moved in that way, so I was deliberately moving in the opposite direction of what Yuria did. Even if I occasionally mixed in threats, I used dialogue as much as possible as a means, and moved towards recruiting instead of intimidating. If asked who I learned this from, there was only one person I could think of. I must have learned it from Mother. Trusting people to the point where others might call me a fool was thanks to the teachings I learned from her. Not giving up until the end and hesitating to do evil even while deciding to change my thoughts. All of these were things I learned from Mother. Although I didn't think everything was right, I knew that the foundation was close to the correct answer. I could willingly choose to be a fool. I was moving to bring out cooperation rather than promote division, embrace rather than force. I wondered if this old man knew that I was walking a path opposite to the one Yuria was walking. As I looked at the old man who had been silent for a moment, the Count quietly smiled. Unlike before, it was a gentle smile, as if he was watching a child's antics. I think I can listen for a bit longer. It will be quite interesting. As I smiled, the Count smiled along with me. Translator notes, I feel like this Count is more powerful than he lets on, like this dude is like some underground shadow assassin controlling dude or something, or some big shot. For illustrations and release notifications, join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? The Count wondered what emotions he should feel towards the grandson of a child he hadn't seen in 20 years. His daughter was someone he could only meet after hearing news of her death, so his feelings towards the Taylors were closer to negative. Therefore, when he heard the word grandson, he felt no particular emotion. He just felt a bit of curiosity about the person his daughter had given birth to. I must have learned it from Mother. Although he was a bit surprised by the rather confident attitude, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He must have known that the Count was trying to end this conversation. Yet he didn't show any dislike and was instead trying to pique the Count's interest. He wondered what meaning the name Mother held for his grandson sitting before him. After looking into his eyes for a moment, the Count inwardly smiled slightly. At least it didn't seem to have a negative meaning, which he thought was somewhat fortunate. His daughter had been sickly, but had lived more healthily than anyone else. It was Serena who had stepped forward to propose a political marriage when he hadn't even considered it, so he couldn't know if that had borne fruit. The rumors about her son Robert were terrible, and her daughter Yuria was showing behavior no different from her father. He had thought that what his daughter had envisioned hadn't been achieved. That was what he had thought until he met Robert. The North, the Church, and the Imperial family, these three powers are already with me. After I become the family head, they will help stabilize us through their support. Can you be certain that the support they're sending will remain the same even after you become the family head? I'm certain. The Count couldn't understand what Robert was so confident about. It was surprising enough that he had directly brought in the Duchess and the Saint, but to have not even a shred of doubt about what he believed in. It was just like seeing Serena. A face overlapped with his slightly upturned lips. Looking at that, the Count let out a small sigh and closed his eyes tightly. There was no resemblance at all. His eyes were the cold blue typical of the tailor's, and if there was any part that resembled Serena's features, it might be just a part of his face. Even that was barely visible due to his unusually dark expression. His empty eyes looked as if he had experienced all the hardships of the world, making the Count feel as if he was looking at an old man older than himself. It was probably just his imagination, but it seemed he had gone through a lot under the Taylor name. The reason he had come here was probably to gain the Count's support. Although he knew this, he didn't want to get involved with the Taylor family. It was the place where Serena had died and where he hadn't wanted to send her. There was no way he could have even a bit of affection for such a family, so he had intended to send Robert away immediately, but now he had become interested in Robert instead. The resemblance to his daughter was in something other than appearance. The things he said and how he prepared and presented unexpected things. Everything was just like Serena he had seen before. A political marriage. I don't think it's bad. I've met Arthur Taylor before. Don't you think he could change enough? Just like when she had said Arthur Taylor, who had just become the family head and had a bad reputation, could change, and then secretly prepared for the marriage without his knowledge. It didn't seem much different from directly bringing the Duke's seal this time, even to the point of achieving remarkably successful results for reasons unknown when most wouldn't even attempt it. Judging coolly, the plan Robert had set up seemed quite plausible. The imperial family, the North and the South. And if he continued to recruit nobles, wouldn't it be possible to not only match but overwhelm the power Uriah Taylor held? Although direct intervention should be avoided, just having such names behind him had clearly changed the situation and the rumors that had changed recently. Good rumors began to attach one by one to the young lord who had always been followed by bad rumors, saying that Robert Taylor had become a completely different person. It was quite significant that the source of these rumors was not the center but the outskirts of the territory. It meant that the central forces couldn't fully control the outlying areas. It was doable. Objectively, it was clear that such an evaluation could be made, but the Count was interested in Robert himself as a person. Was he Robert Taylor, or was he trying to move in a somewhat different direction? If he was the same as the current young lady, it wouldn't matter who he supported. Rather, supporting Uriah, who took the same stance as the current family head, might bring stability a bit faster. However, when looking at Robert, he couldn't shake off the feeling of encountering fragments of his daughter. From what he said to the thoughts reflected in his words. After pondering for a moment, the Count quietly moved his lips. What I'm curious about is what comes after you become the family head. How do you plan to handle the aftermath? Robert's expression darkened slightly at the mention of the aftermath. It was an issue he had been constantly worrying about. After he became the family head, he would certainly need to deal with the forces Uriah had held. A clean finish was important to prevent repetition, cutting off the continuing ill fate. It was better to end everything in his generation so that this kind of tradition would never continue again. So, was he planning to erase the Taylor name completely? If the family disappeared through the method of treason, that would indeed be the cleanest finish. Still, he would have to think somewhat coldly about Uriah's treatment. After hesitating, Robert slowly answered, "As for Uriah, I plan to end it with my own hands." "Are you saying you'll kill her?" "If that's the only method that can be concluded, then yes. I don't want to repeat what happens in every generation in the Taylor family. At least I think we should be the last. It seems you're not leaving any possibility for reformation." If it had been Serena, she probably would have considered the possibility of change in such a situation, just as she had tried to do with Arthur Taylor before. As the small hope he had been harboring disappeared, Robert smiled slightly and opened his mouth. "My mother used to say something." "You mean Serena?" "She said there are no bad dogs in this world, that anyone can change." It was something she always said habitually, so I still remember it well. There are no bad dogs in this world. If there's something bad from the start, that's just an excuse, and in the end, I think everyone can change. Maybe even Duke Taylor could change. If we lived together for about 10 years, he might become a completely different person from now. Police Carlight, important notice, Police Carlight, this text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. What Serena always said was right, saying that anyone could change. His daughter, who pursued a completely different method from the Taylor way, accepted the marriage with those words. Surprised that Robert knew these words. The Count looked at him and smiled bitterly. Mother's words weren't all correct. Perhaps it might be truly right that there were no bad people from the start, but at least it didn't apply to Uriah. Was there anyone who had tried more than himself? Despite attempting to fundamentally change Uriah through dozens of regressions, she ultimately did not change. It meant there was no possibility for the twisted to return to normal, so he couldn't leave it be. If it were someone else, it might be different, but Uriah Taylor had to be dealt with in some way. But there are bad dogs. My sister was that kind of person from the start. It seems you've tried, though. I tried a lot. Perhaps I put in more effort than anyone else. The Count swallowed for a moment and let out a small breath. Those words didn't sound like lies. The emotions tangled between his empty eyes were truly complex. Although he didn't know what Robert was thinking, he looked troubled as he uttered those words. It didn't seem like he was lying. There are people who don't change. It could be seen positively as being consistent, but we can't say what Yuria does is good. Then what about others? I don't want to see much bloodshed. I plan to save as many people as possible and somehow bring them to my side. That's why I'm moving like this, isn't it? I think you know well that this is an action I wouldn't have to take originally. He couldn't deny that those words were true. It was unusual for someone bearing the Taylor name to move directly like this. Usually the nobles would naturally attach themselves, so regardless of the method, Robert was approaching the nobles first. He was trying to recruit and embrace them. Coming here was likely part of that process. It seemed certain that Serena was the reason for this after all. I don't think Mother's words were completely wrong. Some people might change if you try. If they change their minds and join, I'd be willing to accept them anytime, but not Yuria. His expression was firm, but at the same time, a sense of bitterness was felt. The Count felt strange emotions as he looked at Robert. While resembling Serena, he also resembled aspects of Arthur Taylor. It wasn't surprising that he resembled his parents, but he hadn't thought it possible under the Taylor name. If you become the family head and after the aftermath is dealt with, what do you plan to do next? Although this question might not be very relevant to the current matter, Robert answered quite willingly. It was something he always had in mind. Even as he would move forward to kill the crown prince after becoming the family head, the family would still exist. It won't be much different. The time left was just over a year at most. He wouldn't stay in the Duke's residence entirely during that period, and above all, he would be working to become the crown prince's close aide. Some might be disappointed with his actions after becoming the family head, and some might turn their backs on him. If Father had discovered such behavior, he would have immediately gone to punish him. What would Mother have done? Although he thought it was okay to forget a little now, Robert didn't want to deny his mother's influence. He was in a state where he had given up on most things, tired of always following what she had taught him. Nevertheless, it was true that he still wanted to maintain her legacy. But things will certainly change. Whatever happens, it will be for the better. Those are all vague words. Nothing specific, just abstract. If it had been someone else, he might have rejected it outright. In fact, it wasn't a particularly appealing proposal, and even if he supported it, he might lose more if it failed. I think things will change. If I go to live with that person, don't you think everything will change for the better? Just like Father did, but he just saw Serena. The image of the daughter he had lost 20 years ago appeared in the grandson who had come to him after 20 years. He was simply drawn to it. Even if his judgment had become clouded with age, wouldn't it be okay to believe just once? I hope it goes well this time. Hoping that he wouldn't suddenly hear news of his death one day, the Count answered. Robert quietly smiled as he looked at the Count speaking those words. The emotion in his expression was a reminiscence of the past. Although he couldn't know exactly who the Count saw overlapping with him, if it was his mother, that alone was enough. Translator notes, good all Gramps to the rescue. We finna cook with this one for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the Arcane Gods to become a Korean translator for Arcane Translations. Do you accept? What did you plan to do if I hadn't responded favorably? At the Count's words, I pondered for a moment, but the truth was that I hadn't paid much attention to failure from the beginning. Failing to persuade him, that could happen. I had judged that the very idea of turning those who had originally sided with Yuria to my side was difficult. Still, I had achieved quite successful results, and above all, the Ugress family, where Mother was from, had responded favorably. What if Ugress hadn't responded favorably? Not much would have changed anyway. Even if it became a bit of a nuisance, it wouldn't have greatly hindered the plan. When I smiled without saying anything, the Count seemed to understand the meaning and slowly nodded. In fact, his support didn't change much. It only meant that I had the support of my maternal grandfather. Even if I gained something, it was just a small justification that I had received recognition from Mother's forces. While it might matter for other noble families, it wasn't a very significant justification in the Taylors. However, it was quite important to me. Since Mother's father was ultimately the Count of Ugress, I thought it couldn't be said to be entirely meaningless. What remained now was either to talk with Yuria or to head directly to the Duke's residence to obtain the family head position. Even if she tried to grasp my movements, it was likely too late. Arwen, who had transformed into a maid, was currently reporting to Yuria, but it would probably take at least a few more days to grasp the accurate facts. I plan to move quickly. Although I set the time frame until summer, I suppose I should think of that as the period to stabilize after becoming the family head. Becoming the family head will be over in a few days. It seems things will progress quite urgently. Is there a reason for you moving so quickly? Specifically, it was to approach the crown prince after becoming the family head, but I had no intention of telling others about that. The superficial reason was that this unstable state shouldn't be maintained for long. As I needed to move while suppressing the nobles using the Taylor family's prestige, the crown prince needed to see my forces as helpful at the very least. For that reason, stabilization needed to happen quickly, and that was why I had moved so intensively in a short period. Of course, the hidden reason was ultimately because of Adele. Originally, charges of treason against Adele would be brought in the fall. As it had always been a repeating future, there was every possibility it would happen this time too, and even if it didn't, it was true that I needed to be cautious. After stabilizing the family, I planned to entrust the management to Arwen and Renauld and head to the north. The Taylor family was ultimately just a consumable to me. The Count, having heard the superficial reason, nodded as if he understood to some extent. I said, "You resemble Serena, but it seems you only resemble half of her. My daughter was quite lazy, do you remember? I don't know much. I only have a few memories from when I was young. The problem was that those few memories remained so intensely, but at least they didn't dominate my entire life like before. I couldn't deny that they were precious. It was also true that I would carry them with me forever, and that I would recall them even at the moment of my death when time had passed. However, this time I didn't intend to follow Mother's words. She might be sad if she was watching from somewhere, but it was true that Yuria wouldn't change, wasn't it? I couldn't undo it. At least the end of this matter needed to be as clean as possible. I sighed for a moment and looked at Count Ugress. There was a lot to talk about, but it would be enough to talk about Mother next time. After becoming the family head when I had time, there would be enough time then. Well then, I'll be going now. As there was nothing to ask for right away, I stood up and bowed my head. I was facing him as a grandson now, but I didn't know in what capacity I would come next time. I just hoped things would unfold as I thought. 3 days after meeting Count Ugress, Arwen informed me that Yuria had found out everything. It must have been thanks to information provided by servants other than Arwen. Arwen had managed to escape well, and what remained was just Yuria, full of anger. A considerable number of nobles she had held had turned their backs on her and sided with me. She might be pondering how to deal with this situation where she had been caught off guard. It seemed she had tried to consolidate her forces while I was away, but the problem was that my speed was too fast. In fact, I hadn't known at all whether Adele or Adriana would recall their memories. As those memories came to me as a definite advantage, I was able to consolidate forces at a time neither she nor I had expected. And it couldn't be denied that Merigen's assistance was part of the reason why nobles approached me. Although I had said I didn't need help, I hadn't expected her to deliberately take out an artifact like mine in an official setting. Some nobles had definitely found out about my connection with the princess. Now the scales had definitely tipped in my favor, and Yuria's situation had clearly become disadvantageous. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for all of the nobles to know. But now I should start moving. They're probably desperate to catch my movements. Are you thinking of heading to the Duke's residence? There's no reason to stay at the Moon Tower anymore. There shouldn't be any problem if I move now. The reason I hadn't headed to the Duke's residence was that the majority of nobles would remain silent even if something happened to me inside the residence. While there might be talk about my movements in the outskirts, would it have the same impact as in the center? So I hadn't moved, even though I didn't intend to just endure Yuria's actions. Such differences made a big difference in moving towards the position of family head. Now there shouldn't be any problem even if I went there alone. There were quite a few nobles who would move if I was touched. It was especially important that Ugress was among them. Recalling its past prosperity, there were hardly any noble families comparable to Ugress. Moreover, Yuria's mother was ultimately the same as me. There was a moral issue. Even Yuria couldn't ignore this problem completely, and as long as there was no longer any need to be cautious about me heading to the Duke's residence, there was no reason to stay here any longer. And wasn't it also a bother to Adriana? If an outsider continued to stay at the Moon Tower, it might cause trouble for her. So once I had made the decision, I started to move a bit quickly. There was no need for goodbyes. Well, probably not. We would meet again in a few days, so there was no need to waste time. As I left the Moon Tower, I felt Arwen's magic. She had been waiting until I came out, and the girl who had been in the form of a paladin returned to her original appearance and opened her mouth. The preparations are completely finished now. Yuria Taylor has ordered to investigate your every move in the Duke's residence, and some servants are spread around the Moon Tower. But other than that, there's almost nothing she can try immediately. If she tries anything, the nobles will check her. The range where the current temporary family head can move is only around the Duke's residence. We've taken measures to immediately detect any movements she might show, so there's no possibility of escape. Rather, she's probably waiting. Since she can't do anything unless we move, if she's aiming for something, it would be now as we head to the Duke's residence. That was probably the case. She had almost lost the foundation she had built through the nobles, and the position she had obtained through father was merely that of a pitiful temporary family head. The fact that the family head position hadn't been officially decided yet meant that things had gone wrong for Yuria in many ways, so this situation itself was advantageous to me. My expression remained cold throughout the carriage ride to the Duke's residence. It was to sort out my feelings about what was about to happen. It was different from when I killed Teresa. If my feelings were complicated then, now I was becoming surprisingly calm even to myself. I had a prepared gift. I was curious about what expression Yuria would make when she received it, so I smiled slightly as I watched the Duke's residence gradually come into view. How will you handle the escorts? When Renaud, who didn't know much about my combat abilities, asked this, Arwen made a strange expression as if he had asked something ridiculous. I knew better than anyone what kind of tricks Yuria might try, and I also knew better that she wouldn't do such things in this situation. She wouldn't do anything foolish when all of the attention was focused on her. If I were to be in danger, it would be when I faced Yuria alone. I wasn't lacking in confidence. If it came to that, the situation would flow even more favorably for me, and Yuria would probably definitely move that way. Clop clop as the hard-running horse stopped, Renaud's complexion turned pale. Despite all his talk until now, was he starting to realize what he had been doing now that he saw the Duke's residence? Once we had come this far, there was no turning back. Even I was seeing for the first time the outcome of this attempt, made for the first time in my 101st life. Click. Arwen stayed in the carriage, saying she would hide her appearance, and only Renaud and I advanced towards the Duke's residence. The garden where I had once seen Teresa off caught my eye. After walking briefly on the ground that showed a murky gray instead of lush greenery after passing winter, a maid facing the whistling wind approached and carefully bowed her head. You've arrived, young master. The family head is waiting inside. The maid who had conveyed that the family head was waiting inside turned her back, but I just stared at her silently without following. The maid looked at me curiously, then slightly frowned and opened her mouth again. Aren't you going in? The family head is waiting. It's about time you realize the positions have changed. Are you being stubborn, or do you still think of me as your subordinate? The situation had reversed. Everything Yuria had built up was now coming under my control in just a few months. The connections, power, status, and reputation she had built as the young lady. The nobles no longer wanted to follow a woman suffering from madness, instead choosing to follow someone who had reformed. Wasn't that so? The North, the church, and even the imperial family were showing their support for me. There were things that couldn't be hidden even if one tried to cover them with their palm. And that could be said of the current situation between Yuria and me. I smiled slightly and moved my lips. Tell her to come out herself. I'll be waiting here. Until now, she might have thought she was close to becoming the family head herself, but now all that would be pointless talk. It was time for Yuria's childhood fantasies to be shattered. Time for everything she had built up to crumble, and for the things that should have been hers to return to my hands. The maid who had looked surprised for a moment hesitated, but when Renaud shouted at her, she disappeared somewhere with hurried steps. I was curious about Yuria's expression as she would come out to this garden herself, but that would only be the beginning. After today passes and tomorrow passes again, Yuria's time would crumble. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. It's time for you to disappear in my 101st life. Translator notes your text here for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? Silence hung in the air. It was likely the aftereffect of me summoning Yuria, but Renaud, who was gauging the surroundings, seemed to find the situation quite unsettling. In contrast, I was rather calm, knowing that Yuria couldn't do anything. Even if she came out and expressed displeasure, nothing would change. Rather, it would be proof that she still hadn't grasped reality, essentially revealing a weakness to me. It would be even better if she showed such signs. However, wasn't the probability of that low? At the very least, Yuria would likely appear composed in the situation. So I waited. She would probably appear only after she collected herself. As I spent a little more time, I sensed a presence in the distance. Any person would possess mana, but Yuria's was always cold and sharp. It was like an icy air that seemed to pierce through a person. I could easily recognize Yuria even from afar. The sound of footsteps reaching my ears was no different from usual, and her expression as she looked at me was, if anything, even softer than usual. It was the reaction I expected. Wouldn't it be disappointing if she showed an emotional side in the situation? Yuria, who was walking slowly towards me, stopped when the distance closed enough for our voices to reach each other. She had perfectly concealed her emotions. Although I had provoked her slightly to see her reaction, I couldn't sense even a shred of anger from her. Looking at Yuria, I slowly opened my mouth. It's been a while, acting head. Yes, it has been a while. A lot has changed. You're not the same as before. I felt the need to change. If I hadn't, wouldn't you have tried to kill me by now? I had already experienced the reality where I hadn't changed countless times. To Yuria, my existence was nothing more than an obstacle to her becoming the head. A person who was better off dead, a mere hindrance to his sibling. That was why she had focused on destroying me since childhood, but in the end, I didn't break. I had lived, died, and come back to life again, eventually reaching this point. Nothing would change what Yuria did to me. Perhaps if fate existed, it was destined for me to eventually confront Yuria, and in the end, only one of us would survive. I never thought you'd grow the audacity to summon me. Are you that confident? If someone like you would come personally after hearing those words, I assume things aren't going well. Am I wrong? Nonsense. I am the head of House Taylor. It doesn't matter if you covet this position now. You were living in a delusion. I never thought you'd be that kind of person. Uriah's eyes narrowed at my words. I realized she was already shaken by me calling myself the head. She needed the title of head to maintain the support of the nobles she currently held. In reality, she was nothing more than an acting head, but if she couldn't even hold on to that, Uriah was in a precarious position. I smiled slightly. It was a small smile that Uriah would notice, and when she couldn't utter a word, I chuckled. It was different from before. Unlike those days when I lived cautiously, constantly being misunderstood and tortured to death, now it was clear that I held the upper hand. However, I had no intention of pushing her further at this point. In the slightly chilly atmosphere, I was the one who raised both hands. There was no need to make the atmosphere here hostile. I thought we'd have a proper conversation inside anyway. Besides, Renaud was here, and there was no need for a useless fight. I apologize if that was disrespectful. I heard you were directly appointed by His Majesty, so you're the acting head for now, aren't you? Think what you want. That's not what's important right now. Won't Father make a decision soon? I was a little surprised by her compliant response, but Uriah just smiled quietly and gestured to her attendant. It seemed she had no intention of talking in this garden. Perhaps she thought there were too many ears listening to a conversation about the head. Following her lead, I started walking, then grabbed Renaud's arms. He followed behind. What is it? I'm going inside the mansion alone. You're not needed to decide the head. Then what if it's dangerous? Dangerous? Well, who knows what might happen? The reason I was sending Renaud out was that I didn't know what was inside. I had decided to take him with me to the end because I deemed him useful. I patted Renaud's shoulder and opened my mouth. It won't be as dangerous as what you did to me before. I understand. I chuckled at his pale face, which was as pale as before. He may have found my words chilling, considering what happened in the past. I had no intention of holding it against him, but he wouldn't listen unless I said it like this. It was better for me to enter the mansion alone. In the end, only either Uriah or I would remain in the process of deciding the head. It would only be troublesome for Renaud if Uriah somehow ended up staying. Although I thought the possibility was low, there was still a chance. I had always experienced failure when I didn't eliminate even the slightest possibility. If there was even a sliver of a chance, it was better to consider it. When I sent Renaud away, Uriah looked at me curiously, but it was brief. Turned and walked ahead, following her attendants. There are many new attendants. Did Father do this? Either they were incompetent and let go, or Father killed them. One of the two. How unfortunate. He was still quite sharp when I last saw him. Uriah didn't know I had met Father. I had met him without hesitation, expecting Father wouldn't mention it, but to think she would immediately frame him for senility. Logically, Father becoming senile, that was absurd. Wouldn't the nobles notice as well? They would think it preposterous that Arthur Taylor, of all people, would be afflicted with senility. But the succession of the Taylor family head had always been like this. An absurd justification, and successors who would make that justification a reality. There might be reason for suspicion, but it was the successors of the Taylor family who had always made such things possible. She must have thought it would happen again this time. He wasn't truly senile, but most people would believe that Uriah had driven Father to such a state, and it was probably Uriah who had killed the servants in the mansion. That was the kind of madness Uriah possessed. She had probably killed them without hesitation and then came up with the idea of blaming it all on Father. To put it nicely, it was just like Uriah. I had anticipated this kind of behavior and acted accordingly, but her move was bolder than I expected. She probably thought she could instill fear in others through such actions, but the problem was that she had crossed the line. Didn't she know that even a cornered rat will bite a cat? The more severe Uriah's madness became, the more resistance there would be, and that would lead to the collapse of her power base. The back of Uriah walking ahead seemed even more pathetic than before. By the way, where is Father? I need to hear about the succession from him. He's not in the right state of mind. It's pointless to talk to him now. I'll let you see him when the time is right, but not now. I see. Thump. I knew that this hallway led to the basement. Whether the structure of the mansion had changed significantly since my time or not, this hallway-like space had transformed into a passage to the basement. Uriah, who was staring at me as I looked around, slowly parted her lips. You've been busy going to the north and south. I told you, didn't I? I'm going to be the head. I was expecting some kind of preparation, but this is disappointing. I haven't shown you everything yet. It's too early to be disappointed, don't you think? She was right. She must have thought a lot about how to deal with me while I was away. Burying me politically was no longer an option, considering my current reputation, and framing me for something wouldn't work because the outer territories wouldn't be easily swayed. Didn't Uriah already know about my connection to the princess? Spreading rumors wouldn't be effective, and the support of the North and the Saint was a power that even Uriah couldn't touch. The once good-for-nothing had become a formidable successor who threatened her authority. Perhaps she couldn't do anything, even after securing the position of acting head from Father. That anxiety wasn't outwardly visible, but I could easily sense Uriah's inner turmoil. She was anxious. The more time passed, the more unfavorable the situation became, and she would want to see the end of this fight as soon as possible. As we got closer to the basement, I smelled a strange scent. I smiled slightly at the smell. It was a fragrance I had already encountered in a past life. It wasn't a poison that could kill instantly like when ingested, but it was potent enough to kill if exposed for long periods. Considering the people around us were fine, had she already taken an antidote, I noticed, but continued walking without any reaction. I coughed deliberately, rubbed my forehead, and let out a small breath. Are you uncomfortable somewhere? You look pale. I saw a faint smile form on her lips. I knew exactly what she had decided to do with me. In short, she was going to kill me. It wasn't a bad idea. If I were in Uria's shoes, the only way to get rid of me cleanly was to kill me. She would also know from the news from the north that I possessed mana, so weakening me with poison was an excellent method. If I were an ordinary person, my physical abilities would have deteriorated significantly with each breath. Soon, walking would become difficult, and I would become unable to dodge even Uria's sword. I tilted my head slightly and looked at the large door that appeared. The basement door hadn't changed, and as I stared at it, Uria, who had turned her back, spoke. You've worked hard coming all the way here. Thud, I heard the door behind me close. Did she eliminate even the possibility of escape? Even though the place was already filled with attendants, I chuckled bitterly at how thoroughly she was handling this. Uria didn't know that she had played right into my hands, that I wasn't an ordinary person, that I had died and lived 100 times to see this end. I had the interior of the mansion magically remodeled before you arrived. The path you've walked so far was all part of the stairs leading to the basement, and this door, well, you know it well, right? It's the place you used to visit often as a child. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. With that, Uria took a few steps towards me. Now she was smiling openly, chuckling as she looked at me, faltering. Cold sweat ran down my pale face. It was also controlled by magic, but as the distance between us narrowed, I looked around. There were about 10 attendants. I knew they were all armed with swords. I almost burst out laughing at the thought of what Uria was thinking, but I held it in and deliberately stepped back towards the wall as Uria approached. The gap closed, close enough to hear each other's breaths. Uria, who had come close to me, whispered in my ear, "Goodbye, Robert. You've always been a fool, my dear brother." Then she turned her back again and gestured to the attendants. Only then did I smile. Releasing the act of a sickly young man, I laughed out loud as I looked at Uria. I had been waiting for this moment all along. The reason I sent Renaud away was to create this situation. The bait had been taken. That much was certain. Translator notes your text here for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord Gear System Notification Gear Main Quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the Arcane Gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? Could she ever see Robert as a threat? There was a time when she truly believed so. No, back then, it was the only logical conclusion. He was always the incompetent sibling, wasn't he? She never entertained even the slightest possibility that he might become a rival. When he declared his intention to become the head of the family, she dismissed it as mere arrogance. What could he possibly change with his last-minute struggles? The majority of the nobles had already pledged their allegiance to her, so Uria never truly saw Robert as a threat. His trips to the north and south meant nothing. They wouldn't change a thing. She had personally ensured his reputation was in ruins. While she felt no guilt for spreading those rumors, she had mostly ignored him. How could she not? The emotions she felt towards her weak and fragile younger brother amounted to nothing but pity. He was loved without having to do anything, without excelling in anything. So after their mother's death, Uria had decided to teach him a lesson. The world was a harsh place, and whining wouldn't get him anywhere. She wanted him to experience that firsthand. Those 10 fingernails were a small price to pay for such a valuable lesson. However, time passed and he remained unchanged. She eventually gave up. His very core was rotten, she decided, and no amount of struggle could change that. Pathetic and fragile, he was a permanent blemish that she would have to eliminate once she ascended to the position of head. She believed his trips north and south would amount to nothing. He was far too insignificant to make any meaningful changes, and most importantly, her plan to become the family head was flawless. Or so she thought. Even Uria couldn't deny the sudden shift in power. Her carefully laid plans began to unravel. First, she failed to secure the head position through her father. Then the nobles started abandoning her one by one, shattering the delicate balance of power she had painstakingly built. The scales tipped drastically. It was now painfully obvious that she might not become the head. The realization that this could happen to her, of all people, was inconceivable. Why? Where did it all go wrong? She couldn't have predicted Robert gaining anything substantial from his trips north and south. Normally, securing the support of the Grand Duchess and the Saint wouldn't be so easy. It was almost laughable how naturally they aligned themselves with Robert. Everything was falling apart. Her meticulously crafted plan, her carefully cultivated allies, nothing remained intact. What's the problem? Uria finally had to admit it. Robert was the reason for this catastrophic turn of events. He was far more capable than she had ever imagined, possessing the power to completely reverse the situation. She should have realized something was different when his demeanor changed months ago. To think he was sharpening his blade all along, a part of her was almost glad. Once Robert's power crumbled, no one would oppose her ascension to the head position. She contemplated how to bring about his downfall, but there was no immediate solution. She had spread rumors about him possibly harboring treasonous thoughts, but the imperial family remained unresponsive. Even the nobles had begun expressing doubts. With the Duke supporting Robert and the Saint on his side, the few nobles who still remained loyal were now hesitant. Attempting to politically cripple Robert was pointless, and even her father's mental state was being questioned. The only surefire way to regain control, she decided, was to eliminate him. If she killed him somewhere no one would find him, she would be the only remaining heir. She should have killed him long ago. If she had, none of this would be happening. Yuria acknowledged her own complacency. To think she underestimated her own brother. Despite being born into the Taylor family, she had altered the structure of the mansion, magically concealing the path leading to the basement to prevent any suspicion. Forewarned by the news from the north, she had prepared for the possibility of Robert possessing some combat ability. The attendants she had chosen were each skilled enough to be knights, and she believed they could overpower even a knight captain if they worked together. Did you think 10 would be enough? You were naive. You always choose the easiest path even now. Swoosh. Robert calmly wiped the blood that splattered across his face and smiled. Yuria couldn't believe her eyes. She had confirmed that each attendant was highly skilled. He supposedly subdued the leader of the tribes according to the rumors, but how could he possibly? Robert stood unscathed, having single-handedly defeated all 10. Even his body, which had been swaying from the poison moments ago, appeared completely fine. It was as if he had taken an antidote beforehand, but only she and her attendants had access to the antidote. It had taken Robert mere minutes to disarm and slaughter everyone in the room. It seems you were confident. Your reaction tells me I was right. Yuria's eyes were trembling. She couldn't believe what she had witnessed, and her carefully constructed reality had crumbled before her. Fear gripped her. Was the man standing before her truly her brother, or was he someone else? The crown prince, perhaps? Her thoughts raced in a frenzy. Robert never even held a sword. He couldn't possibly be this skilled. Oh, I thought those rumors were absurd, but were they true all along? She knew better than anyone that Robert had never held a sword. He lacked the physical prowess even as a child. He couldn't run fast and had no talent for physical activities. Was he academically gifted then? No, he possessed nothing but sheer stubbornness. She had dismissed him as useless, but how could he wield a sword like that? The powerful mana emanating from Robert's body suffocated her. She couldn't breathe. She tried to back away, but her body refused to move. Only ragged breaths escaped her trembling lips. You asked who I am? You already know, don't you? Dropping his blood-soaked sword, Robert slowly walked towards her. Even after he withdrew his mana, Yuria remained frozen in place. Momentarily confused by his confident demeanor, she stared at Robert, her lips trembling. I don't know who you are. If I did, I wouldn't have been so careless. How bold of you. Do you still believe you hold the advantage? Yuria's demeanor remained unchanged. She was still arrogant, her eyes filled with that same cold disdain that had always infuriated Robert. He chuckled, almost relieved by her unwavering attitude. Had she shown fear and weakness, he might have felt his heart grow cold. Come any closer and I'll cut you down. Yuria drew her sword. She couldn't be certain that this man wasn't Robert, but he was clearly a skilled swordsman. He had easily defeated her highly trained attendants, but now that he had discarded his sword, she could at least threaten him. Her mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. She was cornered, but it wasn't over yet. There had to be a solution. Robert's expression hardened as he watched her draw her sword. After a moment of silence, he chuckled softly. I am Robert Taylor, son of Arthur Taylor, son of Serena Ugress, and brother to Yuria Taylor. Impossible, but there's something you seem to have forgotten. Blood dripped from Robert's hand as he gripped his sword. The blade dug into his flesh, but his expression remained unchanged. The boy who used to cry at the smallest injury was long gone, a gap only he could remember, a chasm Yuria couldn't comprehend. He watched her flinch, then snapped his sword in half. Crack. Police car light. Important notice. Police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. The broken blade clattered to the ground and Yuria frantically retreated. She tried to open the door behind her to escape into the mansion, but her hand froze before reaching the handle. 101 times, Robert muttered. We finally arrived here, though you probably won't remember. Drops of blood stained the floor as he walked towards her. He closed the basement door, sealing their fate. Click. The sound of the lock resonated through the room, and Yuria, backed into a corner, narrowed her eyes. Escape was impossible, but she hadn't given up completely. She had stationed reinforcements nearby just in case. If she could hold out until they arrived, there might be a chance. While it appeared the poison had no effect, it was likely a delayed reaction. Simply inhaling it was enough to kill. Without the antidote, he wouldn't be able to endure for long. As Yuria pondered this, Robert chuckled, seemingly realizing her thoughts. You're wondering why I'm fine, aren't you? You used poison, but why am I unaffected? He could explain it if she was curious. This particular poison couldn't be neutralized with mana. If that were possible, poison would be useless as a weapon. The reason he was immune in this lifetime was a matter of pure coincidence. White light emanated from Robert's body as he channeled his mana, an unfamiliar energy distinct from his blue mana. Yuria frowned as she watched him. The warm and gentle energy was identical to the saint's. The divine power neutralized the poison. I was fortunate enough to receive it from the saint during my trip south. The saint, there was no such thing as coincidentally receiving divine power. He had anticipated this. The poison wouldn't work. What were her chances of survival now? She had to buy time. As long as she remained alive, there was still a chance. If you kill me, you'll be the prime suspect. You know my influence in the mansion is still strong. Rumors of you entering the basement with me have already spread. Can you handle the consequences if you kill me here? It'll be extremely disadvantageous for you. Assassinations were common occurrences in the Taylor family, but they were never confirmed as such. However, it was undeniable that she and Robert had entered the basement together. He couldn't kill her here. Silence filled the room after she spoke. Convinced she had struck a nerve, Yuria smiled inwardly. You won't kill me. You wouldn't be able to handle the consequences, so I never intended to kill you. Robert interrupted. He agreed that eliminating her cleanly was the best course of action. He knew from experience with Teresa that killing her was more efficient than rendering her permanently incapacitated. But that wouldn't be punishment enough for her crimes. There was a way to break her completely, to ensure she could never harm anyone again. He had contemplated it at length and finally found a solution. Don't worry, I'm not saying I'll let you live unscathed. You might even prefer death to what awaits you. Hallucinations, illusions. But they wouldn't be entirely fictional. Memories forged from the pain he had endured. Could she possibly withstand the weight of his 100 lives? Robert stared at Yuria, a flicker of pity crossing his face as he watched the woman standing at the precipice of her downfall. How would she react to this descent into madness? Perhaps she wouldn't react at all. She would be broken. Inevitably, undeniably. Translator notes, yes, let her suffer. For illustrations and release notifications, join our Discord Gear System Notification Gear Main Quest God's Apprentice Unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the Arcane Gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? Sometimes, when caught in a vivid dream, one mistakes it for reality. Had everything she experienced been a dream? Though she refused to believe it, the drastic change in reality brought a sense of relief. Her flesh no longer stung, and the blood-soaked basement was gone. She looked around and saw the familiar sight of her bedroom. There was no sign of Robert approaching with a sword, no trace of the dead attendants. It couldn't be a dream. The sensations were far too real. Her body was unharmed. As she slowly sat up in bed, she noticed the cold sweat clinging to her forehead. It must have been a nightmare. However, she was annoyed by the absence of her attendants. What time was it? The sun seemed to have risen long ago. Why hadn't anyone come to attend to her? She had heard Robert was coming to the mansion today. Were they busy preparing for his arrival? After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Yuria could stand it no longer. She flung open the door and stepped out. Is anyone there? Silence greeted her in the empty hallway. She walked down the familiar corridor, a growing sense of unease building with every step. She passed several attendants, but none were familiar. Of course they wouldn't be. She had killed them all. Their gazes met, and they bowed respectfully. They didn't cower in fear as they used to. They simply walked past, going about their duties. Something was different. Everything felt wrong, as if she was trapped in a dream. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she stumbled, reaching out to steady herself against the wall. Her eyes fell on a familiar figure. Oh my, you're awake. Renaud. Yuria's eyes narrowed as she remembered the butler. He bowed low, but his tone was laced with disdain. It wasn't just him. Every attendant she encountered seemed to harbor ill intentions. Skilled at reading emotions, Yuria laughed bitterly, pressing a hand to her forehead as she struggled to maintain her composure. What happened in a single day? The servants who trembled before her yesterday were now brazenly defying her. The faint smile playing on Renaud's lips disgusted her. How dare he, a traitor who sided with Robert, stroll around so casually? Have you finally lost your mind? I don't understand why you're here. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm here because I'm the head butler, am I not? Don't be ridiculous. The head butler isn't you. Yuria's voice trailed off as she tried to remember the name of the current head butler. It wouldn't come to mind, as if the person never existed. After Renaud left with Robert, she had personally appointed a new head butler. Her father had already granted her a certain level of authority, making it possible. Was there someone else? I haven't heard anything about it. Renaud responded to her hesitation with a thinly veiled smirk. Yuria wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words. The surrounding attendants snickered, her fist clenched, trembling with anger. She forced herself to calm down and exhale slowly. Showing her frustration here would only reveal her weakness. She could deal with them later. Memorizing the faces of the giggling attendants, she glared at Renaud. I must have been mistaken. So why are you here? I'm here because of what you did when you were young. I don't understand why you're acting like you've never been here before. I clearly remember you siding with Robert. You even became the head butler, if I recall correctly. Where is Robert now? Renaud tilted his head, his expression a mixture of genuine confusion and amusement. The young master is in his office, of course. I can escort you if you wish to see him, but you seem to be still half asleep. What? Yuria was stunned. She laughed incredulously, shaking her head. She was the young lady. Perhaps they were referring to Robert as the young master now that she was the acting head. She bit her lip and forced the words out. That's impossible. Robert could never be called the young master. Even if she became the head, only her children would inherit that title. So much couldn't possibly change overnight. A sudden wave of pain pulsed through her head and she stumbled, grasping the wall for support. She couldn't comprehend Renaud's words, couldn't accept this reality. She was still the young lady acting head, a title no one truly acknowledged. Robert was still under the saint's protection, and the head butler wasn't Renaud. Yet everyone treated this situation as normal, as if everything she had ever known was a lie. I'm sick, she pinched her arm and pain flared. The cold sweat trickling down her back, the dread creeping through her veins, it was all real. Then was this reality? Impossible. She was the acting head, having secured most of the authority from her father. She was supposed to welcome Robert today and kill, but Robert was already here, wasn't he? She couldn't discern what was real. Was the truth the memory of Robert arriving at the mansion and slaughtering her attendants? Or was it what she was experiencing now? This had to be an illusion. She had to wake up. Yuria frantically scratched at her arms, ignoring the strange expressions of the surrounding attendants. Their lips stretched into grotesque smiles, blood trickling down their chins as they cackled. You seem unwell today. Should we inform the young master? I am the young lady. Stop talking nonsense. What are you talking about? Didn't the Duke abdicate long ago? All the nobles already support the young master. Are you having second thoughts? Renaud's lips twisted into a cruel mockery. Yuria stopped scratching, a frown creasing her brow. She dabbed at the blood, staining her arm with a handkerchief, trying to think rationally. This had to be an illusion. The faces of these attendants were strangely familiar. Of course they would be. She had killed them. The dead couldn't possibly come back to life. The attendants continued to cackle, but Yuria's expression calmed. She wouldn't be swayed by this. Whatever Robert had done to her, this illusion wouldn't last. Get out of my way. I need to see this so-called young master. Very well. She hated his mocking tone, but it didn't matter. Once she escaped this illusion, everything would be fine. She would kill Renaud before dealing with Robert. She would flay him alive, sprinkle salt on his wounds, and leave him for the insects. That was the only way to appease her rage. Yuria shoved past Renaud, ignoring the faces of the attendants trailing behind her. She refused to look at them. They were dead because they were incompetent, because they had displeased her. There was no point in them blaming her now. She had killed those who dared to defy her, those who vowed revenge. Death was the end of everything. These deceased figures were just a part of the illusion. Yuria laughed softly as she arrived at the young master's office. So Robert was now occupying the space where she used to work. It was ridiculous. She wouldn't be shaken by this. It was infuriating, but ultimately just an illusion. Once she escaped, victory would be hers. She threw open the door without knocking. Robert sat behind her desk, his blue eyes devoid of emotion as they met hers. He ran a hand through his ash-gray hair, a small smile playing on his lips as he spoke. You finally arrived. Are you starting to understand this illusion? I've learned that I can escape this illusion by killing you. You should just die quietly. Yuria drew a dagger from her cloak and walked towards him. Robert seemed unarmed. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. The blade was coated with a deadly poison, powerful enough to kill with a single graze. Even if she couldn't stab him, she could still kill him. She found his lack of resistance strange, but attributed it to his arrogance. He would regret that confidence once she escaped. You're going to kill me, Robert spoke, his voice still laced with that calm amusement. Yuria scoffed. His lack of resistance was laughable. A few more steps and she could plunge the dagger into his heart. Her hand trembled as she gripped the dagger, but she maintained her composure, approaching him casually. He didn't seem to suspect a thing. One more step. Just as she lunged forward, ready to strike, Robert's voice echoed in her ears. Unfortunately, you're the one who's going to die. The voice came from behind her. The Robert who sat at the desk was gone. The office itself had vanished. Her outstretched arm was yanked back, bound tightly. She found herself strapped to a chair, staring blankly ahead. The basement, the cold, dark room where she used to torture and punish Robert. What sobbed before she could comprehend how she ended up here? Blood trickled down her chin. A sharp pain stabbed at her chest, then intensified as if someone was squeezing her heart, trying to crush it. She arched her back, but the restraints held her in place. A silent scream tore from her throat. She was familiar with inflicting pain, but had never experienced it herself. The agony was unbearable. She thrashed against the restraints, blood spilling from her lips as she screamed, but no one came to her rescue. Would death bring an end to this torment? She prayed for it, anything to escape this endless agony. No one could possibly endure this. Her hopes were dashed. Robert approached her, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he spoke. You'll die soon. I've learned that this level of pain inevitably leads to death. How are you feeling? Does it hurt? She thought she heard his voice, but couldn't respond. Her body was unharmed, yet the pain radiating through her was excruciating. She couldn't even scream. All she could do was pray for it to end. But when would it end? Then I'll see you again. Her consciousness faded, but his words pierced through the haze of pain. Words she didn't want to hear, couldn't bring herself to believe. For the first time, she realized how much she hated the word again. Uria's consciousness slipped away, but it wasn't the end. This was only the first death. Her bad ending would continue, playing out again and again, each time accompanied by a resurrected memory she had desperately tried to forget. Thus, she journeyed towards the 101st time. Translator notes, honestly, I didn't know how this would turn out when I first started reading the story, but am pretty satisfied with the outcome. NGL for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? So this is why you needed the hallucinogen? Arwen asked, because there's no need to kill her. Yuria sat motionless in the chair. While it was just an illusion conjured by Arwen's magic and the drug, it was quite effective. Her vacant eyes stared blankly ahead, unfocused and hazy. She didn't respond when I called her name. Arwen glanced around and spoke. She'll probably wake up in a day. No matter how potent it is, the hallucinogen can only affect reality for so long. That's enough. She'll experience years within her mind during that time. I suppose so. I hope it works. Arwen looked at me, a hint of concern in her eyes. I too hoped this would break Yuria completely. It would be best if she lost all her memories and lived as a shell of her former self. Killing her wasn't ideal. Not only because her crimes couldn't be so easily erased, but because too many people knew we had entered the basement together. I needed to show them that I was different from the previous heads of the Taylor family, that I would spare even my rivals, choosing mercy over ruthlessness when possible. Demonstrating this change in behavior was crucial for gaining the noble's trust. Unknown to Arwen, a part of my mana was infused within the hallucinogen. After dying 100 times and living through the 101st, I had come to realize that this life was a singularity. People around me were regaining memories of past regressions. While I wasn't certain this would work, it was a theory based on Teresa's recovered memories. If my assumption was correct, it meant there was a way to make Yuria experience fragments of my memories. Whether she perceived them as mere hallucinations or recognized them as reality was up to her. Within these illusions, I would always appear as the head or young master of the Taylor family. I wondered how she would react to witnessing her own downfall, to seeing me take her place. It was a thought I entertained only briefly, as I had more pressing matters to attend to. Now that Yuria was incapacitated, it was time to solidify my position as the head. I intended to complete the succession before she woke up. The only potential obstacle was my father's reaction. But Yuria was a bigger concern. For now, I wouldn't dwell on it. I glanced at Yuria, then turned to Arwen, asking her to keep watch. I was curious about what memories she was experiencing, whether she could distinguish illusion from reality. I chuckled softly, dismissing the thought. I didn't want to imagine it. If my prediction was correct, Yuria was reliving my deaths. I couldn't fathom what state her mind would be in after experiencing 300 years of suffering in a single day. Therefore, I was certain of one thing. By sunrise, Yuria wouldn't be the same. At some point, she stopped keeping track of how many times she died. Had she counted until she needed all 10 fingers? She smiled faintly as a sword pierced her chest, blood spilling from her lips. Her spine shattered, and her consciousness faded as excruciating pain consumed her. Then she would open her eyes and see that damned bedroom. Yuria ran a hand over her face, exhaling shakily. Ugh, how many times had she woken up in this room? She couldn't recall. Years had passed since she was trapped in this illusion. Years she had already forgotten countless times. She would count the years, then die, only to start counting again. Each time, the cycle ended with her own agonizing death. Yuria touched her wounded chest, then began pulling at her hair. Rip, rip, blood trickled down her scalp, but she didn't stop. Her once sharp, calculating eyes were now clouded, her mind no longer capable of rational thought. She had to escape this illusion. Surely much had changed in the real world. How long would she be imprisoned here? I'll kill him. Once she escaped, she would tear his heart out. The woman who uttered those words, consumed by vengeance, where had she gone? Yuria laughed bitterly, her lips twisting into a cruel mockery. Yes, she would kill him. She would make him suffer, but first she had to find a way out. As time passed, she realized this wasn't just an illusion. These were her memories intertwined with Robert's. The deaths she experienced were his, replayed with their roles reversed. She could now anticipate how she would die next. This time it would be fire. She would be falsely accused of treason and used as a scapegoat. How ironic, to be discarded like a pawn in a preordained transaction. Had she been in Robert's shoes, she would have made the same choice. She had abandoned him, and he had abandoned her in return. Their actions were no different. No matter how hard she struggled, nothing would change. Despair gripped her as she realized this. But she gritted her teeth, glaring at the empty air. She wasn't certain if he was watching, but if he was, she would make him fear her. She would escape this illusion. She would break free from this endless cycle of death. Robert couldn't, but that was because he was Robert. She could do it. Yuria rose from the bed and stared at her reflection in the mirror, pulling out strands of bloody hair as she exhaled slowly. She was 80 deaths away from freedom. Each resurrected memory made her own demise even more vivid. She tried to avoid inevitable outcomes, but her attempts only led to more gruesome deaths. As she burned alive, she vowed to succeed next time. This time will be different. But she was killed by her own attendant, stabbed through the heart. As she died, she resolved to eliminate her attendants first. But next time, she was assassinated by a trusted noble. She vowed to only trust those she could truly rely on. Then the Duke himself ordered her execution. She was imprisoned in the basement and left to starve. That was her 23rd death. It was fine, she thought. This was bearable compared to her previous deaths. She had plenty of time to try again. This time, she decided to head north. Yuria attempted to become Adele's aide, but was caught trying to manipulate her subordinates and beheaded by Adele herself. She never went north again. Damn her. 29:30. Exhausted, she took her own life, but realized she couldn't escape the illusion. She had only died a few more times. She just needed to break free before Robert did. She steeled her resolve, a determination that lasted less than 3 years. I was wrong, Robert, I'm sorry. She was imprisoned in the basement, enduring a month of torture, barely kept alive. Every moment was agony, and she repeatedly wished for death. She muttered into the empty air, her sunken eyes hollow and lifeless. She collapsed, sobbing, then knelt and begged. She prostrated herself, blood streaming from her broken knees, her forehead split open, bone visible as she slammed it against the ground. But no answer came. Robert was long gone. Only her desperate pleas echoed in the silence. If I become head, I won't kill you. Please let me out of this illusion. 30 deaths is enough, right? Isn't it, Robert? Don't you agree? She babbled until she was declared insane and executed. That was her 50th death. At some point, Yuria gave up, living each life with resigned indifference. She was killed, she survived, it no longer mattered. She was used like a prostitute by homeless men, captured and tortured by demi-humans. Her confidence in surpassing Robert had long since evaporated. She was killed every time she tried. Nothing changed. The Crown Prince always sought to eliminate her, and Robert and her father abandoned her. The irony was that this mirrored her own actions in his memories. Please spare me. Thud, she uttered those words and died. Later she begged for death, but it wouldn't come. This cruel illusion forced her to relive the pain of each death, reviving her in her room afterward. By her 70th death, Yuria was no longer human. The attendants who had initially ignored her now avoided her. No one wanted to see a madwoman babbling and repenting alone in her room. The Duke frowned, and those who once admired her intelligence turned away. Robert told her she was useless, to find her own way out, so she turned to the church, but Verod, guarding the entrance, deemed her a heretic and bludgeoned her to death with a mace. Thus, she greeted her 85th life. As she hung from the gallows, a thought occurred to her. Perhaps giving up the head position would bring peace. It was a complete denial of everything she had ever believed in, but Yuria was willing to do anything to escape this torment. Should she give up? The thought plagued her until, at the start of her 90th life, she finally spoke. Her hair had been torn out, and a faint voice escaped her chapped lips, her cheeks hollow, teeth marks visible on her torn lips. Even her voice had changed from years of screaming. Yuria spoke to the empty air. I give up, Robert. She had thought about it for a long time, 100 years, 200 years, perhaps even longer. She had believed she could surpass him, but the world conspired against her. She was killed no matter what she did. Trapped in an endless cycle of death. How could she possibly survive? A human being couldn't endure this. These memories flashing before her eyes were likely manipulated. How could anyone survive 100 deaths and remain sane? It was only natural to become broken like her. Yes, it was inevitable, so she had to give up. She had to survive, if only to try something else. Yuria knelt and continued. You can be the head. I'll retreat to the outskirts and live a quiet life. You can have everything. Everything I've built, I give it to you. Silence. She waited for an answer, then screamed in frustration. Spare me, Robert, please spare me. I don't want to die. I didn't know it would hurt this much. I'm telling the truth. I sincerely apologize. Please let me out of here. Please, please, I'm begging you. Duke Robert, please. I was wrong, she begged until her hands and feet bled, but knew this wouldn't be her final death. The guillotine loomed. As she was placed beneath the blade, she could only laugh hysterically. At some point, Yuria stopped speaking. Those who defended her were killed by Robert, and even those she loved perished. Her shattered mind could no longer form words. Faced with another death, she was given a vial of poison. Yuria realized this would be her final death. Why are you looking at me like that? This is the last, the 100th. Robert had died from poison in his final regression. As she spoke, the Robert standing before her chuckled. She couldn't decipher the meaning behind that laughter, but for the first time she truly desired death. She swallowed the poison without hesitation. Even as she vomited blood, feeling her life slipping away, Yuria smiled. This was the end. Once she endured this death, she would finally wake up. Her eyes fluttered closed as her consciousness faded. What would she do once she escaped this place? Hope blossomed within her, and Yuria remembered her initial vow to become the head. He hadn't listened to her pleas, so she would make him suffer. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. But her fading consciousness didn't return to normal. She felt a sense of relief, like waking from a dream. Confident she wouldn't be revived, Yuria slowly opened her eyes. The illusion was over. The cold surface beneath her skin was familiar. She was strapped to a chair in the basement. You're awake, haha. Uria's eyes hardened. The Robert standing before her had only changed his clothes. He had been waiting for her, watching her suffer. She was certain that no amount of torture could break her spirit now. I was going to release you, but I'm curious. Have you changed your mind? Do you understand the gravity of your sins now? I was wrong. Now I think I understand. It was a lie. If her restraints were loosened, she would strangle him with her bare hands. Suppressing her emotions, Uria responded calmly. Robert approached her, intending to untie her. He stood directly in front of her, offering his unguarded neck. I'm relieved to hear that. To be honest, I was a bit worried. If you hadn't repented, I would have been forced to keep you bound forever. Yes, that's right. The restraints would be loosened soon. As she held her breath, anticipation building, Robert smiled softly. Then I should properly introduce myself. The restraints are gone, so allow me to start anew. His words seemed out of place, but Uriah froze, noticing something on his chest. If it was real, I am Robert Taylor. I was once just a member of this family, but from today onward, I will lead the Taylors. The head's crest. Uriah's vision blurred as hope crumbled, replaced by a crushing wave of despair. She wanted to believe this was an illusion. From now on, address me as Duke Uriah. Translator notes vengeance is sweet. For illustrations and release notifications, join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? The illusion wasn't over yet. At least I wanted Uriah to believe that, but perhaps it was working too well. Manipulating illusions was simple. I twisted my mana, crafting a reality far more cruel than anything I had experienced. I was certain she was reliving forgotten memories. The moonstone had clearly reached a singularity. Uriah's inner turmoil flowed into me, and I was astounded by her unwavering desire for the head position. What did it mean to her? I couldn't comprehend it. The title of head held no real meaning for me. I almost wanted to applaud her for clinging to it, even after experiencing countless regressions and deaths within the illusion. Of course, that made it all the easier to break her. You're the Duke. I nodded at Uriah's disbelieving question. The most effective way to shatter someone's spirit was to crush their hope. Even the strongest will falter when faced with futility. I knew this better than anyone. It didn't take long for Uriah's eyes to lose their focus. I had released her restraints a while ago, but she swayed, collapsing back into the chair. I hadn't officially inherited the head position yet. It was a bluff, but the crest on my chest symbolized the seat of power, didn't it? I would use everything at my disposal. If it helped me erase Uriah completely, I wouldn't hesitate to push the boundaries. Indeed, you seem surprised. Impossible. Surely the nobles wouldn't just stand by. Which nobles are you referring to? Do you still believe anyone supports you? I had returned from the basement alone after Uriah and I entered together. The nobles' reaction was predictable. Wouldn't they assume I had become the head? Even those who initially supported Uriah had rushed to pledge their allegiance to me. Her power base had evaporated. There aren't any. Every noble who once supported you has declared their support for me. I possess the Northern Seal, the divine power bestowed upon me by the saint, and the artifact given to me by the princess, a token only she and I shared. I touched the Ugress crest beside the head's crest and smiled. Uriah's foundation had crumbled. The woman who always possessed an icy, calculating gaze was now visibly shaken. Her eyes trembled, ready to shatter. She laughed hysterically, stumbling and clutching her forehead. You're lying. It's the truth. Someone like you could never be Duke. It was predetermined. I'm the one who's supposed to be the head, right? Isn't that right, Robe Ugg? Renaud, who had been standing beside her, suddenly pricked her hand with a needle. Uriah winced in pain, glaring at Renaud. He calmly withdrew the needle and responded with a straight face. Address him as Duke. He's no longer the young master. It's best to show some respect. What? So he had chosen sides. I stifled a laugh and watched as Uriah glared at Renaud. The anger in her eyes gradually faded. She seemed to have found a perverse sense of certainty in his betrayal, her remaining emotions crumbling away as if something within her was breaking. I had assumed she would be completely broken by the end of the illusion. I was starting to understand why I couldn't change her. How could I possibly change a woman who lived with such a mindset? She had lived with the unwavering conviction that she would become head. Even after being treated like a prostitute and enduring countless tortures, she had always clung to her ambition. While she had suffered mentally, her spirit hadn't been entirely broken. But now even that seemed to be fading. I wanted to witness her downfall with my own eyes to ensure she could never recover, to erase the name Uriah Taylor from existence. J. Renaud, leave us for a moment. Are you sure? Arwen looked at me, concerned, but I smiled softly and nodded. I wanted to finish this alone, just Uriah and me. We had both experienced 100 deaths. How would this cycle of death end? Would our ending be a comedy or a tragedy? While I had a vague idea, one thing was certain. Today was her end. I watched the tragedy unfold, my eyes fixed on Uriah. Looking at her now, I realized how completely our roles had reversed. I used to be the one sitting in that chair, staring up at her. Uriah's eyes were vacant, a strange moan escaping her slightly parted lips. But she didn't seem to care, her face devoid of any reaction. I spent a lot of time in this room when I was young. After Mother died, Uriah had found my grief pathetic and tied me to this chair, ripping out my fingernails. The pain was unbearable and I had fainted. Each time I regained consciousness, the torture resumed until all my fingernails were gone. But no one cared about my condition. The person who looked after me had already been killed by Yuria. I had believed he had simply retired, but learned later that she had murdered him. The dead don't return. There was no one to comfort a 10-year-old child, and so my bond with this basement deepened. Go ahead, rip out my fingernails. I don't care. I won't. I wasn't Yuria. I didn't want to be like her. I had no desire to cling to the title of head, to live my life for a single moment, to become a moth drawn to a flame. I wouldn't kill or torture anyone, even my family, to achieve my goals. While I couldn't say I still considered her family, I refused to stoop to her level. Yuria's body was covered in wounds, scars from the torture I had endured in past regressions. It seemed that, like Teresa, the memories had manifested as physical wounds. They weren't healing, slowly wearing down her body. While they weren't severe, those wounds would likely shorten her lifespan. She wouldn't live as long as she had hoped. While I wished she would live a long life, the forced recollection of those memories through the illusion had taken a toll on her mental state. Yuria sat in the chair, staring at me, blood trickling from her wounds, staining her white shirt crimson. Perhaps she had resigned herself to her fate, accepting that it was over, that she could never recover. The thought made me laugh. There was no way Yuria would ever give up. She was probably still searching for a way to exploit my weaknesses. That was who she was, the woman I hated, resented, and wanted to erase. This was the true Yuria. I was almost relieved that she hadn't broken so easily. I would have been disappointed if 100 deaths had been enough to crush her. Could a woman who remained unchanged after 100 regressions truly be shattered by 100 deaths? I chuckled softly and approached her. You've worked hard. I'll never forget the lengths you went to in your pursuit of becoming the head of the Taylor family. Just kill me already. That's why you're here, isn't it? I never said I would kill you. Why are you so eager to die? I'm not as cruel as you. I prefer to save lives rather than take them, and I prefer to make use of what I have rather than discard it. She didn't seem to have any intention of getting up, so I started tying her to the chair. The ropes, imbued with my mana, bound her limbs, and after a brief struggle, Yuria glared at me. I wouldn't kill her, that much was true. I'll visit you every day from now on, so I hope you'll listen to what I have to say and give me your honest reactions. I planned to tell her about everything I did after becoming head, how I would lead the Taylors, use them to gather power, align myself with the crown prince, and become his closest confidante. That was why I wouldn't kill her. She had to witness it all with her own eyes. Wouldn't it be more painful than an eternal illusion to watch her most hated brother walk the path that should have been hers? Could she withstand it? I had one concern. Would she break down and take her own life to escape the torment? MMMF. I sealed her mouth with magic, allowing only food to pass through. I would release it later if she had something to say. I bound her arms and legs but left the door unlocked. I wanted her to see the attendants going about their duties, to witness their newfound energy and wonder what she thought. Well, this is partly for my own satisfaction. She had to see everything Robert Taylor, the Duke, would do. She had to watch as everything she built was used, discarded, and deemed useless. After much deliberation, I decided this would be her greatest punishment. To be trapped in that chair, forced to watch it all unfold. I wanted her to witness the downfall of the Taylor family, the family she clung to so desperately, to crumble under the weight of treason. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. What expression would she make? Her wide eyes seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words, but I chuckled softly and leaned close to her ear. I hope you live a long and healthy life. Only then would everything be complete. 100. The number of times she had died within the illusion. Would this life be her 101st? If her life were a story, I desired only one thing, for her story to end in complete tragedy, for her 101st bad ending to be the cruelest of all. The light that once flickered in her blue eyes had vanished, replaced by a hollow, emotionless gaze that stared into the void. A light that would never return. The thought crossed my mind. Translator notes your text here for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? She knew something was wrong from the moment she was born. Anyone but a fool would realize they were different. She couldn't understand sadness. When an attendant cried, she thought they were simply incompetent. That was what her father taught her, and so Yuria disliked those who cried. That was why she rarely cried as a child. As she grew older and gained a semblance of understanding, she stopped crying altogether, following her father's teachings. A member of the Taylor family had to be perfect, meticulous in all things. Crying was a sign of weakness, so she strived to never shed a tear, no matter what. She didn't cry when she was beaten. She didn't cry when she was punished. While the world seemed to shift around her during those trials, Yuria had stopped caring. Everything unfolded according to her father's words. That was why she became curious about the position of head. With a single word, she could make things happen, obtain whatever she desired. While she didn't believe in God, the head of the family was akin to a deity in its absolute authority. A position of omniscience and omnipotence, but her ambition wasn't overwhelming. She simply believed that one day it would be hers. After all, she had no other siblings. If no one else was born, the title would naturally pass to her. Then Robert was born. That was when she felt things shift. It was different now. The way the attendants looked at her had changed. This was the significance of being the firstborn. Within the rigid framework of a conservative, noble family, the eldest child was the natural heir. Uriah wasn't a fool. She sensed that Robert's existence posed a threat, and so she began observing him closely. She didn't intend to harm him. She wasn't planning to eliminate him. It was just observation. You cry a lot. It was understandable when he was a newborn, but Robert continued to cry even as he grew older. He was completely different from her. He was ordinary, had no particular talents, and rather than overcoming challenges, he would seek out their mother for comfort. That was when she realized he wasn't broken like her. Uriah couldn't understand why people cried, so she wanted to learn from Robert. Did it mean he was in pain? But she never cried, even when she was hurt. Then why did he cry over the death of a pet? Curious, she had killed several of his pets, but still couldn't comprehend his tears. She only ended up being scolded by their mother. It was during those experiments that she realized their mother's affection was shifting towards Robert. While in reality, she was simply paying more attention to the younger child, Uriah was deeply displeased. He took what was mine. She couldn't understand affection, but the expression her mother wore when looking at Robert was once reserved for her. It belonged to her. It was hers alone. Something within her churned, a burning sensation building in her chest. Was this anger? Uriah smiled quietly, experiencing this unfamiliar emotion for the first time. It wasn't entirely unpleasant. While she had become aware of her own emotions, she instinctively understood that she couldn't express them freely. Hiding her feelings became second nature. Perhaps she would only reveal them once their mother was gone. Knowing her mother's health was deteriorating, Uriah decided to be a good daughter until her death. She stopped killing Robert's pets. She no longer needed to understand his tears. She didn't need to cry to become head. She wouldn't stoop to imitating the one who stole her affection. She would do the opposite of whatever Robert did, so she waited. She waited until their mother's death. Her illness worsened faster than expected. Struggling to control the strange impulses she felt whenever Robert cried, Uriah avoided witnessing their mother's death. What did it matter if someone lived or died? She might have cared if it had been someone she cherished, but her mother's affection had shifted to Robert. Sniffle, Robert continued to cry even after their mother's death. The attendants comforting him were strange. She had been taught that crying was wrong, so why were they encouraging his behavior? Crying was for the weak, for those who couldn't do their duty. Uriah rationalized her own actions. If she could fix her weak brother, surely their deceased mother would approve. She took Robert's hand and led him to the basement. It amused her how excited he was to play with his older sister. Playing, enjoying such trivial things was the problem. "Sister, what's this?" Robert's innocent question as she tied him to the chair made her chuckle. He screamed when she ripped out his fingernails, but it was necessary to make him a better person. Robert's behavior did improve somewhat. While he wasn't completely fixed, he no longer cried at every little thing. He's getting better. While he was still far from perfect, he wasn't as fragile as before, but his incompetence remained unchanged. As she pondered how to address this, she realized that Robert was always surrounded by people. They called themselves friends, but the attendants who approached him often pitied her brother. Pity was for the unfortunate, wasn't it? What was there to pity about Robert? He was simply being punished for failing to fulfill his duties. If he couldn't even endure that, how could he call himself a tailor? He didn't need friends. They were all tools to be used in the future. What would happen if he let foolish emotions like friendship get in the way? So she deliberately drove them away, spreading rumors to isolate Robert from his friends. "You look upset. Did something happen?" "It's nothing, just things happened." Whenever she saw Robert's downcast face, she knew her plan was working. By this point, Uriah had fully adapted to her role as the young lady. What would happen to Robert if she became head? She had initially assumed he would be assigned a position under her, but as time passed, she began to see him as a potential threat. He was pathetic and incompetent, yet people gravitated towards him. He wasn't a skilled swordsman, nor was he a brilliant strategist. So why did he have friends? Why were people starting to sympathize with him? If those factions grew stronger, they might challenge her authority. Doubt crept into her heart, tainting her once unwavering certainty about becoming head. What would Robert do to her if she failed? "He might kill you. You've given him plenty of reasons." A noble had said those words. She couldn't see his face behind the mask, but Uriah focused on his words, not his identity. To think that the actions she took to help Robert could be used as justification for her own execution, her attitude towards him changed. The concern she once felt for her younger brother vanished, replaced by the fear that he would steal the head position and kill her. Should she kill him first? No, there was no need to act so hastily. Such a move would only weaken her support. It was better to simply restrict his movements. She forbade him from leaving the mansion and stripped him of his authority to prevent him from building his own power base. She felt a sense of relief as she watched him slowly crumble. Even without the noble's warning, she had begun to fear Robert. Even without her intervention, factions were forming around him. His once timid personality had hardened, and he now seemed like a completely different person. She heard he had even yelled at the butler. Robert's eyes, once so gentle, were now cold and emotionless. Yuria believed he was breaking, becoming warped like her. She felt a sense of relief, believing he now understood the nature of their competition for the head position. Then Robert spoke. "I hate you." His declaration that he hated her, that he had never felt any affection for her, only elicited a bitter laugh. His eyes were hollow as they met hers. What was he thinking? She pondered this briefly, then dismissed it. She had been too lenient with him because he was her brother, no more. It was then that her obsession with the head position truly began. If Robert became head, she would be killed. He had said so himself. He had even eliminated his own fiancée. He was different now. She finally realized the danger when he officially declared his intention to become head. Her weak, incompetent brother was now a rival, challenging her for the position she believed was rightfully hers. Of course, she would ultimately be victorious, but things didn't unfold as smoothly as she had anticipated. Sir Lewis has declared his support for the young lord. There's strange activity in the north. It seems Robert Taylor has personally captured Temujin. The church appears to be supporting Robert Taylor. It was ridiculous. She had been certain she had everything under control. She had believed everything was proceeding according to her plan. But somehow Robert was now holding a knife to her throat. Everything she had built over the years was crumbling. You thought you could achieve something with a measly 10 men. Where did it all go wrong? The world, which she had once considered merely flawed, was now completely upside down. The sky was below. Her world had been flipped. As her memories returned, she understood why Robert had suddenly changed. In her memories, she had successfully suppressed him. While she was sometimes killed by a crazed Robert, it was always he who ultimately perished. Robert had failed to change himself in 100 lifetimes, but the 101st Robert had finally succeeded, hadn't he? Yuria chuckled softly and looked up at the ceiling. Duke Head, the title she coveted, the position she had come to desperately desire. The initial jealousy she felt when he stole her mother's affection had transformed into a ravenous greed. The tower she had spent years building was collapsing. The edifice she believed would reach the heavens was crumbling before her eyes. She felt something within her crack, then shatter, something precious now gone forever. She no longer wanted to witness the world from her prison, but her mana-bound body couldn't even choose death. Yuria, my daughter. Police car light. Important notice. Police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Her mother's voice echoed in her ears. She didn't know why she was only remembering it now, but she understood the root of her feelings for Robert. It was jealousy. 100 deaths, all stemming from something so trivial she couldn't even laugh. She was nothing but a puppet now, unable even to smile. She had no desire to do anything. She simply wished for a swift death. She couldn't face the future that awaited her, couldn't bear to see someone else occupying the place that should have been hers. As darkness enveloped the empty basement, the woman tied to the chair continued to stare into the void. Her once relentless thoughts slowed, then stopped. Her sharp intellect dulled. She remembered an attendant she once dismissed. Incompetent, shedding useless tears. She had personally ended his life. Drip, drip. Tears fell from her closed eyes, staining the floor. Yuria couldn't accept that she had become less than him, but time continued to flow. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the void. She would remain here until death finally claimed her. Her once active mind ground to a halt, her thoughts ceasing. But Yuria was still in the basement, and she would remain there forever. Translator notes your text here for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? While Yuria's situation was resolved for now, I still needed to finalize the succession. Even though I knew my father couldn't interfere at this point, it was still crucial to officially secure the head position. There was no chance of Yuria recovering. Trapped within Arwen's barrier in the basement, she would live forever, unable to choose death. All that remains is for you to officially assume the position of head. Renaud's tone was neutral, but I could sense the elation in his voice. He must have suffered greatly. While I didn't need to be concerned about his feelings, considering his past actions, it was still better to acknowledge his efforts. We had come this far together, and there was no need to dwell on the past. I didn't have time to waste on such trivial matters. It was time to move forward. It was a relief to finally stop worrying about Yuria. My mind, unburdened by that constant worry, felt strangely light, free to wander. Where's father? He's in his office, but it doesn't matter anymore, does it? According to Taylor tradition, if only one successor remained, the head position automatically passed to them, regardless of the current head's wishes. While that tradition would soon be abolished, I would be the last to benefit from it. Renaud stared at me for a moment, then bowed and left. He seemed to have realized I was going to visit my father. It was an unpleasant situation, and I could understand his desire to avoid it. As Renaud disappeared, I walked past the attendants, their eyes lingering on me, and headed towards my father's office. Walking down this hallway brought back memories of my first regression. The same hallway I ran down in a panic, desperately searching for my father, unable to believe I was alive. My purpose and state of mind were completely different now, and a strange mix of emotions stirred within me. Everything was different, and it would remain different. Teresa was dead, and Yuria was no longer a threat. While I couldn't predict the future, I was certain of one thing: this path would lead to a brighter future than any of my past lives. Knock, knock, it's Robert. There was no answer from inside. I opened the door and saw my father sitting in his chair. The Duke's seal, a symbol of the head position, rested on the desk. I stared at it for a moment, then chuckled softly. I didn't understand his intentions. Knowing his personality, I had expected resistance. What are you thinking? I'm simply following tradition. I thought you would say it's tradition for the current head to refuse to step down. I've decided it's unnecessary. The majority of the empire already wants you to be the head, don't they? There isn't much of a future for me if I resist any further. My father held up 2 fingers, his twisted smile mocking. The sharp intellect I once saw in his eyes was gone. Was he tired? Perhaps. It would have been nice if he had realized it sooner, but there was no point in dwelling on it. I looked at him and spoke. This will likely be the last time you set foot in these parts. Aren't you going to kill me? If there was anyone I needed to kill, I would have done so already, but I don't see the need. You're too soft. That kind of attitude will hinder you in the future. I'll manage. I'm the Duke now. My sharp tone made him chuckle. He ran a hand over his face, then nodded slowly. He was the one who handed me the crest when I went to see Yuria, as if he knew exactly what I would do to her, encouraging me to break her completely. While seeing the crest had certainly broken Yuria, I couldn't understand why he had acted that way. Wasn't it the same as taking my side? The man who remained silent as I died was now helping me. I didn't understand, and I didn't want to understand, while I still called him father. I had already distanced myself emotionally. I didn't want to prolong this conversation. I had come here to finalize the succession. While I was curious about his sudden compliance, there was no need to question him further. I'll take this then. I'll inform you of your arrangements soon. Did you kill Yuria? His sudden question made me turn back to face him. He must have known. Knowing what I had endured as a child, he likely assumed my feelings toward her were less than favorable. I wanted to ask why he didn't intervene back then, but instead I answered with something else. I spared her. That's unexpected. I thought you would kill her. It's more painful for her to watch. I've made sure she can't kill herself, so she'll likely die of old age. My father chuckled and nodded, but it didn't seem genuine. His expression was wistful, as if he was remembering something. I stared at him, waiting for him to speak. After a moment of silence, he said, "You're not going to kill her even after everything she did to you. I don't want to become like Yuria. The Taylor household under my leadership will be very different from the one you led. I don't believe siblings should have to kill each other to inherit the position of head." My words were meant to provoke him, but he simply nodded, unfazed. He stared blankly ahead, his lips sealed. I gathered the seal and turned to leave. I had said everything I needed to say. Continuing this conversation would only bring back unpleasant memories. As I walked towards the door, I heard his voice. "You resemble Serena. You always have, and you haven't changed." I frowned at the mention of my mother's name. My father chuckled, seemingly amused by my reaction. He didn't appear to be trying to anger me. It seemed like a genuine observation, but I didn't understand. "What do you mean? Why was he comparing me to my mother, the woman he never even acknowledged when she was alive?" My father paused, considering his response, then spoke quietly. A hint of warmth flickered in his normally cold eyes, as if he was finally letting go. "It's exactly what it sounds like." He fell silent again, and I knew he wouldn't say anything more. What did Serena Eugress mean to Arthur Taylor? He hadn't even mourned her death, so why was he now seeing her in me? I was curious, but it didn't really matter. Even if I knew the reason, I would likely be disappointed, so I turned away. He was no longer relevant to my life. Arthur Taylor and Yuria Taylor no longer held any meaning for me. Dwelling on them would only bring me pain. Thud. I closed the door to his office and walked down the quiet hallway, my steps lighter than before. But my mind was filled with a strange mix of emotions. A future without my father and sister. It was a future I had never experienced, a path I couldn't even begin to imagine. "You don't seem happy." "I'm not. There's no reason to be." The ceremonial attire felt awkward. The Duke's formal wear was similar to that of a king. Despite the title of Duke, the position was essentially that of a Grand Duke. It was no wonder the nobles were so concerned about the succession. The balance of power was shifting. The head of the Taylor house, a position that hadn't changed for decades, was now being passed on. The king who ruled the nobles was changing. I had witnessed many such occasions, but this was the first time I was the one taking center stage. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, a pair of blue eyes staring back at me. I looked different now compared to when I first regressed. The emptiness in my eyes had been replaced by something else. Was I nervous? I chuckled softly, watching my hands tremble. I had thought myself immune to such feelings after countless regressions. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. But it was only natural to feel nervous today. To think that I, Robert Taylor, would become the Duke. It was something I couldn't have imagined when I first regressed. Don't worry too much. I'm here with you today. Thank you, but are you sure about this? There will be a lot of gossip if we appear together. It's a good way to show them that things are different now. There's no precedent for the Saint and the Duke appearing together, and we're friends, so it doesn't matter. Adriana, who had come from the Moon Tower, smiled softly. Arwen looked at us, a strange expression on her face. She was probably trying to figure out our relationship. We couldn't simply call ourselves friends. There was a certain level of affection involved. It was a facade, but a necessary one. Her support was crucial. As Adriana had said, the Taylor family would change. While it was all for my goal a year from now, countless changes would occur within that year, a complete upheaval. Appearing with Adriana was a symbol of that change. It demonstrated the Taylor family's new alliance with the church, a complete reversal of their previous stance. It's time to go. Everyone is waiting. All right, let's go. I adjusted my attire and offered my hand to Adriana. Take my hand, we're almost there. All right. Our eyes met as our hands clasped, then we walked forward. This was a new chapter. If my previous path was about erasing the past, this path was about building a new future. While I didn't know how my 101st life would end, it was undoubtedly going well so far. Perhaps everything would be all right. My past actions had been justified, and if I continued down this path, I would achieve my goal. This life was uncharted territory, and I couldn't be certain. But today, I allowed myself to feel at ease. It was the day I finally confirmed that everything I had done was right. We walked out of the dimly lit hallway, and a wave of sound washed over us as bright light flooded the room. Countless eyes turned towards us as we stood on the highest platform in the mansion. Renaud's voice echoed through the hall, amplified by magic, announcing the new head of the Taylor family to the gathered crowd. Presenting the new Duke of Taylor, Robert Taylor, the Duke. The thought filled me with a strange mix of emotions. I held Adriana's hand and gazed at the crowd. These weren't the mocking gazes I received when I stood on the execution platform. There was no trace of the Robert Taylor who had been ridiculed and scorned through countless deaths. Only the 101st Robert remained, ready to embark on a new path to create a different future. But it wasn't over yet. My goal remained unfulfilled. I closed my eyes and whispered, amidst the cheers of the crowd, for eternal peace. I still had work to do. Translator notes my thirst for vengeance has been satiated for now. For illustrations and release notifications, join our Discord Gear System Notification Gear Main Quest God's Apprentice Unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the Arcane Gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? O1 objected to my decision to send my father away. There was a designated place for those who were ostracized from the Taylor family, likely somewhere in the east. The decision was made quickly and his office was soon emptied. That was how I ended up sitting in the office that once belonged to my father. I had always sat across from him, listening to his instructions, but now I was the Duke, occupying his seat. It would be a lie to say I felt nothing. Honestly, it still felt unreal. This was the first time I had actually attempted to become the head of the family. Was I happy? I wasn't sure. It wasn't so much happiness as a sense of responsibility, the weight of what was to come. I was still busy, still had people to take care of, and fundamentally there was still the matter of the crown prince. I had become Duke for a reason. It was a necessary step to get closer to Kaitel. Now that I had achieved that, it was time to proceed cautiously. I increased Arwen's compensation and instructed her to closely monitor Kaitel's movements. While it was dangerous, our goals aligned in a strange way. We both wanted to prevent Kaitel from utilizing the 4 dragons. The worst-case scenario was their resurrection, something Arwen desperately wanted to prevent. I was still unsure about the 4 dragons. While I sensed there was something about the relics, I didn't know if they posed a real threat. Perhaps I was worrying about something too distant. What concerned me more than Kaitel's plan was the masked figures and their intentions. They were clearly Kaitel's direct subordinates, and he knew I was aware of them. What did his silence mean? I should have investigated them more thoroughly when I had the chance. If Adele hadn't died back then, I would have continued my investigation, so I decided to focus on them now. I was the Duke now, and I would utilize all the authority at my disposal. Busy again today, I would have been immersed in work had Adriana not visited me. Her presence played a significant role in stabilizing the Taylor house. When the saint frequented a previously unstable house, people naturally assumed it was now safe. Moreover, the previous Duke hadn't had a good relationship with the church, so this change in attitude was significant. While it was beneficial, I wasn't sure why Adriana was visiting me so often. Well, perhaps I did. There were certain animals that marked their territory with their scent, claiming ownership. It was a way of preventing others from encroaching. Of course, Adriana wasn't an animal. You've been visiting quite frequently lately. I was worried. The succession of the House of Taylor is a significant event. She was being unusually attentive, and I couldn't deny her ulterior motives. I smiled along with her. I didn't mind. While her increasingly bold actions were causing me some concern, she still maintained a clear boundary. Our relationship wasn't obvious to others. Normally, I would be grateful for the saint's favor, but it wasn't just Adriana. Recently, I had come to realize that I was in a rather ridiculous situation. To be troubled by the affections of 3 women, it was a situation I had never experienced in my past lives, and I couldn't help but feel conflicted. It wasn't intentional, but I couldn't ignore the sense of responsibility. I was pondering this at length. Polygamy? It wasn't impossible. It was even permissible, but would I ever consider marriage? Thank you for your concern, but I'm afraid I'm rather busy today. Busy? I heard your schedule was clear. I would normally chat with her when she visited, but I had something else to do today. Adriana tilted her head, confused. While I had many duties as Duke, this was a rather sudden addition to my schedule. It was understandable that she wouldn't know. Murugan invited me a while back. I have to visit the Imperial Palace today, so I must be on my way. Ah, her voice cooled slightly and I chuckled. I was meeting Murugan while leaving Adriana behind. Even I had to admit it was a rather scummy move, but what could I do? She had scolded me a few days ago for not visiting, so I had to go. And then after summer, I would head north again. I'll take my leave then. I had so much to do, so many people to meet. It was time to get to work. While I had frequently visited the Imperial Palace as young Master Robert Taylor, moving around as Duke was more complicated. Even if I tried to be discreet, the news would eventually spread. What would the nobles think when they heard the Duke accepted an invitation from the princess? Things were different now. When I was just a young master, no one paid much attention to my visits to the Imperial Palace. But now that I was Duke, every action was scrutinized. Many nobles were easily alarmed. It wasn't just the nobles. Verod had even sent me a letter, written in his neat handwriting, after noticing my frequent meetings with Adriana. It was a polite warning. He congratulated me on becoming Duke, but I could easily decipher his true intentions. He wanted me to limit my interactions with Adriana, but it wasn't my fault she kept visiting. Why should I stop her? You've arrived. I had arrived at the palace discreetly, so Murugan wasn't aware of my presence yet. While everyone would eventually know, maintaining this gap was important. How could I move freely if every action was monitored? Once the Taylor house was stabilized, I would need to be more active, so I decided to be mindful of my movements from now on. As I followed the soldiers through the palace, I chuckled softly, noticing how little had changed. I was curious about Murugan's reaction. She was always the one waiting for me, so I thought it would be nice to switch roles today. Would it be all right to inform Her Highness? Just relaying the message is enough. Please tell her that I've arrived. I'll wait in the garden. The maid attending Murugan nodded hesitantly. She seemed to be on edge, likely due to my status as the Duke of Taylor. The heads of the Taylor house had always been notorious for their volatile tempers, so I understood her reaction. Walking towards the garden felt awkward. I knew the layout of the palace better than the people who worked here. I had been here countless times. A strange sense of nostalgia washed over me as I looked at the familiar garden. I'll wait here then. Please relay Her Highness's response. All right. Knowing Murugan, she would come herself. I took a sip of the tea the maid brought me and looked out at the quiet garden. The winter chill had vanished and the garden was filled with the scent of spring. New blooms were slowly unfurling, a splash of color returning to the once barren landscape. A butterfly landed on a flower carried by the warm breeze. This garden held a special meaning for me. It was the place where I confessed my feelings to Murugan for the first time. I started to develop feelings for her after realizing that Teresa's heart wasn't genuine. Wanting to escape my home, I had intentionally lived a debauched life, seducing Murugan when I first met her at the palace. I had chosen her as a way to avoid my own death, but what started as a simple seduction had blossomed into genuine affection. This was the place where I apologized for my past actions and confessed my true feelings. Come to think of it, this was the first time I had visited this garden in this life. I had always met Murugan briefly on my way back from seeing Kaitel. We had never had a proper conversation here. I felt a pang of guilt. She knew I had been in the north and south, but she never complained. When are you coming? I know you're the Duke now, but surely you can visit the palace, right? When I received that message, I had told her it would be difficult for me to visit for a while. I wanted to surprise her, to make our reunion a little more dramatic. Whether it would go as planned, I didn't know. My feelings for Murugan were different from those I held for Adriana and Adele. Perhaps it was because we had been lovers multiple times, but our memories held a special significance. The wind reminded me of the moments we shared, and this garden brought back countless memories. I wonder if she's coming now. Our relationship was different now, something entirely new. But Murugan, the woman herself, hadn't changed. She was still foolish at times, and at other times the most trustworthy person I knew. My feelings for her remained unchanged, but they were a bit too much for me to handle, so I kept them hidden. I sat and waited, and after a while I heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. I watched the familiar figure rushing towards me, her unkempt hair and the precariously dangling ornament on her chest making me chuckle. I stood up as she approached. You've arrived. You said it would be difficult for you to come. You're here on palace business and decided to visit me briefly, right? No. Did Kaitel summon you? Is that why you have free time? No. Police car light. Important notice. Police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Then why? Murugan stammered, her eyes wide with confusion. I gently brushed her hair aside. I straightened out her tangled hair and reattached the ornament on her chest, then spoke. I came to see you, Murugan. Perhaps it was time I called her by her name. It was a rather sudden decision, but I couldn't help but smile at her flushed cheeks. Becoming Duke had changed my mindset. Just as I did with Adriana and Adele, I no longer wanted to be so formal with her. Do you mind? I asked, a gentle smile playing on my lips. Murugan shook her head slowly. Teasing her like this occasionally wasn't so bad. Today, I would allow myself to relax. It was a day to spend with Murugan, just the two of us like old times. Translator notes bros going for all of them, got him for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? Murugan knew her feelings for Robert weren't simple. Anyone but a fool would have realized it. His unusually kind attitude towards her, the strangely complicated expression on his face whenever he looked at her. Murugan knew Robert harbored special feelings for her too, yet a line was always drawn, a tantalizingly close yet ultimately unreachable distance. She had even frowned at his seemingly playful behavior. While they weren't officially in a relationship, his attitude sometimes angered her. What did he think of her anyway? If someone asked her what she knew about this man named Robert, she wouldn't be able to answer confidently. They had simply met one day and somehow become quite close. She hadn't developed feelings for him for any particular reason. She wasn't even sure when it started. If he didn't contact her for a while, she would feel inexplicably upset, and if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, she would call him and complain. She wasn't oblivious to the fact that her feelings had gradually deepened. Therefore, she assumed his visit to the Imperial Palace today was for another reason. He had told her it would be difficult for him to come when they last spoke, even though she had invited him, so she had internally given up and resolved to focus on her work. She hadn't even imagined he would actually show up. I came to see Murugan. He called her by her name, something he hadn't done before. What had changed his mind? She had heard he was with Adriana on the day he became Duke. While she knew they were close, the fact that she wasn't there had bothered her. She didn't intend to be jealous. She was simply bothered. It annoyed her that their relationship was still awkward, unlike his interactions with others. She had optimistically assumed it would change eventually, but he had suddenly visited her and called her by her name. Caught off guard by these unexpected events, Murugan couldn't hide her emotions. Her usually playful face flushed crimson, and a wave of heat emanated from her flustered heart. Closing the distance seemed to come naturally to Robert. He approached her and gently brushed her hair aside, reattaching the brooch on her chest before smiling softly. To any observer, they would appear to be a couple who had been together for a long time. She had a lot to say, but Murugan wanted to create some distance first. It wasn't that she disliked it, but if she remained this close, she felt like her heart would explode. Her own behavior, so different from her usual interactions with other men, amused her, but it was Robert after all. She had asked him previously if he had dated many women because she was genuinely curious. How could he be so skilled if he hadn't? While she secretly hoped that wasn't the case, Robert had answered that he had only been with one woman in his entire life. He hadn't wanted to include Teresa in that count. It had been a false love after all. Even then, he had answered with Murugan in mind. Was that really true? A sudden doubt crossed her mind, and her expression darkened slightly. Robert didn't miss it. As if he had been waiting for it, he smiled faintly at Murugan, who had created some distance between them, and spoke in a gentle voice. It seems you're not pleased with my visit. Was it too sudden? That's not it. Do you remember what I asked you last time? Robert paused for a moment, considering her question. He likely knew she was referring to their encounter in the south. There was only one memorable question she had asked him then. Are you referring to your question about my experience with women? Yes, that one. As I mentioned before, I've only been with one woman in my entire life. He hadn't wanted to include Teresa in that count. It had been a false love after all. Even then, he had answered with Murugan in mind, but Robert smiled faintly when he saw her suspicious gaze. Well, if he had to count, it would be dozens of times. He wondered what expression she would make if she knew those dozens of times were all with the same person. Robert enjoyed spending time with Murugan. He found her reactions amusing. She often asked strange questions, acting aloof while secretly enjoying his teasing. She claimed to be the princess, yet her actions were more like a child's. Being with Murugan always made Robert realize that hiding his emotions wasn't easy. He couldn't help but smile when he looked at her. What was he supposed to do about it? Murugan grumbled, telling him to stop teasing her, but her strange questions and flustered reactions amused him. She acted all high and mighty while being so easily flustered. It seems you had a good time with Adriana. I was surprised to hear you were together when you became Duke. I would have invited you if I could. It would have been a clear way to show them that things are different now. You could have invited me. He acknowledged her point. The church and the imperial family had always been somewhat opposed to the Taylor dukedom. Wouldn't it be strange for him to appear with the princess on the day he became Duke? As if realizing how embarrassing her words were, Murugan fanned herself with her hand and pouted. There would have been unnecessary rumors if you were there. Don't you think so, Your Highness? That's true. I wasn't asking because I didn't know. I was just surprised that Adriana was there. But Murugan trailed off, glancing at him before continuing. Why are you calling me Your Highness again? You were calling me by my name just fine earlier. It was a slip of the tongue. Haven't I always addressed you that way? He had called her by her name on purpose. He wanted to see if she remembered him doing so, and she had. Calling her Murugan was certainly more comfortable. He found her enjoyment of being called by her name amusing, but his feelings toward her were a bit complicated. He wished he could treat her like before, but if he did, the consequences would be unbearable. So he deliberately drew a line, but he couldn't deny the occasional desire to cross it. He was afraid of his own actions, of pushing the boundaries too far. But human emotions were complex, weren't they? Several people were regaining memories of past regressions. Perhaps one day Murugan would remember too, but he hoped that day never came. Not all of her memories were pleasant. What are you thinking about? You said you didn't want to come earlier, but you actually didn't want to see me, did you? What I was thinking about, well, he looked at Murugan for a moment. Any answer would be an excuse. He knew exactly what would fluster her. She always acted composed while being easily embarrassed when he teased her directly. He smiled faintly at Murugan, who was staring at him intently, and then answered softly. If I was thinking about the person in front of me, that would be the answer, wouldn't it? It wasn't a lie, so he smiled gently. Murugan froze for a moment. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her eyes fluttered closed as if trying to regain her composure. He knew why she had asked him about his experience with women. She must have assumed he was already skilled at handling women. I see. She tried to act nonchalant, but her flushed face betrayed her. Even though she covered her face with her hands, her cheeks were still crimson. He chuckled at her frantic attempts to regain her breath. He wondered how she would react in the future. If everything went well, she would witness even more, but that was a matter for later. Robert found himself imagining a future where everything was perfectly resolved. A future where his revenge on the crown prince was successful, the cycle of regression ended, the Taylor house prospered without bearing the stain of treason, and he could simply wait for his death without any worries. Honestly, it was a future with little chance of coming true, but if it did, he might seriously consider love. If that day ever came, he didn't know what expression he would make. He might even doubt it was real. After all, he still couldn't believe he had actually become the Duke. Murugan regained her composure and, taking his hand, walked forward. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. As if scolding him for his absent-minded behavior, she went ahead on her own. He quickened his pace, following her lead. He needed to focus on the present. There was still much to see and experience with Murugan. Where are we going? Why are you asking me? She looked at him incredulously when he asked. He had decided to let her choose their destination. Whether they went to the Imperial Palace or somewhere else, he was fine with either. You said you had something to show me. Are we going to the Imperial Palace? Murugan considered his question, then shook her head. She probably thought it was a shame to go back to the palace right away. He agreed, so they turned away from the palace and headed in a different direction. It was a somewhat secretive outing, but it wouldn't be a problem as long as they weren't caught, and so, the Duke and the Princess ventured out together. Translator notes: for illustrations and release notifications, join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the Arcane Gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? There are a lot of people here, aren't there? Well, it's the weekend. Coincidentally, today was Sunday, the end of the week. That was why I had the time to meet Murugan, and it was also a simple explanation for the crowds. It wouldn't be bad to come out like this occasionally. While I couldn't walk around openly due to the possibility of being recognized, there was no need to completely hide my face with so many people around. Besides, even if we were seen together, it would only lead to brief gossip. This wasn't the first time we had been seen together, and Murugan didn't seem to be uncomfortable with the situation either. Personally, I thought it would be better if my identity was revealed. With apologies to Murugan, but I had become quite conscious of how others perceived me since becoming Duke. I wondered how our outing would be interpreted and what the consequences would be. But one thing was certain: I was meeting Murugan with ulterior motives. My mind had been preoccupied with various thoughts lately, and I wanted to clear my head. While spending time with Adriana had been helpful, I couldn't shake Murugan's request for me to visit the Imperial Palace. Isn't this the first time we've come out like this? I don't recall doing so before. That's right, we haven't had many opportunities to be together. But why did you come out with me? There's nothing much for us to see, is there? She wasn't wrong. There wasn't much for us to do outside together. We had decided to come out simply to escape the palace walls. I knew that, yet I still came. I smiled faintly and quickened my pace. It wasn't that there was nothing to see. There were many things to see. It would be even better if we could leave the capital and head towards my territory. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be possible. Do you have any recommendations? I haven't had the chance to visit the areas around the capital. I knew the area quite well, but I deliberately asked Murugan. There were a few notable places around here, and I planned to follow her suggestions. Murugan stared at me for a moment, then shrugged and looked around. Well, there's not much for us to see at this hour. Then it would be fine to visit Adriana. No, she's probably busy. Her firm response made me chuckle. How would Murugan know if Adriana was busy? She was the one who had claimed to be free today and had sought me out. It seemed she wanted to be alone with me, so I nodded, listening to her intently. That's right, she must be busy. She's the saint, you know. We can't even imagine how busy she is when we're not around. Indeed. After staring at me for a moment, as if judging my nonchalant response, Murugan sighed deeply and shook her head. It seemed she didn't have anywhere specific in mind. There wasn't much for us to do in the capital, or rather, there weren't many places where our identities wouldn't be a problem. Most of the places were meant for couples, so she was probably self-conscious about that. Then it was my turn to lead her. Then follow me. I know a suitable place to spend some time. We didn't come out just to kill time. Don't worry too much. I didn't come out with that intention either. All right, I'll look forward to it. Should I call you Duke Robert now? I hesitated for a moment at the title. It didn't make sense for us to address each other by name considering our current statuses, but I had already called her by her name once. Did it really matter? I shook my head and told her there was no need for formalities. Then I'll call you Princess Murigen. Murigen smiled wryly at my suggestion. She didn't seem to like the title princess. It was probably because she was always dissatisfied with her precarious position. It seemed she was upset because I wasn't addressing her by her name this time. She was acting like a child. Come to think of it, Murigen was older than me, wasn't she? She was 1 year older, just like Adriana. Adriana and Murigen were the same age. It was somewhat amusing that there was no one younger than me around. Well, anyone younger would be committing a crime, wouldn't they? They all seemed like children to me. It was probably because I had lived so long. If I converted all my lives into years, wouldn't I be about 300 years old? As I walked, lost in thought, Murigen, who had been staring at me, spoke. What are you thinking about that makes you smile like that while looking at me? Well, are you curious about the reason? I won't forgive you if you're laughing at me. You suddenly visited me today and now this. You're just trying to tease me, aren't you? I just wanted to see her flustered. Thinking about the reason, I couldn't deny that I wanted to tease her a little. But I couldn't say that out loud, so I thought for a moment and then added softly. I was looking at you because you're cute. Who, me? Yes, you act like a child. I wasn't sure how she would interpret those words, but Murigen reacted exactly as I expected. She blushed crimson, her lips pressed together in a futile attempt to hide her embarrassment. She let out an exasperated sigh and ran her hand through her hair, staring at me intently. It was as if she was asking if I was being serious. In a way, I was. Half of it was my desire to tease her, and the other half was what I was truly thinking. She was more childish than cute, but it wasn't a lie. Don't say things like that to just anyone. I was really surprised. You came here to tease me, didn't you? That's right, isn't it? It depends on your interpretation. I meant what I said. It seems you didn't like it. Regardless of whether I liked it or not, it's normal to be surprised when you hear something like that out of the blue, right? Murigen's ears turned red as she trailed off. That was why I couldn't stop teasing her. As in the past, Murigen was probably the only person I could comfortably tease, even though she held the highest status among Adele, Adriana, and herself. I was walking with Murigen in a district on the outskirts of the capital. It was an area with deliberately created green spaces. The flowers were in full bloom now that spring had arrived. Simply walking among them brought a sense of peace. Murigen seemed to feel the same, and as they walked, the blush on her cheeks gradually faded. It's not bad. I thought it would be boring to just walk around. It's because we have each other. It would be boring to come alone. Have you been here alone before? Well, yes. When was it? Lost in thought, I suddenly remembered when Murigen died. It was during my 35th life. After she died, I had wandered aimlessly, eventually finding myself on this very path. I didn't know what I was thinking at the time. Perhaps I was searching for a place to die. I eventually died and regressed, but the memory of that day was still vivid. It was only natural. I had watched helplessly as a woman who had never died before perished so senselessly. That was why I couldn't easily approach her. I was afraid that if we became close, she would die again, that if I got closer, it would happen again. Wait a moment. Leaving a puzzled Murigen behind, I approached a street vendor in the middle of the path. The reason I came here again was simple. It was my way of preparing myself mentally and hoping that it wouldn't happen again. Among the items the street vendor was selling, a small hairpin caught my eye. It wasn't particularly expensive, but Murigen had once commented on how pretty it was. I had tried to find it for her, but ultimately failed to buy it before I died watching her. So I had tried to forget about it, but by some coincidence, this street vendor was selling the same hairpin. Buying this held a significant meaning for me. It was the same item from my 35th life. I stared at the hairpin for a moment before approaching Murigen. What is that? You suddenly left me and bought that. Why did you buy police car light? Important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Thud, my hand was faster than her words. Her long, unkempt hair was difficult to manage, but with the hairpin in place, it was neatly arranged. I couldn't give it to her in my previous life, but this time I did. Whatever the outcome, I was prepared to accept it. Did you buy this for me? I smiled faintly at Murigen, who asked with a surprised expression. It was a small gift, and the meaning I attached to it was far too grand, but it was my first gift to her. The 35th Robert was gone. The things I was overcoming in this life were the unfortunate events that had repeated in the past. I had prevented Murigen from dying, and I had warned Adele about the crown prince. I hadn't met the saint in my previous life, but this time we had become friends. So there was no reason for Murigen to die anymore. It's a gift. I have a lot to be grateful for. You were just angry with me earlier. Well, thank you anyway. Does it suit me? Murigen seemed to like the hairpin, fiddling with it in her hair. She had said it was pretty in my previous life, so I assumed she would like it. I bought it with that in mind. When I confirmed it, she smiled faintly to herself and with a determined expression took my hand. All right, I can't just keep receiving, can I? Are we going to the Imperial Palace now? You can look forward to it. I told you I had something prepared for you, didn't I? I think it's time to show you. With those words, Mergen walked forward, holding my hand without a hint of embarrassment. People stared at us, but neither of us felt ashamed. I didn't know what she was thinking, but their gazes made me chuckle. I had received such looks countless times before, when we were lovers. She wouldn't remember, but it was true. Translator notes for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. You accept. If there was a place where spring wasn't welcome, it was the north with its muddy ground and melting ice. Flowers didn't bloom here. Even in spring, only a few blades of grass would sprout. It was still cold and people preferred winter to spring or summer. Why would anyone be happy with a season that brought neither flowers nor lush greenery? But Adele had been waiting for spring, simply to hear the news that would arrive after it came. She had checked the letters that arrived every day countless times. Just as she was starting to feel tired of waiting, wondering if it was ever going to end, news finally arrived. He's become the Duke. It seems he's succeeded. Adele sighed softly after hearing Lothos's words. She wished he had contacted her directly. She had worried about whether things were going well and had considered sending troops several times. It didn't matter what the central nobles thought about her sending troops. She knew Uriah Taylor's personality all too well. Lothos had tried to reassure her, gathering information from various sources, but she couldn't shake her anxiety. She had even considered marching her army into Taylor territory. The news that finally arrived was enough to put her mind at ease. She closed her eyes, running a hand over her forehead. She had been thinking too much lately, and her head was pounding. While one worry had been lifted, Robert still had a lot to do. She had warned him about the Crown Prince, so he had to be careful. But it seemed Robert intended to approach the Crown Prince directly. What was he planning? Perhaps she could figure something out if she remembered everything she had forgotten. You can finally sleep peacefully now. Weren't you losing sleep every night? I wasn't losing sleep. Have you looked in the mirror? She chuckled softly at her own reflection. She didn't remember looking this disheveled before. The dark circles under her eyes were undeniable proof that she hadn't been sleeping well. Was this the first time she had shown herself in such a state? She waved her hand dismissively at Lothos, who was looking at her with concern, and smiled faintly. I suppose I was a little worried. It seems like more than a little. It's none of your concern. He's the Duke now. He'll come here on his own eventually. Enough about Robert. Lothos nodded slightly at her words. He had a lot to say, but Adele seemed to be embarrassed about revealing her feelings in front of others. However, Lothos seemed to think there was something else he needed to mention. He cleared his throat and spoke. But at the succession ceremony, I told you to stop talking about it. I heard he appeared with the saint, did you know? The atmosphere instantly turned icy and Lothos flinched. It was the expected reaction, but Adele's mood had shifted a little too quickly. Her gaze turned cold as if she was about to freeze Lothos solid. Lothos smiled wryly and looked at Adele. He had agonized over whether to tell her or not. He knew exactly how Adele would react, but what if Adele found out on her own? He might lose his head, so he decided to face the consequences and tell her, hoping to receive a lighter punishment. But Adele's reaction was colder than expected, and Lothos sighed softly. Adele laughed softly as she sat in her chair. It wasn't a laugh of amusement, but a bitter chuckle of disapproval. He had spoken as if becoming Duke was a life-or-death situation, but he had appeared with the saint right after succeeding. Was that why he hadn't contacted her? She ran a dry hand over her face, her thoughts even more complicated than before. She had been the one who worried about him the most, despite being isolated in the north. She had lost sleep wondering why he hadn't contacted her, and she had even considered visiting him personally. But he was apparently taking things very lightly. Are you going to the capital yourself? No, I'm not going. People would think I was desperate. That's good to hear. I thought you might go. Adele usually rushed straight to Robert whenever she was dissatisfied with something he had done. She wanted to go to the capital and see what he was up to, but this time she decided to try a different approach. She couldn't keep running after him. This time she wanted him to come to her, send this to the Taylor dukedom. After a moment of consideration, Adele wrote something on a letter and handed it to Lothos, telling him to send it to the Duke of Taylor. She assumed he would come to the north once he received it. Well, if he didn't, she could always go to him. But she couldn't keep making the first move forever. While she wasn't simply upset that he hadn't contacted her, she hoped he would feel a bit conflicted, just as she had, and she wanted him to visit the north before autumn arrived. A sudden chill brushed against my cheek, and I thought of Adele in the north. I hadn't been able to contact her because I had been so busy. I hoped she wasn't offended. It wasn't that I didn't want to contact her, I simply hadn't had the time. If I had an artifact like Merigen's, I could have at least heard her voice, but I had been so caught up in work that I hadn't even thought about contacting her. I resolved to send her a short letter when I returned to the north. As I pondered this, Merigen's voice brought me back to the present. You know you've been spacing out a lot lately, have I? Perhaps you've been pushing yourself too hard since becoming Duke. Taylor is a demanding house, after all. I took a sip of warm tea, letting it soothe my throat, and looked at Murugan. I couldn't simply agree when she asked if I had been pushing myself since becoming Duke. It felt like Yuria had self-destructed, and I had acquired the position relatively easily, even though the process was lengthy. But I had certainly been stressed. I had slept for an entire day after becoming Duke, surprising Adriana when she visited. It was true that I had a lot on my mind. There were many things to consider now that I was Duke, and honestly, there was more to manage than when I was vying for the position. Perhaps you're right. Come to the Imperial Palace when you need a break. Looking at the garden here calms my mind. I'll keep that in mind, but my schedule is quite full this year, so it will be difficult for me to visit again. Murugan stared at me at the mention of my schedule. I had immediate tasks to attend to, and I had to go to the north. I planned to stay there until next year if possible. There was Adele's situation, and I was quite concerned about what Keitel might do to her. Moreover, the artifact Keitel was likely targeting was also in the north. If I secured it and instructed Arwen to support the southern subjugation, Keitel would likely ease his concerns about me to some extent. Of course, my intention behind the support was to uncover the truth about the masked figures. I'm planning to visit the north soon. I have some things to take care of. The north, you're going to see the Grand Duchess. That's right, I have to pay my respects, and she's helped me a lot. Murugan had a displeased expression, but she seemed to understand, considering what Adele had done. Adele had diligently helped me when I was searching for the artifact in the south. She was the first to support me, and perhaps she was the person I was most connected to in this life. Then shall we get going? I told you I had something to show you, didn't I? We were already in Murugan's room, but she touched the wall and carefully pulled it. With a rumble, the wall opened, revealing a staircase leading down. I knew there was a secret passage here, but I hadn't been down there often. It was a separate area, after all. Perhaps she was surprised that I wasn't particularly shocked. Murugan chuckled awkwardly and looked at me. You're not surprised? How disappointing. I'm very surprised. I didn't know there was a secret room here. It's not really a secret room. It's more like a personal storage space. It was a passage that could be used to escape to a safe place in an emergency, but it was too vast to be considered a personal storage space. I couldn't help but be amazed by the sheer scale of it. The massive space was created with magic. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. The ceiling extended beyond what should have been possible, and it was even larger than it appeared from the outside. A library filled with countless books, a storage room filled with countless objects. Murugan walked through the space and stopped at a particular spot, proceeding to rummage through it. If my memory served me right, this was where the imperial treasures were stored. They were of lower rank than the emperor's possessions, but they were still quite valuable. The artifact I gave you before was also from here. It's one of only 5 in the entire imperial family. Are you sure I can keep it? It doesn't matter. I wanted to give it to you. And you're using it well. If it weren't for the artifact, I wouldn't have been able to go to the south when Murugan was there, nor could I have gone to the northwest alone. It was one of the artifacts I treasured. As we entered the storage room, Murugan rummaged through a corner and eventually pulled out a small object. I think this might be useful for you. It was something I had seen before. It was a device that produced a sword when infused with mana. I remembered it because it was said to be indestructible, and I had already received it as a gift in the past. Think of me every time you use this. Remember that, all right? The memory made me chuckle. I didn't expect to receive it again. It was a good gift since I could use it well, but it was also a precious object because of the memories associated with it. I reached out to take it, but Murugan suddenly frowned and tightly gripped the sword's hilt. What's wrong? She had a confused expression. Her gaze shifted between me and the sword's hilt. The silent exchange continued for a while before she finally opened her mouth, her lips trembling slightly. It's nothing. Murugan hesitated, then answered softly. Did I ever give this to you, Robert? My body stiffened at her confused question. I knew what it meant. If she was experiencing déjà vu, it meant she might be regaining her memories. Translator notes for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? The succession had gone smoothly, much more so than I had anticipated. It was mostly because I had already laid the groundwork beforehand. I had expected to face resistance from those who didn't acknowledge me as Duke, but the matter had been settled so cleanly that there was no controversy. Thanks to the help I received from Adriana and Murugan, I was able to stabilize the territory much faster than I had originally anticipated. It was a good thing, but the sheer ease of it all felt strange. I had expected it to be more challenging. Even Renaud seemed puzzled by the rapid progress. I had assumed the nobles wouldn't accept me so readily. I couldn't understand their cooperation, but my questions were soon answered. One day, Count Ugress visited me and said, "The Duke of Taylor has always held absolute authority, but this time it's a bit more special." You mean me? It's even more significant because the previous Duke was Arthur Taylor. His lineage with Arthur Taylor and Uriah Taylor was quite infamous. Most nobles would have known. Perhaps they supported me because I had broken that lineage. but technically I was closer to being pro-imperial than pro-nobility. I never imagined they would react this way, knowing that. It was probably because my father and Uria's methods were too oppressive. Now that I, their complete opposite, had become duke, most nobles likely held expectations for change. That's good to hear. They are the ones I'll be leading after all, and my support must be helpful as well. Not to boast, but I am your maternal grandfather. Indeed, it's unprecedented. There were many families who had formed political marriages with the Taylors, but none had ever directly supported a specific duke after the marriage. They were usually either eradicated or destroyed because they chose the wrong side. Some families even chose not to support anyone to avoid such consequences. But Ugres, despite losing one of their own, was supporting me. It was an unprecedented event, and its implications were quite significant, prompting the nobles to think. Perhaps, I smiled, knowing exactly what he meant. The Count smiled back and continued. I heard you're close to the princess these days. I'm curious if it's just a friendship or if you have other intentions. There are no ulterior motives. If there were, I would have gotten closer to the crown prince. That's true, but I've heard rumors that your relationship with her is quite unusual, holding hands going out together. I consider her a close friend. The Count cleared his throat at my answer and looked at me with a faint smile. His strange expression made me frown, and he spoke softly. Isn't it about time you found a wife? I had a feeling this was coming. I sighed at his direct approach. It had only been yesterday that I visited the imperial palace to see Muradin, and the rumors had already spread. It was impossible unless they had been harboring these thoughts for a while. It seemed he had investigated me quite thoroughly. As I expected, the Count, who had been talking about the princess, now mentioned Adriana. He seemed quite amused by the conversation, so I let him continue. It wasn't so bad to listen occasionally. Perhaps my mother would have talked about these things with me if she were still alive. You formed a connection with the saint recently, and now the princess. I've underestimated your abilities. Are you interested in polygamy? That's impossible. The women you mentioned wouldn't agree to polygamy. Well, there are ways. For example, if you achieve great feats and become a Grand Duke, you would gain a certain level of autonomy. Grand Duke, it wasn't something I hadn't considered, but it was highly unlikely, so I had dismissed the idea. Besides, finding a wife wasn't a priority right now. I simply humored him. It would only make things more complicated if I thought about it too deeply. If I had to seriously consider it, it would have to be after I killed the crown prince. The Count, sensing my lack of interest, dropped the subject of marriage. It wasn't that I was upset, I just had a lot on my mind. It was a topic I didn't want to dwell on at the moment, but I couldn't remain silent, so I decided to change the subject. If I have anything planned right now, it's to restructure the entire power system. Restructure, you say, to what extent? I intend to completely change Taylor's previous stance. We've always acted as representatives of the nobles, but this time I'm going to support the imperial family. The Count groaned softly, seemingly contemplating my words. Supporting the imperial family over the nobles wasn't a simple matter. It would disrupt the delicate balance of power that had been maintained for so long. He might even question my motives. My ultimate goal was to empower Keitel, but the Count, still lost in thought, finally spoke. It seems you have something to gain from this. I do. There would be no need to attempt this if I didn't. Then I suppose it's not my place to comment. I am merely the Count of Ugres. The final decision rests with you, your grace. I smiled faintly as he took a step back, as if he wouldn't question me further. I had expected this, but I was surprised he didn't express any dissatisfaction. He had been like this since I first declared my intention to become Duke. I was grateful he wasn't asking. I would have explained if he had, but supporting the imperial family and empowering Keitel might seem a bit strange. However, my relationship with Keitel was quite secretive. He and I were the only ones who could talk about the Four Dragons artifacts, and only Keitel knew I was supporting the southern subjugation. I would eventually reveal it, but not now. It was still awkward to meet with the Count like this. No matter how hard I tried to be casual, I couldn't forget that he was my mother's father. Seeing him reminded me of my mother, and I wasn't sure what he thought of me. I hoped he thought well of me, but if my actions mirrored those of my father or Uria, I hoped Count Ugres would stop me, and I wanted to get closer to him so that we could have such a relationship. As I was lamenting that I should have continued the conversation about marriage, I noticed Renaud approaching from across the garden. He wouldn't have come here knowing I was with the Count unless he had something important to report. Please excuse me for a moment. I need to take care of something. I stood up and Renaud approached, bowing his head. Renaud, who had been much more relaxed recently, sighed softly. If he had the time to sigh, it probably wasn't urgent. I was curious what kind of news warranted his presence here. But as I received the letter from Renaud, I couldn't help but chuckle. Renaud smiled faintly. I knew you would react that way. I think it arrived a bit sooner than expected, but I suppose it was about time. I stared at him as he smiled smugly, and he cleared his throat, averting his gaze. The letter was from the north, and there was only one person who would send me a letter from the north. I rubbed my forehead for a moment before taking the letter. I knew I hadn't contacted her much, but I didn't expect her to send a letter already. I carefully checked the contents of the letter. It contained a single letter written in Adele's handwriting. As always, it was concise and to the point. I heard you're very busy and haven't been able to contact anyone. I don't know if you're busy meeting with the saint or the princess, or if you're busy managing your territory, but you haven't even contacted the North once, so I assume you must be busy. I'm not blaming you. I simply offer my condolences for your hard work." Her blunt words made me chuckle. She didn't seem like the type to be so direct, but it seemed she was quite offended that I hadn't contacted her, and she seemed to know about my meetings with the others. "It seems to be from the North, am I correct?" The Count, who could tell even from afar, asked me, and I nodded slowly. He would soon realize it was a letter from the Grand Duchess, and when he realized the Grand Duchess was a woman, as expected, the Count looked at me with a strange expression. Perhaps the conversation about marriage was still fresh in his mind. So the candidates were the Grand Duchess, the Princess, and the Saint. It was an absurd thought, but I watched him seriously pondering it before turning away. "Did we have any plans to visit the North?" Renaud frowned at my question. "Police car light, important notice, police car light," this text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. It wasn't easy to suddenly change plans, but we could manage a short visit, couldn't we? That was why I had brought Renaud with me. We had plenty of time. Thanks to the swift resolution of many matters. Renaud, sensing my intentions, looked at me intently and spoke carefully. "I think it's possible. Perhaps a week. Would that be all right? That's enough. If you have some free time now, I would like to see you before I go there. I trust you won't refuse this request." She was trying to subtly convey her desire to see me. Surely that was enough reason to make time. It was something I couldn't postpone. It would be better to do it now. Translator notes: for illustrations and release notifications, join our Discord gear system. Notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? Dissonance. Was that the right word to describe this sudden, unexpected feeling? Murugan looked at Robert. Why did she feel like she had seen this moment before, this moment where she was talking to him? Déjà vu? No, it was more than that. Words that sounded familiar, words she felt like she had uttered herself. Overwhelmed by this strange, recurring sensation, she flinched slightly when she met Robert's gaze. His eyes, usually empty but occasionally filled with a gentle light, now held a chilling glint. "That's impossible. It never happened." "Of course. This is the first time I've called for you." Was this really the first time? A hazy memory surfaced through her confused thoughts. It was a jumbled, disjointed memory. She couldn't even remember what she was trying to give Robert. She had wanted to give him something, but there were too many things. Murugan, a voice pierced through her confused mind. She felt a hand on her shoulder and realized she was trembling. The memories flooding her mind made it difficult to focus on his voice. Robert was also present in those memories. "Ah, it's all right. I think I was just mistaken. I was going to give this to you, brother." "I see." She forced a smile at his indifferent response and shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps she had been mistaken. It was just a sudden delusion, wasn't it? The scenarios she had imagined were so ridiculous that she blushed, running a hand over her cheek. If anyone knew what she was thinking, they would surely tease her mercilessly. Robert whispering words of love to her. Even though she had feelings for him, this was crossing a line. She didn't want to tell anyone, and she certainly didn't want to say it to his face. The hand on her shoulder was quite large. She hadn't been conscious of it before, but lately she had become aware of every little detail. At first, he was simply a grateful person who had helped her. Then he was a foolish person who had tried to save her. Then he was someone who didn't contact her often, which made her feel a bit neglected, and then, well, Murugan hadn't thought about it seriously. He seemed like a different person every time they met. Sometimes he seemed like he would disappear if she looked away, and at other times he approached her smoothly, as if he had charmed countless women. He often crossed the line and stood before her, even when she didn't allow it. She couldn't answer easily when she asked herself if she disliked it. She had been accepting his advances naturally for a while now. It was Murugan who would feel awkward and check on his mood whenever Robert didn't approach her. She sometimes wondered if their relationship as princess and duke's son held a different meaning. If he had always intended to become duke, he could have excluded her. He was cooperating with the crown prince, so he could have pushed her aside and strengthened the crown prince's faction. But why had he helped her? Why had he approached her first instead of her brother? She often pondered those questions. It wouldn't change anything now, but she knew there was something strange about Robert's behavior. He had nothing to gain from her, so he must have approached her out of pure goodwill, but Murugan couldn't understand what he saw in her. "Robert," she called out softly, and Robert, who had been walking ahead, turned his head. He looked much the same as in her fragmented memory, only a little colder, a little less cheerful. He always seemed to wear a melancholic expression. If she had to ask him something, it would be if he had ever confessed his love for her. Robert had said those words in her brief memory, so he might have said it while she didn't remember. But the words wouldn't come easily. A grateful person, a foolish person, someone who made her feel neglected. If her feelings for him developed into love, she wouldn't know how to face him. Perhaps those feelings had already blossomed, but Murugan decided to take a step back. It wasn't the right time yet. They had only known each other for a few days, and Adriana, she didn't simply consider Robert a friend either. "What is it? I just called your name." He had turned his head when she called him in her memory too. His expression was colder and more indifferent now, but Murugan once again saw her memories overlapping with Robert. She didn't know if it was a memory or her own embarrassing delusion. Perhaps it was a forgotten memory. I wasn't sure what triggered the memories. This had never happened before, despite all my regressions. Was it because they had prolonged contact with me? Were certain individuals more susceptible to regaining their memories? I didn't know for sure, but there were people I hoped would never remember. That was why I was so surprised. When Murugan asked if she had experienced something similar before, I desperately wanted to know everything she remembered. But it would be troublesome if I revealed that I had experienced similar things, so I simply told her I didn't know. I hoped she would never remember, but I knew it wasn't something I could control. If I could control it, I would have done everything in my power to prevent it. But these memories arrived without warning. It happened to Teresa and it happened to Adele. I had forcefully triggered Uria's memories using magic and hallucinogens, but the moonstone seemed to awaken memories in those who were deeply connected to me. I started to regret coming to see Murugan. Even if it was a memory she would eventually recall, I wished it had been delayed. Murugan's expression was different from before. She would stare at me and then blush, her reactions confusing me. It's embarrassing to be stared at like that. I responded nonchalantly, and Murugan opened her mouth in surprise. She seemed lost in thought. I hoped she wasn't thinking about the memories, but I was curious about how much she remembered. It would be convenient if I could read minds, but unfortunately I didn't have that ability. I was just thinking about what happened earlier. You were saying it felt familiar. Yes, I was wondering if I had brought you here before, but I don't think that's possible. I paused for a moment at her words, then shook my head. She had never brought me here, or rather it had happened, but it shouldn't have. Murugan's memories weren't all pleasant. It would be best if she could completely erase them from her mind. Unlike Adele, who had very few memories, or Adriana, who had none, Murugan possessed a significant number of memories. I wished they were all happy memories, but she had even killed me in one of them. If she remembered that in our current situation, I couldn't guarantee she wouldn't blame herself. Murugan, confused by my denials, eventually sighed and nodded. She seemed suspicious, but not entirely convinced. She blushed again when our eyes met, so I chuckled and spoke. Are you imagining something strange? You seem especially shy today. That's not it. Her flustered response filled me with conflicting emotions. I hoped that if she regained her memories, they would all be positive. It wouldn't be a bad thing if she only remembered the good times. But if she only recalled the negative memories, I wasn't sure she could handle them. I hated you. Those words spoken by Murugan, she probably didn't remember them, but if she remembered something like that, she would surely blame herself. What would happen if she remembered beheading me? I didn't even want to imagine her recalling those memories while I wasn't there. Anyway, I'll use the gift you gave me. Hopefully I won't have to, though. You can keep it as a decoration. I think it would be best if you didn't use it either. Then you should have given me something else. I know, but Murugan hesitated, glancing at me before continuing with a faint smile. I wanted you to be safe when you used that sword. I was quite worried because you were injured when you came to save me. I looked for something that could help, and I thought this would be the best choice. Her words were different from before. Instead of the woman who told me to think of her whenever I used the sword, there was a woman who was embarrassed to acknowledge her own feelings. I nodded with a soft smile, grateful for her sentiment. It would be impossible for me to stay completely unharmed, and it would be just as impossible to forget about her when I used that sword. I couldn't predict what would happen after today. Just as the current Murugan was a different person from the Murugan I knew in my past lives. Police Carlight, important notice, Police Carlight, this text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Would Murugan regain her memories, or would she fail to recall them and consider today a trivial event? I couldn't be certain. I hoped she wouldn't remember, but fate, like the wind, would likely blow her memories back to her. I didn't know for sure. After all, this life was the first time I had experienced something like this. If I wanted to know, I had to face it head on. I would only know after living through tomorrow. If Duke Robert wanted to understand the 101st Murugan, he would have to spend more time with her. As I closed my eyes for a moment, a cool breeze blew from the darkened sky. It was a spring day, the winter long gone, the flowers in full bloom. The gentle breeze seemed to soothe my troubled heart. Translator notes your text here for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? I had cleared my schedule. It meant I had more immediate tasks to attend to, but I would visit the north for a while after this was over. Perhaps looking forward to that brief respite would help me get through these busy days. I expected things to get hectic after my visit to the north. This trip might be one of the few chances I had to relax. While I had planned to visit eventually, it was sooner than expected, but there was a reason I had cleared my schedule to go to the north. The masked figure has appeared in the north. We haven't confirmed it yet, but it seems likely. We hadn't been able to identify the masked figures. We only knew that they followed the crown prince and were involved in something related to the 4 dragons. Arwen had said she had a hunch and would investigate, so I needed to look into it when I visited the north. but the main purpose of my visit was to appease Adele. I hadn't expected her to be sulking because I had been a little late in contacting her. I wasn't upset by her behavior, I was more surprised than anything. I was trying to figure out what to say to her when I saw her. My schedule for today was full, and tomorrow I would depart for the north. I stretched for a moment and organized the documents on my desk, then picked up Adele's letter. As always, her handwriting wasn't particularly neat. Her hasty scribbles reflected her impatient personality, and her tone could be perceived as rude by those who weren't close to her. Perhaps others tolerated it because she was the Grand Duchess, but I thought I should help her improve it later. It was a bit surprising that Keitel hadn't made a move against Adele yet. I had to wait and see what would trigger his actions. That was why I was going to the north, to check for any potential threats. If there were any, I would eliminate them, and if there weren't, I would take measures to ensure they never existed. I was confident Lothos would handle it well if I informed her. Anyway, what I was currently doing was investigating the disturbances in the outer territories. There had been an unusual increase in unrest lately, and I was trying to find the cause. This wasn't a simple matter. If it was merely due to the change in leadership, it would have subsided by now. It was as if someone was deliberately stirring up trouble, gradually escalating the situation. My primary goal was to find the source. Once I found it, my next objective was to figure out their motives. There was no need to rush. I could leave it to Renaud or Arwen, they would find the reason eventually. However, this was the one thing that only I, the Duke, could resolve. Click, click. The sound of my shoes echoed coldly through the quiet hallway. The remodeled hallway was gone, revealing the path to the basement. There was no sound except for faint, shallow breaths. I followed the sound, and a familiar face came into view. Yuria, still alive, hadn't spoken a word since that day. She wouldn't say anything even if she did, but I looked at her, her head always bowed, and finally spoke. You haven't eaten again. I told you it wouldn't kill you. Yuria's days were filled with hallucinations. The special drug Arwen had created induced nightmares, and whenever she grew accustomed to the fear, it reset her emotions, inflicting even greater terror. Drool trickled from her trembling lips. The elegant woman was gone, replaced by a pathetic figure consumed by fear. I didn't think she would be able to speak coherently even if she tried. If there was a chance, I would prevent her from communicating, but she seemed so broken that it wasn't necessary. The reason I came here was simple: to check on Yuria's condition and to maintain her consciousness, preventing her from completely losing her mind. I infused her with divine power, and her clouded gaze cleared slightly. Her eyes met mine for a moment, then her head drooped again, drool dripping from her chin onto the floor. Not bad. I'm glad you're still all right. I hoped she would live a long life, a healthy, long life, perhaps until I died. Of course, she couldn't be happy. She had killed so many people. There was no way I would let her off so easily. Unlike Teresa, I had no intention of letting her go. Yuria still had a long way to go before she atoned for her sins. Arwen would take over while I was in the north. Yuria wouldn't see the sunlight for a while. I hoped she wouldn't lose her mind during that time. I hoped the constant despair would gnaw at her, leaving her a lifeless doll, her hopes severed at the end. I felt a strange sense of satisfaction whenever I told Yuria about my accomplishments as Duke. I didn't know what I would be thinking if our roles were reversed. Would I still be hoping for regression, or would I be broken and defeated? Thankfully, reality had shown me favor. I would keep Yuria confined to prevent any further danger. I wondered what she would be like after my return from the north. I pondered this for a moment before stepping back. I disappeared from the basement, and once again, only the shallow sound of her breathing echoed through the empty room. It was a sound that would continue endlessly. News of Robert Taylor's departure for the north spread quickly. Adele, who had orchestrated it, already knew, but her subordinates, who viewed her relationship with Robert as something special, reacted even more intensely. Lothos sighed longer than ever. Bunta sharpened his weapons, excited about the prospect of fighting again. The other officers also began to prepare themselves mentally. Don't you think they are a little too fired up? Lothos's question made the officers look at each other. In truth, it was Lothos who was most invested in Robert's visit. He had been the one who prepared Robert's room. Lothos cleared his throat at his comrade's strange expressions and sighed, his lips trembling slightly. This isn't a normal situation. I'm not the only one who thinks so, right? Surely not. We don't need to worry about it. It's the Grand Duchess's business after all. Bunta nodded in agreement with Ilona, the only woman present. He had always thought Lothos was overly concerned with Adele's personal life. At first, he had wondered if Lothos had a crush on her, but considering the age difference, that would be a crime. Perhaps he was trying to be a father figure to her. If Adele found out, she might try to kill him. That was how Bunta interpreted Lothos's actions. You worry too much. Bunta, that's because you're oblivious. Have you seen the look on the Grand Duchess's face when she looks at him? She's different. He's handsome. He's a good fighter. How many men like that has the Grand Duchess met? I think he's the first. They were around the same age and had similar tastes. Ilona had never seen Adele interact so naturally with anyone before. She had been with Adele since she led the mercenary group, and she had often witnessed Adele crush men who were merely handsome. Ilona thought this encounter wasn't a bad thing. It would have been more natural if someone wasn't making such a fuss. Ilona smiled wryly, and Lothos flinched under her gaze. They'll figure it out on their own. We don't need to worry about it. Those who remembered Adele's childhood always spoke of the loneliness she had carried as a young girl. She lost her father at a young age and learned of his death after achieving everything she had set out to do. She rarely smiled, preferred to be alone, and was obsessively fixated on anything that piqued her interest. Many pitied her. Now she smiled more often and even showed jealousy at times. Robert Taylor might be a good person, but for those who had rarely seen Adele smile, they couldn't help but view their relationship favorably. There was no need for fuss. She was simply meeting the person who should have been by her side all along. It was frustrating to see them holding back their feelings, but they couldn't force it, could they? It would happen naturally when the time was right. Bunta glared at Lothos, and Lothos, snapping back to reality, smiled wryly. All right, I'll stay quiet this time, but you're not going to yell at me for doing so, are you? You're the only one who got beaten for making a fuss last time. I only found out later why you tried to drop me during the festival. You were trying to leave them alone, weren't you? Bunta sighed in exasperation, and Ilona chuckled softly. She didn't understand why he was acting this way. They would meet eventually if left alone. It was fate. Just as the Grand Duchess had met them one day without any prior arrangements and taken an interest in them, Robert's visit was also part of that fate. Anyway, I think we should get going. They'll be arriving soon. All right, let's go. Ilona stood up and Bunta followed, dragging Lothos along. There was no need to call Adele separately. She was already waiting outside, her preparations complete. Ilona hoped Adele wouldn't be late this time. She chuckled, remembering Adele's expression when Robert visited last time. She had never seen Adele so anxious before. Who would have thought the great Grand Duchess would be so flustered over a man? It was then that Ilona realized Adele's feelings went beyond simple interest. But if it happened again, she didn't think it would end well. They waited for a while, and then a pack of wolves approached, kicking up dust in their wake. Adele stirred, and Ilona stopped Lothos, who was about to follow her, placing a finger to her lips. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. There was no need to interrupt their meeting. It was enough to observe and witness the Grand Duchess, so different from before. Adele, who had rushed ahead of everyone else, had a smile on her face. She seemed to be trying to suppress it, but when her eyes met Robert's, the corners of her lips twitched, a sight that couldn't be missed by anyone present. I knew it. Right. I told you not to interrupt. It was a rare sight in the north to see a man and a woman smiling at each other, especially when it was the usually stoic Grand Duchess. And amidst this special scene, she noticed something else. The wind was unusually warm. The usual north wind had disappeared, replaced by a gentle south wind that caressed their cheeks. Spring. It was a season that felt out of place here, a season she sometimes wished would just disappear. But today it was the perfect season. Ilona watched them and murmured softly, "It's spring." Spring had come to the north. She could finally feel it. Translator notes for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord Gear System notification Gear Main Quest Gods Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the Arcane Gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? The weather wasn't as cold as my previous visit, and the somewhat warm breeze felt strange. It had always been cold whenever I visited the north in this life. This inevitably brought back memories of the past. I stretched out my hand outside the carriage and felt the wind against my skin. We were almost there. I assumed Adele was waiting, but thankfully I wasn't late this time. If I were late again, she would surely scold me. I urged the wolves to go faster, and a sharper wind blew against my face. After a while, as the white snow piled up outside, I heard a familiar wolf's howl. Wolf howls were diverse, but Adele's wolves were even more so. Their piercing howls, cold and ruthless like their master, instantly revealed their identity. "We're here." The wolves stopped, and as I stepped onto the ground, I saw a woman running toward me. I had expected her usual expressionless face, but her unusually bright expression today made me chuckle. She didn't seem to realize it herself. She didn't seem to know she was smiling. I chuckled softly at the way her lips twitched unnaturally. Did something good happen that makes you smile as soon as you see me? It's been a while. That's a good thing, isn't it? You're still smooth with your words. It seems you've been doing well. Her gaze scanned me from head to toe. She seemed to be checking for injuries, but I hadn't had many occasions to use force since becoming Duke. The faint traces of magic that had touched my body disappeared, and Adele glanced at me before turning away. "It seems you haven't been recklessly fighting. Yuria didn't cause any trouble, did she?" I subdued her before she could. "I wouldn't have been defeated so easily." Adele's expression darkened when she mentioned Yuria. Perhaps the negative emotions stemming from her recovered memories were still lingering. But honestly, how many people could think well of Yuria? It was a natural reaction for someone who had regained their memories. It was still a bit strange to me, but whenever I saw these reactions, I was reminded that there were others who remembered past regressions. I would have to talk to Adriana about the possibility of Murugan regaining her memories. It would be better to discuss how to handle it together. I pushed those thoughts aside and approached Adele. I had gotten off the wolf and was walking, but I realized her officers weren't around, or rather they were approaching but deliberately slowing their pace. I chuckled when I realized their intentions, and Adele, noticing my amusement, tilted her head. What's so funny? Nothing. I was just thinking you have good officers. They must have thought Adele and I had a special relationship. They weren't wrong, but I didn't know how they planned to handle the consequences if they were caught. Lathos, whose eyes met mine, bowed his head. He seemed displeased, but Ilona pushed his head down and waved at me. It seemed Lathos wasn't the one leading the charge this time. Perhaps they had chosen to stay quiet instead of making a fuss like before. It wasn't a bad thing. I would have been uncomfortable if they had acted like Lathos. Adele was oblivious to these things, so she wouldn't notice, but I had been a bit worried she might realize something during my last visit. It seemed Ilona had stopped Lathos. She had always been quick-witted, so I was confident she would handle it well. I looked at the officers, and Adele's voice reached my ears. I turned my head and saw her staring at me. Her blue eyes narrowed slightly, annoyance flashing through them. "What are you looking at? We were talking." "I was just looking around. Don't mind me. You haven't even contacted me once, and now you're acting suspicious. Pay more attention to me. Don't look at anyone else." I smiled faintly at her blunt words, and Adele frowned as if she was serious. I didn't know what had happened while I was gone, but she wasn't usually this assertive. I was surprised by the shortened distance between us, a far cry from our previous interactions. Adele sighed and rubbed her forehead. "I was worried sick, and you didn't even contact me once. You enjoy making people worry themselves to death." "I didn't mean to, I swear." "Of course you didn't mean to. If you had just sent a single letter, I wouldn't have said anything. I wouldn't have called you either. I would have visited her even if she hadn't called me," but Adele, still dissatisfied with my behavior, began to complain. She had said she was losing sleep and her dark circles were evident. It was understandable that she was upset. I hadn't contacted her for over a month, but I had deliberately avoided contact because I was planning to visit her in person. Perhaps I was being too self-centered. I stared at Adele and she sighed, shaking her head. I couldn't blame her, so I looked at her cautiously. She spoke softly. "It would be strange if I wasn't upset, honestly." "I agree. I didn't expect you to be this worried about me. I wanted to hit you, but I can't." She sighed softly and rubbed her cheek, continuing, "It's strange. I wanted to be angry, but I'm not anymore. Excuse me, seeing you makes my anger disappear. I can't stay mad at you. I'll have to take it out on Lathos later. He's guilty of upsetting me." I stared at her blankly for a moment, unable to comprehend her words, then I chuckled when I understood. Adele smiled faintly and pulled me by the wrist. Her hand was warm and I didn't resist. It was fine for a moment. I could indulge in this game for a little while. "Your room is still as extravagant as ever, just like last time. I don't know how you live in the capital." "Lathos didn't do anything this time, so I took care of it myself." "You did it yourself." I had wondered why Lathos looked so surprised when he saw the room. I was also surprised to hear that Adele had taken care of it herself. It didn't look much different from my previous visit. Perhaps she had tried to recreate the room from my last visit, but there was one difference. The bed is different. The bed was arranged differently. The only difference was that it resembled Adele's bed. She replied casually that she had simply decorated it the same way because she was comfortable with it. Was that really her intention? I had my doubts, but I didn't ask any further. She had probably done it for a reason. It wouldn't do any good to question her about every little detail. I was here to appease her, so I shrugged and said I liked it. Adele nodded, satisfied with my response. We wouldn't be spending much time in the room anyway. When I told her I was going to unpack, the officers quietly left the room. "I didn't know you had a sense of style. You don't have to flatter me. You know I have no taste in these things. Still, it's better to be in a familiar environment. We've even slept together before." I said it jokingly, and Adele frowned, clearing her throat. We had slept together. It was because we were both drunk, and nothing had actually happened. Adele seemed to recall the memory as well, blushing slightly and looking away. Her reaction was different from when I teased Murigen or Adriana. She was embarrassed but trying to hide it. I found it endearing and almost teased her further, but then I shook my head and spoke. "I'm going to change. Are you going to stay here? You're welcome to watch." "I should leave then. I don't have a habit of looking at other people's bodies." I chuckled softly at her flustered reaction. Her embarrassment whenever she saw my body was somewhat amusing. She wasn't usually the type to get flustered, so I found her reaction endearing. Perhaps she only showed this side of herself to me. In a way, I liked it. As Adele left the room to change, the door creaked open again. I looked at the door, and Adele poked her head in, her eyes avoiding mine as she spoke. "Police car light, important notice, police car light." This text was ripped off from. "Please only read it on the official website. Come to my room when you're done changing." Your room. I had assumed we would all meet since it had been a while since my last visit. Was I supposed to go straight to her room instead of the banquet hall? Adele hesitated, then answered softly. "It's been a while, so it would be better if we saw each other alone. I've prepared some drinks. So come to my room. I'll drag you there if you don't." She closed the door with a bang, and I stared at it blankly. I glanced at the window, noticing the sun was setting. Drinking alone in her room instead of the banquet hall, it was a rather bold suggestion for Adele. Her words, "It's been a while," bothered me. It had been a little over 2 months since we last saw each other in the South. I didn't know how her feelings had changed during that time, but the distance between us had certainly narrowed without me realizing it. Alcohol, nighttime, and a man and a woman. With those elements combined, I would have to be very careful. It would be troublesome if something happened. I looked at the empty space where Adele had been and smiled wryly. I finished changing my clothes. I wondered what she wanted to talk about. If it were me, I would probably say I missed her. Translator notes for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? Had I ever drunk with Adele before? The answer was, of course, yes. But if she asked if we had ever drunk together alone, I would have to say no. In the past, we had realized our feelings for each other a little too late. This time, those feelings were present from the start, making it a slightly different experience. It was only natural that our gazes wavered when they met. Perhaps we were both seriously contemplating what the other was thinking. In the past, our relationship as Grand Duchess and subordinate had been quite comfortable. But now, as Grand Duchess and Duke, we were almost equals. I wasn't her subordinate, and we hadn't spent much time together in this life. That was why this moment was special. It was a drinking session with just the two of us, no one else present. I took a deep breath and sat down. Adele, who had been staring at me intently, chuckled softly. She had neatly tied her long hair back and was holding a bottle of alcohol. It was a strong liquor, not often found in the capital, but quite common in the north. I had agreed to this meeting because Adele was a heavy drinker. I wouldn't have taken the risk of coming here if I couldn't hold my liquor. Can you handle your alcohol? You always seem to drink in moderation at banquets. I can drink moderately. I'm not a complete lightweight. I see. That's good to hear. I was going to take it easy on you if you couldn't. It seemed she was trying to provoke me, but I wasn't so easily swayed by such taunts. Alcohol. I couldn't even get drunk when I drank alone. Moreover, I had received divine power from the saint, making me immune to intoxication. How could I possibly get drunk? While I didn't dislike being drunk, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to be inebriated in my current position. Adele poured alcohol into my glass. She was wearing a comfortable, thin outfit, different from her usual attire. Her collarbone was slightly exposed, and I averted my gaze to avoid staring. It wasn't much, but it was more revealing than her usual clothes. Was she wearing pajamas? I wasn't sure if it was appropriate to wear such clothes in front of a man. While I wanted to say something, I had come here to simply spend time with her. I carefully lifted the glass Adele had given me and took a sip. I frowned for a moment at the burning sensation before exhaling softly and opening my eyes. The strong liquor made my body feel warm. Adele chuckled at my reaction and took a swig from the bottle. She emptied half of the bottle before taking a breath. She didn't seem affected at all. She looked at me for a moment and shrugged. Not bad. I haven't had many opportunities to drink in a quiet setting, so I was a bit concerned. But this isn't so bad. I'm surprised you didn't hold a banquet. Did you do this on purpose? I wanted to talk to you alone. There are things we can't discuss with other people around. Her words made me realize she wanted to talk about memories. Had she remembered something I didn't know? My expression hardened, and Adele waved her hand dismissively, pouring me another drink. But I'm not going to talk about it now. It's fine to just drink quietly. How have you been? I realized I hadn't asked Adele how she was doing since arriving. How had she been? What had she been up to? I had a vague idea, but I didn't know the details. Everything was diverging slightly from my memories. Hadn't a lot changed since I witnessed the start of the new year in the north? I had become Duke. The subjugation that should have been ongoing had ended cleanly, and I had assumed there would be changes in the north as well, but Adele didn't answer my question immediately. She simply stared at me. I noticed her lips glistening with alcohol. Unlike her pale skin, they were a bright red. She shook her head slightly and took a sip of her drink. I haven't been well, thanks to someone. I smiled wryly at her blatant accusation. I resolved to contact her more often in the future, and I realized Adele cared about me more than I had thought. She continued when I didn't respond. Because of someone who promised to contact me often but didn't send a single letter for 2 months, who claims to be busy but meets with other people just fine, and who appears in my dreams constantly despite all that, I haven't been well. I apologize for that. I've remembered more than what came back before. It's still hazy how I died, but I vaguely remember what I was thinking while I was with you. If she could recall those emotions so vividly, it meant she had regained most of her memories. However, it was strange that she didn't remember the moment of her death. I thought she would have remembered that intense memory instantly, but perhaps it was the last thing she would recall. My appearances in her dreams meant the rest of her memories were returning. We had spent almost our entire lives together in those lifetimes, so I couldn't refute her words. It was my fault after all. I hadn't given much thought to the north. I had assumed Adele wouldn't mind if I didn't contact her for a while. Adele scoffed at my apology and emptied the rest of the bottle, grabbing a new one. Her face was slightly flushed, but she didn't seem drunk. I assumed she was simply more comfortable expressing her emotions now. But I'm not going to scold you for that. I figured you must have had your reasons, but I'm curious. Adele glanced at me, then hesitantly spoke. Why were you with the saint? Adriana, are you talking about when I became Duke? Yes, I heard you held hands and walked out together. I nodded, realizing my mistake. I had acted that way to demonstrate that the Taylor house would change now that I was Duke. The nobles had interpreted it that way as well. No one except Count Ugras had questioned my relationship with the saint, but I hadn't considered how Adele, who had received no news, would feel. As I was trying to figure out how to explain it to her, Adele sighed and rubbed her forehead. Her furrowed brows seemed to urge me to explain myself. She looked like she was about to explode if I didn't give her a satisfactory answer, so I quickly spoke. I did that to demonstrate the house's renewal. There were no personal intentions or your hand. Her response was unexpected, and I tilted my head in confusion, looking at her. My hand, Adele sighed in exasperation and pulled my wrist, placing my hand over hers. I asked for your hand, didn't I? I flinched at the warmth of her hand intertwined with mine. I wasn't resisting, but I was surprised by her sudden action. Adele stared at my hand in hers. She wiggled her fingers, tickling my palm, then wiped the back of my hand with her sleeve and chuckled softly. I can't let anyone else hold your hand when I'm not looking. Excuse me, I'm telling you not to hold hands with anyone else. If you do, I get uncomfortable. It makes me anxious and I can't sleep. Adele's cheeks were flushed as she chuckled. I noticed 2 empty bottles beside her and realized she was slightly drunk. She wasn't completely intoxicated, she was simply being more honest. I had experienced this before, but it was the first time Adele had acted this way in this life. I was a bit flustered. We've held hands before, haven't we? If my memory served me right, we had held hands when the new year arrived. Didn't we hold hands when the bell rang? Adele nodded nonchalantly and chuckled. She rested her chin on her hand, her elbow on her knee, and looked at me with amusement in her eyes. We did. I just held it this time because I want you to cherish yourself a little more. I already cherish myself enough. No, you wouldn't have tried to inherit the dukedom without contacting me if you did. Didn't I tell you I'll help you if you ask for it? Adele stood up and strode toward me, poking my chest with her finger. Her hair cascading down her shoulders brushed against my cheek. Her scent clouded my mind, and I bit my lip, speaking softly. I thought it would be a burden. If you had made even the slightest mistake, you would be dead. You said Yuria is still alive. Why didn't you consider the possibility that it could have been you? Adele smiled wryly, seemingly annoyed, but her anger was closer to concern. She was finally expressing the anxiety she felt while I was gone, the sleepless nights she endured because of me. She pushed me down onto the bed. I was upset. I didn't ask what she was upset about. Adele straddled me, looking down at me. Her flushed face revealed her slight intoxication, but her words were sincere. I listened quietly, and she continued, poking my forehead. Did you think I would consider it a burden if you asked for help? Was I that insignificant to you? That's not police car light. Important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Then what am I to you? I couldn't answer easily, so I looked at her silently. Her usually cold eyes were wavering slightly. I didn't know what the right answer was. Even after dying 100 times and living through 101 lives, a woman's heart was difficult to understand. Adele spoke when I remained silent. Answer me. What am I to you? She leaned closer, her shoulder exposed as her clothes shifted. As the distance between us narrowed, our breaths mingling, Adele whispered in my ear, I won't let you go until you answer me. Translator notes your text here for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord gear system notification gear main quest God's Apprentice unlocked. You have been granted an opportunity by the arcane gods to become a Korean translator for arcane translations. Do you accept? It was a situation that would be easily misinterpreted, but I had to remain composed. The reason for Adele's behavior was simple. She was tipsy and she had a lot to say to me. She had been suppressing her feelings and now they were finally bursting forth. I smiled awkwardly, looking at her slender hand resting on my chest. What did I think of Adele? It was a tricky question to answer. Our feelings for each other were precariously balanced. My answer could change everything. I didn't need to contemplate for long. I had already anticipated the situation, so I didn't hesitate. What do you want me to say? That wasn't what I wanted to hear. Adele's eyes clouded for a moment, then her hair, which had been tied back, came loose, cascading down around my face. Our eyes met through the curtain of her hair. We stared at each other in silence for a moment, then Adele smiled wryly and pulled away. She seemed to have realized I wasn't going to answer immediately, but her determination to hear my answer tonight hadn't wavered. She pressed her finger against my lips and continued. Don't you already know? How you felt about me, how I felt about you. Those were feelings from the past, weren't they? Past feelings were just that, past feelings. They could influence our current emotions, but they weren't the same. Neither Adele nor I were particularly attached to the past, so I knew she was just making excuses. She was upset that I hadn't contacted her. She was disappointed that I didn't ask how she was doing, even though it had been a while since our last meeting. What did this woman who was trying to redefine our relationship truly desire? It wasn't a confession. I had a feeling it was something simple. I looked at her, her face even redder than before, and her eyes flickered when they met mine. Do you want me to say that I like you? No. Then do you want me to whisper that I love you? That's not. I wasn't the one lying down anymore. I pushed Adele's shoulder, laying her down on the bed and looking down at her. I calmed my ragged breathing and frowned slightly. Then please tell me what you want. What should I say to satisfy you, Adele? I wanted her to calm down a little. She might regret her words later if she said them while drunk. She might be slightly tipsy, but we might not even be able to face each other tomorrow. I could hold her hand. We weren't so distant that I couldn't do something like that. Her roundabout words meant she was hesitant. She was stalling, saying anything but what she truly wanted to say. I held Adele's hand as she tried to get up, and she frowned, looking at my face as it drew closer. You're being disrespectful. I'm the Grand Duchess. Someone might think you outranked me. Do you still consider yourself the Grand Duchess here? You're acting like you don't know who's in charge. Have you lost your fear now that you're Duke? She said it angrily, but there was a faint smile playing on her lips. She didn't resist. Her body was almost limp, as if she had been waiting for this. She called me disrespectful, but did nothing. What did that mean? I knew the answer all too well, and it was me who was hesitating. I haven't lost it. I've never been afraid of what you do. I hadn't been afraid, even when a sword was at my throat. Wasn't that why she was interested in me? Adele seemed to recall that memory as well. She smiled wryly, looking at me. It had been almost a year since we first met. It was summer then, but now it was spring. How much had our relationship changed during that time? It was simple to answer. A lot. It had changed for the better. Adele fidgeted with her hands. She seemed to want to get up. Perhaps she realized how embarrassing her actions were as her ears turned red. She pushed against my chest. Get off me, I'm getting up. Do you understand now how I felt just now? Well, I only feel regret. Adele chuckled softly and stroked my cheek. A man who doesn't do anything when he has a woman beneath him, how disappointing. I chuckled softly at her playful response. She seemed confident that nothing would happen, but I had no intention of doing anything either. I simply got up carefully without a word. Adele also got up, watching me intently. She looked at me for a moment, then took a swig from the remaining bottle and sighed. Well, it's a little embarrassing. Just a little. We'll be doing more embarrassing things later, so there's no need to be so shy. I smiled awkwardly at her words, and Adele chuckled, finding my reaction amusing. She closed her eyes, placing the empty bottle on the table. When she opened her eyes again, she looked at me and spoke. I've decided to live honestly. I realized I might miss out on the most important things if I'm always considering and worrying about other things. What made you think that? Seeing you with the saint. Perhaps those blunt words were her way of proving her point about living honestly. I should stop being flustered by her unexpected remarks. I had a feeling I understood why she said those things. She was done being passive. She wasn't going to be the Adele I remembered from the past. She was going to be more assertive and more direct. Adele continued speaking, her pace quickening as if she was dissatisfied with my silence. Thinking about it, I was the first to meet you in this life. That's true. If my memory is correct, you met the princess last. I nodded, and Adele narrowed her eyes, staring at me. She seemed to have a lot to say. Her lips twitched several times before she finally spoke, her thoughts seemingly organized. But I always feel like I'm a step behind. A fleeting loneliness crossed her sky-blue eyes. The north wind symbolized solitude. People often said they felt lonely when the north wind blew, so they didn't like winter. But this place was winter even in spring and summer. What was it like for Adele, who lived in eternal winter? A bitter smile touched Adele's lips. Her gaze held a mixture of emotions, more intense than in the past. Love, loneliness, solitude. That's why I asked what you think of me. My feelings for Adele remained unchanged. I didn't dislike her. I even had affection for her, but I didn't want to go further. If we became involved before everything was over, we would return to square one if I failed. Someone would be heartbroken, even if this was my last life. That was why I was holding onto this precarious line. Some might call me cowardly, but I had no intention of changing my approach. I would act this way until I was certain I could kill the crown prince. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid her question. I knew I could resolve this frustrating situation with a single word. If I wanted to, I could win her heart in a day and return to my previous relationship with Murugan. The reason I wasn't doing so was simply because I was afraid. I was still hesitant. Adele seemed to understand, but she was also frustrated. The distance between us had narrowed. Adele's face was even redder than before, and her shallow breaths tickled my skin. Her hand touched my leg, our faces drawing closer. Adele continued, "You won't answer my question, will you? Not until you achieve your goal. That's right. You have a talent for frustrating people." Adele gripped my shoulder and lowered her head. She sighed again, then looked up, meeting my gaze. She seemed angry or perhaps simply drunk. But one thing was certain, she wasn't teasing me. When her unwavering blue eyes met mine, Adele spoke. "It would be nice if you just stayed still, but you're always moving, trying to go to someone else. You never contact me when you go to them. Sometimes I feel like you're going to disappear, and sometimes I feel like you're wandering around, searching for a place to die. You never say anything to me. I never allowed it. I never wanted it." I was about to apologize, but the distance between us narrowed further, silencing me. I could feel her warm breath on my skin, the soft touch of her hands on my cheeks. "Police car light, important notice, police car light," this text was ripped off from. "Please only read it on the official website." "I'm jealous, Robert. You said that before. I was the first to meet you, the first to be interested in you, and probably the first to hold your hand in this life." Adele chuckled, as if finding her own words amusing, and looked at me. The distance between us closed again. This time it happened so quickly that I flinched at the strange sensation against my forehead. Something soft and warm touched my skin before disappearing. It wasn't a hand. I stared at Adele in confusion, and she chuckled softly, answering my unspoken question. I've decided to have you, so be careful from now on. Don't cross the line. Her smile was so alluring that I couldn't utter a word, perhaps for a very long time. Translator notes your text here. Alcohol sometimes revealed one's true feelings, but it could also expose emotions one wished to keep hidden. Had she been upset with Robert? She had already decided to tell him that much, but she didn't intend to claim ownership of him. It would have been fine to simply say she missed him. Adele clutched her throbbing head, her expression troubled. She wasn't the type to get easily drunk, but strangely she had become intoxicated after 3 bottles. It had happened earlier this morning. Adele touched her lips and looked to the side. The missing memories were causing her a lot of trouble. Why was Robert here? And why was he sleeping? Adele tried to piece together the fragmented memories, starting from the last thing she remembered. She desperately hoped that the accident she was imagining hadn't actually occurred. Sigh, when Robert realized Adele's lips were against his forehead, he chuckled softly, touching his forehead. It was a first for him. Adele had gone beyond holding his hand and had initiated physical contact. It was something she normally wouldn't do. You've become bold. Robert was also embarrassed. He hadn't expected her to act this way. Who would have imagined Adele would be so forward with him? He would need to regress several more times to predict something like this. He was so flustered that he tried to make a joke to ease the awkwardness, even though his cheeks were already slightly flushed. Perhaps he was drunk, not from the alcohol, but from the atmosphere. He cleared his throat, looking at Adele, who was still silent. He couldn't understand how she could be so calm after making him feel so flustered. He was about to explode from the close proximity, but she was acting as if nothing had happened. Well, Adele wasn't actually calm, but Robert, seeing her indifferent expression, assumed she was composed. Of course, Adele's mind was racing even more than his. Remember what I just said. Adele's ears turned bright red as she spoke. Bold? Never. It had been an impulsive decision to kiss his forehead. After all, this was the first time she had experienced such feelings. Feeling possessive of a person, not an object, it was all new to her. She had even declared that she would take all his firsts. She wouldn't have said that even in front of Robert if she had been sober. It was the alcohol's fault. But before she could try to regain control, the alcohol had already taken over, clouding her mind. She tried to pull away, but her body swayed, making it difficult to move. She felt dizzy, her vision blurring. Adele leaned forward, collapsing against Robert. He caught her effortlessly and smiled wryly. He could feel her warmth against him. She was wearing a thin outfit, different from her usual clothes, and he could feel the curves of her body. He sighed softly, overwhelmed by the heat that was already building within him. Perhaps she had said those things because she was drunk. She had already emptied 4 bottles on her own. It was only natural that a normal person couldn't handle that much. Even Adele, who usually couldn't drink this much without losing control, she hadn't received divine power like him, so how could she possibly be fine after 4 bottles? He tried to forget what she had said, but Adele, clinging to him, spoke softly. Her words seemed to refute his thoughts as if she had read his mind. You think I said those things because I'm drunk? I never thought that. Your expression tells me everything. Did you think I was taking you lightly? Absolutely not. Her embrace tightened and he flinched when she exhaled against his neck. Her warm breath tickled his skin. He was afraid he might lose his strength and collapse with her if this continued, so he held her tightly, simply listening to her voice. Adele continued, regardless of whether he listened or not. She might have said those words while drunk, but her feelings were genuine. She had held back from being more honest because she was still unsure. She had been truly upset. She clung to him even tighter and spoke again. I've been watching you even when you don't know, even when you're looking elsewhere. My gaze has always been on you, even when you're focused on something else. You're the only one who doesn't know, I know. Is that so? Yes, do you have to be so oblivious? Her words made him chuckle. He gently pushed her away. He understood what she was trying to say. He now knew what had upset her, what she desired. He couldn't fulfill all her desires. He had a line he wouldn't cross. Even the kiss on his forehead had been beyond that line. But he couldn't get angry at her, could he? Come to think of it, it was probably the first time something like this had happened in this life. He didn't know what other firsts he would lose, but this was enough for today. Adele, released from his embrace, stumbled and sat down on a chair. She knew she was quite drunk, and she was annoyed that Robert wasn't as intoxicated. She had made him drink a lot. Why was she the only one in this state? Her vision was blurry, her head spinning. The world seemed to be tilting with every passing moment. She should be lying in bed, sleeping. But if she did, Robert would leave. She couldn't fall asleep so easily. Her attempts to stay awake were obvious. Robert smiled softly, watching her struggling to sit upright. Did she want to continue this so badly? But time was limited, and Adele had to fall asleep before dawn. She was the Grand Duchess who ruled this land. It wouldn't be good for everyone to see her drunk, especially since she had been drinking alone with him. It would be better to get her to bed as soon as possible. Robert approached her and offered his arm, and Adele frowned. I'm not sleeping. I'm not even that drunk. You seem quite drunk to me. You even kissed me. It doesn't count if I didn't kiss your lips. I'll do that next time when I'm sober. When I'm not drunk, when you're thinking about something else. Perhaps I'll do it in front of the saint or the princess. He wasn't sure how to react to her blatant words, but he was relieved she didn't seem as upset as before. When he offered his arm, Adele stood up obediently. She had been thinking about getting up anyway. She knew Robert wouldn't budge if she resisted, and she didn't want to upset him by staying seated any longer. She stumbled towards the bed and collapsed onto it. She hadn't even placed her head on the pillow, but she was too weak to get up again. Was this what it felt like to be swallowed whole by a bed? The soft mattress enveloped her, pulling her into its depths. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to resist the sensation, then opened them again. Robert's face came into view, and Adele smiled brightly, reaching out her arm. Her hand flailed in the air, missing him. Her cat-like gesture, reaching out as if trying to catch something, seemed quite threatening to Robert. He leaned closer, wondering if she was calling for him, and Adele's hand grabbed his arm, pulling him towards her. "Gotcha, I'm not an object. You would have left if I hadn't caught you, wouldn't you?" Despite all the alcohol she had consumed, the sweet scent of her perfume was stronger than the smell of liquor. The fragrance was so intoxicating that he almost lost his mind. Robert lifted his head slightly to escape it. He would have buried his face in her chest if he hadn't used his strength to resist. That would be quite dangerous in this situation. Adele chuckled when she saw his narrowed eyes and loosened her grip on his arm. She wouldn't stop him if he left now. She was simply being selfish. It was normal for him to leave, wasn't it? She hadn't let go completely because of that, because she was reluctant to let him go, because she wanted him to stay a little longer, so she held onto his sleeve with her fingertips. Robert, whose sleeve was caught, looked at her. He couldn't leave because of her hand. Was she trying to hold him back or let him go? Whenever he tried to move, her fingers tugged at his sleeve. He chuckled softly, then approached Adele and sat down on the empty space on the bed. "What do you want?" Honestly, he didn't really want to leave. If he did, he would have left already. He had stayed despite her attempts to hold him back because he was enjoying himself. It had been a while since they were alone together. He was troubled by what Adele had said to him. He was wondering if he should stay a little longer. Adele hesitated for a moment at his question. If she said, "I want you," he would likely dismiss it as a joke. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. "I want you to hold me until I fall asleep so I don't forget you're here." She opened her arms slightly and Robert chuckled, moving carefully. They embraced, feeling each other's warmth. Adele, reassured by his presence, drifted into sleep. She didn't want to fall asleep. She wanted to savor this moment a little longer, but she had drunk too much. "Police car light, important notice, police car light," this text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Even as her consciousness faded, she clung to Robert. Just before she fell asleep completely, Adele whispered in his ear, "I missed you more than you know." She could even praise herself for not going to the Capitol. Robert was surprised for a moment, then smiled softly. "Me too." That was why he stayed and slept beside her. Even as he slept, he didn't let go of her hand. It was a truth of that night that only Adele would never remember. "Why are you sleeping here?" Her flustered expression was so rare that I couldn't help but chuckle as soon as I opened my eyes. Was it really that surprising? I thought about it for a moment, then recalled how drunk Adele had been last night. Had she lost her memories? She had said all those things to me and now she couldn't remember. I felt a bit cheated. I didn't know how to react. I looked at Adele and pondered, should I explain it to her or should I let her continue to be flustered? But I couldn't stay silent. Her expression would only darken if I did. I decided it was fine to tease her a little. I pulled the blanket up to my chest and looked at her. Her lips moved silently several times before she answered cautiously. "You don't remember? My head hurts. I think I remember some things, but it's hazy. I remember kissing you, but I don't know why I'm sleeping here." So she remembered the kiss. She had drunk a couple more bottles after that, so it was understandable that her memory was fragmented. She had become more honest because the alcohol had hit her all at once. It was only natural, considering she had been drinking that strong liquor like water. Adele ran her hand over her forehead and sighed softly. Her attempts to grasp the situation were amusing. Did she really not remember? Well, it was possible. Anyway, I had to leave this room. The sun had risen. Adele had clung to me so tightly that I had fallen asleep beside her. But it would be better to leave before anyone saw us and got the wrong idea. I chuckled softly at her gaze and straightened my clothes, slowly getting out of bed. I assumed she would remember eventually, but it wouldn't hurt to tease her while she still couldn't remember. "Didn't you do all sorts of things to me last night? You were quite strong, so I couldn't resist." "Me to you?" "Yes, it was my first time. You don't seem to remember." It was her first time. It was the first time Adele had told me she missed me, and technically she was the first to kiss me on the forehead. I chuckled softly at her flustered reaction and walked towards the door. It was still early in the morning, so it should be fine if I left now. As I opened the door to leave, I saw someone standing there. Startled by my appearance, Lothos's eyes narrowed as he looked at the nameplate on the door. His usually dark skin turned pale and his finger, trembling, pointed at me. The first thing that came to mind was that Lothos would misunderstand, and then I realized this was going to be troublesome. "This is the Grand Duchess's room. At this hour did you sleep together?" he asked, flustered, but there was a faint smile on his lips. He probably thought he had hit the jackpot. I didn't answer. The scene behind me was answer enough. Adele's usually neat pajamas were disheveled, empty bottles and plates scattered around the room. And me emerging from that room at this hour could only mean one thing. I smiled wryly. I couldn't deny it. We had definitely slept together. "I didn't expect your relationship to progress so quickly." You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. I'm not going to bother making excuses. Who would believe that a man and a woman drank together and just slept? Well, I suppose it's possible for the Grand Duchess. Lothos chuckled to himself and shrugged. I had asked him to tidy up the room and was dealing with Lothos alone instead of showing him Adele's disheveled state. Misunderstandings, I didn't really care if they arose. Judging from Ilona's attitude, no one seemed interested in pushing the issue. Besides, if we had slept together, people could think whatever they wanted. That was why I was regretting it. Perhaps I should have kept a bit more distance. We weren't lovers yet, but our relationship was practically the same, wasn't it? I had a lot on my mind. I was confident Adele would maintain the invisible line between us, but Lothos seemed amused by the situation. He grinned for a while before clearing his throat and looking at me. Anyway, I was quite surprised. I knew you were meeting with her privately, but I thought you would leave after drinking. Things happened. Do you have any more questions? May I ask just one thing? I told him to ask, and Lothos hesitated for a moment before answering. I don't understand what you see in the Grand Duchess. Sigh, anyone listening would think we were already lovers. Even if that were true, our relationship wasn't as developed as it had been in the past. I hadn't come here to have this conversation with Lothos. I had other objectives in mind. I was hoping for more productive discussion. I frowned and sighed, staring at Lothos before shaking my head. I didn't need to answer every single question. I was more concerned about Adele, who was alone in her room, so I decided to change the subject. I'm here because of the Grand Duchess's letter, but I also need your help with something I'm investigating. You need my help. If I want to obtain information from the North, you're the best person to ask, aren't you? Perhaps he realized I wasn't interested in idle chatter. The smile on his face faded as he adopted his usual serious expression for work. He offered me a chair and spoke. I already know what you're looking for. I've been investigating the capital as well. Are you looking for the masked figures? You're well informed. I've been trying to find information about them, but I haven't been able to get anything concrete. I only know that they've been sighted near the northwest in the uncharted territory. The uncharted territory, that made me even more suspicious. The uncharted territory was an area completely sealed off by ancient magic. It was a place where no one could reach, and even the four dragons couldn't detect it, meaning it was protected by a powerful seal. I would have to investigate why Kyril was interested in such a place. Even after countless regressions, Kyril remained an enigma. I didn't know why he killed me, why he didn't eradicate the Taylor house even after framing me for treason. Are you going to continue investigating them? I nodded at Lothos's question. It was just as important as meeting with Adele. I didn't have much time here, so I hoped to find some clues, but I didn't expect it to be easy. Lothos seemed to share my thoughts. He frowned and answered, I know you're not staying long, but it won't be easy to find anything. I know it would be a stroke of luck if we found even a single clue. The Grand Duchess will be disappointed. She seemed quite excited to spend time with you. His words piqued my interest. What had Adele been doing while I was gone that made everyone in the North curious about our relationship? I hadn't given much thought to Adele's actions while I was away. I had only assumed she hadn't been sleeping well. I wondered if it was okay to ask, but it was better to know than to be completely oblivious. Lothos answered readily when I asked, as if he had been waiting for it. Police car light, important notice, police car light, this text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. He had more to say than I had expected, things that would make anyone blush. She was actually going to order an expedition. I had a hard time convincing her that things would escalate if she went to the capital. I heard she wasn't sleeping well. That's right. When we gathered in the morning, we always talked about when the Duke would finally change. Lothos wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. He looked as haggard as Adele. Had she really been that worried about me? I also laughed when he told me she had deliberately changed the bed in my room. I thought she had become much more honest. She hadn't been very expressive in the past, even when she had feelings for me. I couldn't understand why she would get angry sometimes. Now she acted like a cat. I had once compared her to a wolf. She had been Adele Ygritte, the cold and calculating woman who stood alone in solitude. But her softened personality and behavior were new to me in this life. I smiled as I pondered Adele's actions, and Lothos, who had been staring at me, cleared his throat and spoke cautiously. Since I've told you all this, I would appreciate it if you answered my question. When I asked earlier, well, if you're asking what I find appealing about her, I felt like answering for a split second. I sensed someone outside the door, and it was easy to answer. I chuckled softly and spoke loudly enough for the person outside to hear. Let's just say she's beautiful. Thump. The sound from outside the door was so loud that I could only smile. Why were they eavesdropping? It was their own fault. I had sensed someone outside the door a while ago. I was talking to Lothos when I suddenly felt a presence. I quickly realized it was Adele. She was probably here to talk to me or to eavesdrop on our conversation. But I had simply given her a taste of her own medicine for forgetting what she had said last night. While I wasn't particularly upset, it was a bit much for her to say those things and then not remember anything. I thought it was a sufficient punishment. Lothos seemed surprised by my blunt words, but he chuckled softly when he heard the sound from outside the door. He must have sensed someone was listening to our conversation. He seemed to have figured out who it was. He shrugged and looked at me. Lothos was quite perceptive. He would have realized by now that I wouldn't normally say such things. His gaze flickered between me and the door before settling on me again. Lothos smiled faintly and spoke softly. I thought you would say something like that. You wouldn't lie about something like this. There's no need to lie about something like this. It wasn't a lie. I had always thought Adele was beautiful. I just hadn't said it out loud. It wasn't my concern how others interpreted it. I realized how much my mindset had changed since my first regression. Back then, I was searching for a place to die, desperately seeking a quick end. But now my heart, which I had thought was empty, was filled with unfamiliar emotions. Should I view this as a positive change or a negative one? Lost in thought, Lothos suddenly appeared in front of me, covering his mouth with his hand as he whispered, "You're surprisingly mischievous. Did you say that on purpose? Half of it was intentional." He grinned, seemingly intrigued, and gave me a thumbs up. He seemed quite pleased with my actions. When nobles did that, it was usually because they had witnessed a satisfying performance. Was he that satisfied with what I had just done? Well, it was obvious how Adele and I would appear to an outsider. A love story straight out of a novel. If they didn't know about the regressions and deaths, they would think spring had arrived in the north. If my life were a play, I couldn't be sure what kind of ending my current mindset was leading towards. Was death a comedy, or was my desire to survive a tragedy? I would soon find out how my 101st life would end. It was ironic. My desire to live could lead to my own misfortune. It was a story that would be met with ridicule, but it wasn't something I could confide in anyone. I looked at Lothos, who had a sly expression on his face, and chuckled wryly before walking towards the door. I suddenly flung open the door, which had been radiating a presence for a while now, and saw a woman standing there. As expected, she was looking at me with a strange expression. "Were you here all along? It seems like you knew." Well, I didn't. Perhaps Lothos did, but I decided to put those thoughts about endings aside for now. Hadn't I come to the north to clear my head, trouble would find me even if I didn't seek it out. For now, I wanted to relax. "Is that the attitude you learned from becoming Duke?" "Attitude. You've become more cunning. You used to avoid my gaze, but now you're teasing me." The difference stemmed from my changed mindset. I had initially avoided Adele to prevent getting involved with her, but now I was envisioning a future where she wouldn't die. I was quite exhausted when I first regressed. I desperately wanted to end the cycle, and my final wish had been for someone to kill me. I'm more comfortable now compared to before. You'll be staging a rebellion if you get any more comfortable. Who knows, I might even become the Grand Duke someday. There was no need to be awkward. Adele was alive and well, and there were no problems at this time. Trouble would arise in autumn, but for now it was still spring. Adele watched me with a faint smile, then burst into laughter and shook her head. Lothos had disappeared, and a strange silence filled the room, now only occupied by the two of us. I probably wouldn't be able to leave until tomorrow, so it was fine to stay with Adele until then. But she seemed hesitant to talk to me, perhaps because of what had happened last night. I was wondering if I should initiate the conversation when Adele finally spoke. I remember everything from last night. I thought about it earlier, and it seems I said a lot of strange things. You remember everything now? I was a bit upset that you might not. I chuckled softly when she flinched at my words. It wasn't a big deal. I just enjoyed teasing her. And it was hard to stop when she reacted so amusingly to every word. But I knew she was being sincere. She had said she was upset and that she missed me. There was a reason for the saying, "Drunken words are sober thoughts." She must have said those things because she truly wanted to, but it was her responsibility to deal with the embarrassment. Adele's cheeks flushed as she looked at her hands, realizing she had clung to me until I fell asleep. "I think I should avoid drinking with you in the future. You wouldn't be comfortable with me being too honest, would you?" I wasn't uncomfortable. It's better than hiding it. "You came here because you wanted to apologize, so I would have said the same things." I smiled brightly at Adele, who was still looking at me, and continued. "I missed you too. I hadn't contacted her mostly because I was busy. It was an excuse, but I had assumed she would forget about it eventually, and I had thought the North would be busy at this time of year. But her feelings had deepened more than I had expected. It was my fault in the end." Adele cleared her throat, frowning at me. She always made that expression when she was embarrassed. She disliked showing her embarrassment to others, so I changed the subject. We couldn't stay like this forever. She couldn't keep being embarrassed about what happened last night. Adele seemed relieved by the change in topic. When I asked about the current situation in the North, she thought for a moment and replied briefly, "It's fine." If she said it was fine, it was probably fine. But it wasn't a completely positive answer, so I tilted my head slightly. What could be wrong now that the subjugation of the barbarian tribes was complete? Adele seemed to have noticed my confusion and continued. "The uncharted territory has been acting strange lately. Things that shouldn't be there have appeared." "The uncharted territory, are you talking about the masked figures?" Adele's eyes narrowed at my question. She seemed to be asking if I knew about them. I nodded, and she touched her forehead, her lips moving silently. She seemed troubled by their presence. They were bothersome even if they weren't actively doing anything. "You knew about them too. They don't seem to be doing anything, but they keep appearing. They shouldn't be able to enter the uncharted territory, so I don't know what they're up to. I've been investigating them as well. I was planning to continue my investigation after arriving in the North, So that's what you were discussing with Lothos earlier. I nodded. I had a feeling the unrest occurring near the Taylor dukedom might be related to the masked figures. We still didn't have any concrete information, so we could only rely on speculation for now. We knew for sure that they were connected to Keitel and the Four Dragons, but it was unlikely they were trying to resurrect the Four Dragons. Even Arwen had said it was highly improbable. It would be impossible without a mage more powerful than her. I'm still considering it. It would be easier if we had some clues, but right now we can only search blindly. Lothos didn't seem to know much either. Do you need my help? It's all right. I can handle it alone. You have things to do, don't you? Adele sighed again and frowned, looking at me in frustration. I was puzzled by her reaction, but then she touched her forehead and spoke. Are you planning to leave me alone again? You said you remembered everything I said last night, but it seems like you've forgotten it all. I'm just saying you don't have to help me. You don't need to misunderstand. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. I anticipated this, so I already took care of it. You seem to have forgotten, but I also remember the time I spent with you. Adele tapped her head and smiled, pulling out a piece of paper from her pocket. It was a tightly sealed scroll. It had the Grand Duchess's seal on it. It was one of the documents classified as top secret, if I remembered correctly. I thought about why you came to the north. I didn't think you would come here just to see me, so I looked into what you've been investigating lately. And you found out that I'm interested in the masked figures. That's right, I also found something related to them in my archives. Adele touched her smooth lips with her finger and smiled seductively, seeing my stunned expression. She seemed to have been waiting for this reaction. She smiled softly and added, "Didn't I tell you? I won't let you go, haha, at least not while you're in the north. I'm not letting you go alone, regardless of your wishes." Adele seemed to be in a good mood. Perhaps I had taken the bait, but it wasn't entirely bad for me either. The Four Dragons. When Adele spoke those words, I flinched and narrowed my eyes. I hadn't expected to hear about the Four Dragons here. I asked if she knew about them, and Adele, shaking her head, mentioned Lothos and continued. If they're appearing in the uncharted territory, it's only natural to be interested in the Four Dragons. Don't you think so? That's true. If it's the uncharted territory, there's only one being related to it. You were also interested in the artifacts when you visited the south. I assumed it had something to do with the Four Dragons, and if it's the Four Dragons, there's something related to them in the north as well. I tilted my head at her words. There couldn't be any artifacts in this desolate wasteland. While it was a region associated with the Four Dragons, I had never heard of them hiding artifacts or any ruins here. I had investigated the artifacts thoroughly. Surely I would have looked into the north. While I hadn't visited the north often, I had assumed it wasn't relevant. That assumption was shattered by the document Adele showed me. One of the Four Dragons' ruins, a place secretly built by those who worshipped them long ago, inheriting their will. Why hadn't it been discovered until now? Adele said she hadn't investigated it because she wasn't interested, but there were too many suspicious details for that to be the only reason. I had a hunch, a terrifying one. If Keitel had killed Adele for this, if his objective wasn't Adele's power, but the uncharted territory and the ruins related to the Four Dragons, perhaps that would explain why Adele died. Are you suggesting we investigate this together? Yes, it's not far from here. We should arrive in a few dozen minutes by wolf. I'm not letting you go alone. If you're going with me. And if you don't want to, I won't let you go. Someone might think you're obsessed with me. Anyone would be if they saw the man they cared about constantly getting injured or in danger. Consider it your fault. I wish she wouldn't do anything that would attract Keitel's attention, but I didn't think anything would change just because she didn't accompany me. She had died even when she focused solely on the subjugation and avoided any other activities. I considered it for a moment and nodded. Her face brightened instantly, and I couldn't help but chuckle, running a hand over my face. I had thought I was the one in control of this relationship, but perhaps I was the one being led. Adele remained silent as we rode the wolves. Perhaps she was still processing the mention of the Four Dragons. Even I was skeptical about their existence. It was understandable that Adele would feel the same. The Four Dragons, ancient beings, if they reappeared, there was no guarantee we could defeat them. Adele glanced at me after a while and spoke hesitantly. She seemed to have something to say, so I looked at her intently, and she finally spoke. Have you known about the Four Dragons for a long time? What do you mean? It doesn't seem like you suddenly became interested in them. You know, the masked figures are searching for the Four Dragons. I thought you might have been investigating them for a while. I was more interested in Keitel than the Four Dragons, but I had helped him use his precognitive abilities, so Adele sighed and smiled wryly when I nodded. She seemed displeased, and I tilted my head in confusion. She answered, "You always seem to be looking for trouble. Even if you had multiple lives, sigh, is that why you live like that? I only take risks I can handle. Who would live wanting to die? If anyone did, it would be you. You have a talent for making people worry. I almost want to commend you for it." Her tone was sarcastic, but her words, clearly criticizing my behavior, stung. I had asked who would live wanting to die, but wasn't my life dedicated to death? I had simply made an excuse because I couldn't be honest with Adele. There was no need to tell her the truth. The conversation lulled, and Adele, who had been staring at me, looked away. We continued forward, the wind cool but not as cold as before. We arrived at an empty area near the eastern part of the north, not far from the main castle. Adele drew her sword and plunged it into the ground. You know this sword isn't ordinary, right? It's a legendary sword. A symbol of the north. It's also a sword that consumes a tremendous amount of magic, enough to make an ordinary person explode. So if you can channel magic into it, it means you've already surpassed a certain level. That was why Adele had lent me her sword. I could withstand the sword's magic and wield it freely. Adele's magic flowed from her body into the sword embedded in the ground. The magic, flowing into the earth, became a key. The area around the uncharted territory was already saturated with magic, and the ground, tinged with blue, began to vibrate. Adele pulled out her sword as she felt the ground shaking beneath her feet. It can be used as a key. If there's a sealed place like this, we can force it open. My sword won't work. It's not a legendary sword yet. I can lend it to you. On the condition that you return it safely, of course. Adele smiled faintly and looked at the ground, now completely open. There was a staircase leading down, but the energy emanating from within made me frown. Had the moonstone ever reacted this strongly before? I knew it reacted to artifacts, but this reaction was like a resonance, as if it had found its other half. My heart pounded and I swayed, my vision blurring for a moment. Adele approached me and steadied me, holding my shoulder. Are you all right? You suddenly look pale. There's definitely something down there. I can feel it. Don't scare me like that. It makes things harder for me. Everything about the moonstone was a mystery, an artifact I had obtained one day as if by fate, an artifact whose origins I couldn't recall. I only remembered that it had triggered my regressions, as if it had been programmed into my mind. It wasn't mentioned in any books, and any records of its existence had been completely destroyed. There was something there, but I couldn't grasp it. Perhaps I would find out today. I nodded, my condition now stable, and Adele sighed, stepping away. Then let's go in. We need to see what's inside. If you're not feeling well, we can check later. We have to check now. Her firm response stemmed from her desire to resolve this mystery. What was the moonstone? Why was it reacting so strongly to this place, a mere ruin of the four dragons? Adele frowned, realizing she couldn't change my mind, and nodded slowly. All right, let's go. As we descended the stairs, the moonstone's reaction intensified. It was deep. We continued down into the darkness, but there was no end in sight. The structure seemed similar to the tower in the south. Perhaps there was a large chamber below. I ran my hand along the damp, moss-covered walls as we walked, then paused, frowning at a section covered in an unusual amount of moss. Moss thrived in areas with high concentrations of magic. Adele also sensed something and swung her sword. Magic-infused flames erupted, consuming the moss and illuminating the path ahead. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. The flames, like a burning fuse, lit the way forward. I've never seen a place like this. The magic feels suppressed. It's a ruin of the four dragons. It was built by those who inherited their will, but ruins are mysterious things, aren't they? Adele nodded and withdrew her magic as a massive door appeared. The faint remaining flames illuminated the single door. It opened easily when I pushed it, and Adele, who was walking ahead, stopped abruptly as she saw what was inside. And so did I. The chamber was larger than expected, unlike the narrow staircase, but what caught our attention first was the massive statue in the center, one of the four dragons, roaring, baring its fangs. A being that tore apart humans, shattered mountains, and heralded the end. The majesty of the four dragons, who tried to plunge the world into eternal daylight by destroying the moon, was still present. Adele chuckled softly and took a step forward. So this was in the north. It seems I've been neglecting it. Unlike Adele, who was focused on the statue, my gaze wandered to the surrounding area. Something was densely inscribed around the statue. I recognized the characters. They were part of an ancient language I had learned while studying the artifacts. They were different from the ones I had seen in Arwen's laboratory. These characters were probably written 1,000 years ago. I slowly read the inscription directly in front of the statue's eyes. It was about the four dragons. The dragon who tried to steal the moon has been sealed. Here, the great dragon who spoke of humanity's end disappears. The words, written like a fairy tale, seemed to hold an enchanting power. I traced each character with my finger as I read, then paused at the part describing what happened after the four dragons were sealed. No one could attain eternal rest. The curse that binds the great dragon is merely a seal, a curse that will eventually be broken. But the dragon never gave up. It would eventually be broken. That was why Arwen was so worried, but the inscription didn't end there. My hand stopped at a particular sentence. My eyes narrowed, and I couldn't believe what I was reading. I chuckled softly, realizing how foolish my actions had been. The clue was right here, so close. Why had I hesitated for so long? The dragon could turn back time, eternally if it so desired. The key to regression was with the four dragons, clues about regression. I hadn't given it much thought, hadn't formed many theories. I hadn't delved deeply into it. I had simply accepted it as a miracle, a chance to turn back time and retry everything. Why did I regress? Why did time always revert to the summer of my 20th year? I could have returned to the moment before my death, or perhaps to my childhood before everything began. If that were the case, I would have had more time to contemplate and could have resolved everything in fewer regressions. It wasn't long ago that I started questioning why I always returned to the summer of my 20th year, a difficult period with limited options. I couldn't find any information about the Moonstone, even when searching for the artifacts. It was as if it never existed, its traces erased from the world. That question led to more questions, a series of inconsistencies that brought me here. The meaning of the inscription on the wall of this ruin was simple. It was a simple answer, but it resolved some of the questions I had been pondering. The incompetent goddess couldn't interfere with time, so she was helpless against the great dragon hidden within its distorted flow. So what remained was precognition. While it was known as a seal, the mural depicted the 4 dragons split into 2. To be precise, they were divided into mind and body, and it was the body of the 4 dragons that was sealed. The precognitive abilities, weakened by time, were considered non-existent. It was a misconception. The precognitive abilities still remained, retaining their power. My hand traced the mural, moving quickly. My reading speed increased, as did my comprehension. I needed a lot of knowledge to understand and process all of this. It took only a moment to combine this information with what I had learned about the 4 dragons from Arwen. My eyes narrowed as I continued reading the mural. I already knew that turning back time was one of the 4 dragons' abilities, but I hadn't given it much thought. I had assumed that the moon goddess could also manipulate time if the artifact contained her power, but the mural clearly refuted that assumption. The moon goddess couldn't interfere with time. The only being capable of manipulating and utilizing its distorted flow was the 4 dragons. In other words, the artifact known as the Moonstone wasn't created by the moon goddess. Then, my outstretched hand pointed to a mural depicting a dragon hidden within time. The dragon's objective was simple: to reclaim its body. It had to reclaim its body and destroy this world created by the moon goddess. But finding its body within the distorted flow of time wasn't easy. Time was a complex concept, so the great dragon hidden within it sought a way to reclaim its body. A body capable of accepting its destructive nature, a body that could withstand its power, preferably a sentient being. The sentient beings in this world were the demi-humans and humans. Had the dragon tried to contact the demi-humans? The next mural answered that question. It depicted the demi-humans fighting against the dragon that emerged from time, all of them perishing. The survivors fled to a vast forest. I couldn't help but chuckle when I saw the image of the vast forest. The forest where the demi-humans resided, the southern region of the empire, the vast forest located in the center of the continent, was known as the demi-humans' territory. The dragon killed all who opposed it. The terrified demi-humans fled to the forest seeking refuge, and the great forest would become their home for a long time. It was a statement that seemed to predict the future, but it was close to the truth. The demi-humans still resided there, even 1,000 years after the disappearance of the 4 dragons. While they had been briefly displaced during the Empire's rise, the forest had always belonged to them. The demi-humans had rejected the dragon, so I assumed the next vessel it sought was a human. There was only one sentient being capable of accepting the dragon's time-traveling consciousness. I paused, running a hand over my face. Adele, who had approached me, was staring intently. She seemed to have noticed I was reading the inscription. While she couldn't understand the content, she must have realized it was something serious. "I'll read a little more. Do as you please. It seems serious." My hand moved to another mural. The inscription was slightly faded, but the image and text clearly depicted the dragon making contact with humans. Humans found the dragon intriguing, and not all rejected the being that had defied the gods. After all, 1/10 of the empire didn't worship the moon goddess. Adele looked at the human interacting with the dragon and spoke hesitantly. "Is he with the dragon? I don't have enough information to explain it in detail, but yes, it's about regression." Adele frowned at the mention of regression. She knew that time reversed when I died. She seemed to find it difficult to talk about, clearing her throat several times before continuing cautiously. "Regression, you mean what you're experiencing? I suppose it's an explanation, but a lot of things are different. The source of the regression wasn't the moon goddess, nor was it me. Then who had created the moonstone? The answer could only be the 4 dragons, the only being capable of interfering with time. If the mural wasn't misleading and the moonstone was still resonating with this ruin, there was only one conclusion I could draw. The moonstone was created by the 4 dragons. I was living within a repeating time loop created by them. But why? I pondered this for a moment, then realized the mural ended there, or rather, it had been erased. Not deliberately erased by someone, but faded with time. The faint remaining characters clearly mentioned time, but the information was incomplete. I would probably need the church's help to find more information about this place, or perhaps I should ask Arwen for help. She was the foremost expert on the 4 dragons at this point. She wouldn't have visited this ruin in the north, so perhaps this place would be helpful for her research. "Did you find anything?" I shrugged at her gaze. I had found something, but it only raised more questions. The only thing I had discovered was that the moonstone might belong to the 4 dragons. My regression was intentional. It wasn't solely for my benefit. It was intertwined with the 4 dragons' intention to reclaim their bodies within the distorted flow of time. I tried to be optimistic, but there was nothing positive about this. I forced a smile. I didn't want to show my confusion in front of Adele. Do you think you look fine just because you're smiling? Her words, seeing through my facade, made my smile falter. I had tried to hide it, but was it that obvious? Adele looked at me, blinking slowly. She muttered that it was a mistake to come to this ruin, then approached me, taking my hand. I'm sorry for bringing you here. There's no need to apologize. It's something I need to consider. Then I should apologize even more. If it's something you need to consider, then I need to consider it as well. I didn't understand her words at first, but then I did, and I looked at her. She didn't seem embarrassed at all. Her confident, almost defiant attitude flustered me. I don't want to hear you say it's a secret anymore. I've been thinking about this since I remembered our past together, but we're not the type to keep secrets from each other. You and I, it's not that I'm trying to keep secrets. You're trying to protect me by keeping it to yourself, aren't you? Do you think I don't know you? I know what you're thinking, why you're hiding things from me. Adele approached me, and I didn't back away. I stood still, almost inviting her closer, and she stopped right in front of me, her lips inches from mine. I could feel her sweet scent, and I smiled wryly. She chuckled softly and continued. If you're looking for something, I'm going with you this time. That won't change, no matter what you say. Try to stop me if you want. Try to tie me down somewhere. Why would I do that to you, Adele? It's dangerous. You know what the 4 dragons represent. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. The 4 dragons weren't simply related to me. They were connected to the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince was involved in Adele's death. That was why I wanted to keep Adele out of it as much as possible. Even if this was a first, it was painful to even consider that small possibility. Should I consider her actions stubborn, knowing she had died at the Crown Prince's hands? No, I thought about it differently. It wasn't stubbornness, but affection. I understood her feelings because I had come to understand her through my past lives. You've always prioritized others over yourself. You said you didn't want to tell me because it was dangerous. I hate that even more. It's frustrating to simply know that you're doing something dangerous. So I'm going with you this time. No matter what you say, no matter how you try to stop me. With an unwavering gaze, the woman who resembled the cold winter continued. I've decided there is no such thing as an unbeatable opponent. At least I was confident I could gain the upper hand against anyone if I set my mind to it. But Adele's words shook that very foundation. I had been so sure I could leave her behind and move on my own, but now it seemed impossible. Priorities. Honestly, there wasn't much I could argue with in Adele's words. It was true that I always prioritized others over myself. I had never considered how it appeared to others. I slowly averted my gaze from Adele, or rather I tried to. When Adele, sensing my attempt to escape her gaze, held me back, I didn't know what to say. It was definitely dangerous. No matter what I did, Kyle would surely notice Adele because of this. I couldn't predict how things would unfold. Was this what you meant when you said you wouldn't let me go? This is what I meant. You tend to undervalue yourself. I don't like seeing that, even though you know it's dangerous. It's better for both of us to be in danger than for you to be alone, and you're close to the princess, aren't you? You can save me if anything happens. Surely. Adele poked my chest playfully and smiled. She seemed to be trying to lighten the mood, but her words felt like a jab at my insecurities. I tried to smile back, but my lips twitched awkwardly. You're not thinking about what happened before and assuming it will happen again, are you? I can't say it won't. Keitel had always been involved in my death, and that was something Adele and I had in common. If Adele got involved in something that directly concerned Keitel, what kind of variable would that introduce? Could I stop it if I had to? I pondered this for a moment, then realized how foolish my thoughts were. Almost everything was different. As Adele had said, it wasn't the same as before. I was a duke with far more authority, and Adele knew that her death was connected to Keitel. She could avoid it if she wanted to. Perhaps Adele was right. I always had a tendency to project the past onto the present. I rubbed my forehead and sighed softly. I hoped I was just worrying over nothing. I hoped Keitel had no interest in Adele and that she wouldn't be harmed in this life. I give up. It was something I had never said before, despite all my regressions, but her words had swayed me. I couldn't bring myself to stop her from coming with me. It was true that having Adele with me would be helpful. I would have to keep testing Keitel's thoughts on her. So what's your answer? Let's go together. You're going to follow me no matter what I say, aren't you? It seems you finally understand me a little. I just had to try harder. Even if something unexpected happened, I could protect her. A future where Adele survived was the future I had envisioned from the start. I just hoped she would still be alive when this year ended. I can't analyze the information we gathered from the ruins myself. I'll have to send it to someone who can and wait for the results. Someone who can analyze it. There was someone I saved during the full moon festival. I hired her. She's been helping me gather information in exchange for appropriate compensation. She was also quite helpful when I became Duke. Adele would clearly remember the events of the full moon festival, and her eyes narrowed as she recalled Arwen. She was probably reacting this way for one reason. Arwen was a woman, so Adele was likely questioning my intentions. She was a woman, she is, but I'm not interested in her. That sounds like something someone who is interested would say. You're surprisingly honest. I sighed at her teasing smile, and Adele chuckled, finding my reaction amusing. I didn't consider Arwen a woman. She was more like a transcendental being. Her strange obsession with the four dragons, her ability to easily manipulate lunar magic, she had reached the pinnacle of magic, surpassing everyone else. Her lifespan would likely be different as well. Adele, surprisingly perceptive in these matters, quickly dismissed her suspicions and changed the subject. So we can't do anything until we get the results. How long will it take? I think it will take about a week. My plan to stay here for only a week had been completely derailed, and I had postponed all non-essential tasks. I had plenty of time now. Renaud complained, but I had decided it was best to focus on this matter for now. Adele glanced at me when I mentioned my schedule, and the corners of her lips twitched. It was barely noticeable, but she seemed quite pleased. I also enjoyed staying in the north. It would have been even better if it weren't for this serious matter. It was better to be optimistic. So you're planning to stay for about a month? That's right. But you seem very comfortable. I said it to Adele, who was sitting on my bed, and she chuckled, seemingly unbothered by the fact that I had casually sat down on the blanket. It seemed like she had planned this. There was no reason to make the beds in our rooms identical otherwise. While I appreciated her honesty, it made my heart skip a beat. Well, it doesn't matter now, does it? We've already slept together. Someone might misunderstand. We just slept. It's the same thing to others. Should I tell the saint and the princess that we slept together? Adele grinned, then casually lay down on my pillow and patted the space beside her, inviting me to join her. I sighed at her invitation, but I thought this kind of relationship wasn't so bad. It was much better than the awkwardness we had when we first met in this life. It was just a drunken night together, but I wondered how Adriana and Merigen would react if they found out. I didn't want to think about it. It wasn't something to joke about, and it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Adriana in particular had similar feelings to mine. She understood my past lives, so her attachment to me might become strangely strong. It would be better to be careful. I would have to warn Lothos in particular. It's nice to have some free time. I would have been busy right now otherwise. That's because I helped you. Didn't I tell you? Things would go faster if you were with me. Well, considering what we saw in the ruins, that's true. The title of Grand Duchess wasn't just a name. Her words held considerable influence in the empire. Most matters could be easily resolved with her approval. While I had tried to avoid involving her, I had to admit that things were much easier when I was with Adele. I couldn't shake my concerns about the danger, but I would just have to be careful. Since things had turned out this way, I intended to resolve the matter of the masked figures while I was in the north. There would likely be occasions where I had to use force, and it was time to put my almost fully recovered skills to the test. The fact that the four dragons' consciousness was still alive was a definite threat. I couldn't ignore the possibility of their resurrection, something I had previously considered impossible. If the four dragons were resurrected and tried to destroy the world, could I defeat them in my current state? I wasn't sure. Perhaps if I fully recovered my original strength, but otherwise I needed to be more proactive. That was why I needed more experience wielding a sword. I intended to utilize force whenever possible. I'll be busy again starting tomorrow. You'll have to work too, so I won't be the only one busy anymore. But is your schedule all right? Schedule? Don't you have things to do? It's almost summer, so you'll be busy soon. Summer in the north was a time for preparing for the coming winter. Winter is coming was a common saying here. The winters in the north were harsh and unforgiving, so preparations during summer and autumn were crucial. Repairing damaged houses, stocking up on food, Adele, who had to manage all of this on a regional level, would be extremely busy. Adele seemed to understand my question. She groaned softly, then shrugged nonchalantly. Lothos will take care of it. He'll handle it if I tell him I'm busy. So Lothos is in charge of that. Adele hadn't personally handled such matters often. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. It was mostly Lothos and his subordinates' responsibility. I chuckled, realizing some things hadn't changed at all. Then I suddenly remembered there was someone else I needed to call to the north. Arwen wasn't the only one who needed to know about the four dragons. While Arwen possessed a wealth of information, any information about the four dragons had been erased throughout the empire, making it difficult to find anything. If there was anyone who could easily obtain such information, it would be someone connected to the church, and there was one person I knew who fit that description. I stood up and Adele looked at me intently. Where are you going? I think I need to call someone else to the north. I'm going to contact them. Who are you talking about? Do I know them? You know her, the saint. Adele's expression hardened at the mention of Adriana. She made it quite clear that she didn't like it. Reason. The church would have information about the four dragons, and Adriana is probably free right now. While she was the head of the church and had many responsibilities, her role was mostly symbolic. Even if there were administrative tasks, the Pope handled most of them. I thought there was a high probability Adriana would come to the north if I called for her. Besides, hadn't she said she was free for a while? It would be faster for Adriana to come to the north than for us to go to the capital. The saint, residing in the Moon Tower, could teleport to the church in the north, but we couldn't go to the Moon Tower, so we had to resolve this matter here. I had no choice but to call for Adriana. Adele seemed to be thinking deeply, her tone almost accusatory. it couldn't be helped. Since we were staying here for a while, we had to find something concrete, and Adriana's help was essential. So you're going to call her and extract information from the church, I understand. She said it and then, glancing at me, added, I just don't like it. Would it be enough if I apologized? Do you think that's enough? I hate empty apologies more than anything. If you know you've done something wrong, show it through your actions. She tapped my cheek with her finger, then gently stroked it, her lips moving silently. I understood what she meant by show it, but I couldn't refuse given my current situation. I smiled wryly. It was her forehead last time, so should I kiss her cheek this time? Then I'll assume you've given me permission. Your confidence is infuriating. I thought we would finally be alone, but now there's another uninvited guest. Another uninvited guest. From Adele's perspective, Adriana was probably another unwelcome presence. Perhaps they would view each other with hostility, but in this situation, I could only hope they would cooperate. I thought I could control the situation for now, so there wouldn't be any conflict. I left the room to contact Adriana and saw Lathos. He looked exhausted from his recent workload. He started complaining as soon as our eyes met, as if he had been waiting for me. Adele would have scolded him if she had seen it, but I tended to listen to his complaints. After all, nothing in the north would function properly without Lathos. Just kill me. Did you hear that? No, but being in the same room with you two was enough for me to understand. There will be more work and you'll probably end up staying here longer. The Grand Duchess will only focus on you, so naturally the accumulated work will become mine. Isn't that right? The price of understanding too much in such a short time was cruel. He rubbed his eyes, which were red and on the verge of tears, then ran a hand over his forehead, which seemed whiter than before, and sighed. Perhaps he would be bald by the time I saw him again. I've started losing hair. Oh dear, my wife asked me why I never come home. She asked if I was doing something else under the guise of work. She cried when she saw how I looked. It seems my wife is the only one who understands me. I understand too. The problem is that I can't stop the Grand Duchess. How thoughtful of you, but it seems you'll be staying longer than expected. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. Lathos chuckled wryly. He seemed to have given up, and I felt a pang of guilt. He smiled calmly and stroked his newly grown gray beard. I see, you're staying for about a month. I might stay longer. A month, or perhaps longer. All right, I suppose I have to accept it. You don't seem very surprised. I thought it was a rather serious matter. I haven't been home for about 3 months, so what's another month? I pity my subordinates. 4 months. His words made me feel even more guilty. Perhaps I should talk to Adele. If I had the time, I should help her with her work. I smiled wryly at his resigned expression, and Lathos chuckled heartily, giving me a thumbs up before turning away. Then I hope you enjoy your stay. I think I should head back to my office. I'll help if there's anything I can do. No, it's all right. Lathos turned his head slightly, then smiled gently. I can handle a few all-nighters. His retreating figure looked pathetic. A father who couldn't see his family, a veteran losing his hair from months of overwork. A lot had changed, but it seemed to have only negatively affected Lathos, and I felt a pang of guilt. Adriana readily agreed to come when I contacted her. Lathos was once again devastated by the news, and Ilona glanced at me with a strange expression. Bunta was indifferent to such news. The saint and I were quite close, so Ilona approached me and asked if I was all right. Are you sure about this? The Grand Duchess will be very upset. I already got her permission. She's coming because I need her help, so what's the problem? I'm glad to hear that, but I'm a bit worried. Ilona smiled faintly, her usual languid expression replaced by concern. I knew what she was worried about, but I didn't think there was a need to be concerned beforehand. There hadn't been much difference in their attitudes when we met in the South. Given Adriana's personality, it was unlikely there would be any friction with Adele. They hadn't seemed particularly uncomfortable with each other when they met before. It would be fine. I could separate them if they showed any signs of conflict. They would be too busy with the investigation anyway. There wouldn't be time for any disagreements. It wouldn't take long for Adriana to arrive since she was teleporting. Adele and I had made preparations to welcome the saint, and we hadn't brought any other subordinates with us since we had to proceed quickly. Did she say she's arriving soon? Adele, who was on a wolf, asked. She wasn't dressed elaborately for this unofficial meeting, but she had tied her hair back and was wearing a thin coat, giving her a different aura. I nodded and she paused, looking up at the sky. Adriana might bring several paladins with her. It was highly likely Verod would be among them, so I wanted to conclude this meeting quickly. We rode the wolves for a while, then I noticed a distant light, recognizing it as divine power, and looked at Adele. I had asked her to send a signal so we could easily find her, and she had created a pillar of divine power. It was a level I couldn't even imitate. Perhaps it was possible because paladins lived with abundant divine power instead of magic, but Verod's power was still formidable. As I felt last time, that paladin is quite powerful. He's considered the pinnacle of paladins. It's only natural. I'm still stronger than him. Don't rely on someone weaker than you. I chuckled softly at her out-of-context remark, but Adele, who had said those words, rode forward and bowed her head to the saint. Adriana, dressed in her usual white attire, smiled brightly when she saw me. Verod surprisingly remained expressionless, but his hammer trembled slightly, and I smiled awkwardly. Robert, I came because you asked for help. I'm truly grateful you came. We should have gone to the moon tower, but it's not easy for us to travel there. It's all right. It's quite easy to travel from the capital to the north. Was everything all right in the north? I heard you two were together. Adele moved closer to me, and Adriana, sensing her presence, added cautiously, you seem to have gotten closer. We've spent a lot of time together, so it's only natural. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, but we need to return to the castle. The matter is urgent. Adriana nodded slightly at Adele's response. She seemed to be thinking about Adele's words, but it was only for a moment. Adriana, along with Verod, started moving again, approaching me. When she was close enough, Adriana touched my hand, confirming my presence, and whispered, how have you been? Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Her voice was so soft that no one else could hear. Adriana, as always, wore a gentle smile. I had been meaning to thank her for helping me become Duke, but I hadn't properly expressed my gratitude. As I was about to speak, Adele stepped between us and frowned at me. She also whispered, her voice just as soft, but her words made me chuckle. I don't recall giving you permission to talk to anyone else. She's the saint. I was just trying to thank her for her help. And it's been a while, I can't even greet her. Greet her later when I'm not looking. Adele said it, and then, taking the reins of my wolf, added, I get very upset when you're with someone else. Her voice was loud enough for Adriana to hear, and Adriana's expression turned strange. The 4 dragons. It was a subject Arwen had been researching for a long time, but the more she studied, the more her doubts grew. Why had they appeared? And why hadn't anything happened yet? The 4 dragons' followers still existed, even after 1,000 years. So why had there been no attempts to break the seal? The 4 dragons were the antithesis of the moon goddess, ancient beings who symbolized the sun. They had tried to steal the night and escape, but the goddess stopped them and sealed them away. Arwen didn't worship the 4 dragons, but if she did, she would have considered trying to break the seal. But there hadn't been any attempts. It felt strange, no matter how she thought about it. The erased parts. She had explored many ruins, but she didn't have all the information about the 4 dragons. Perhaps if she regressed repeatedly like Robert, but within a limited time, there was only so much information she could find. What she found strange was that all the information in the ruins hinted at the 4 dragons' resurrection. A seal created by a goddess was practically permanent. It might be broken someday, but it hadn't happened yet. And it wasn't something that could be easily broken, considering it was infused with divine power. If someone wanted to break it, they would have to weaken the goddess's power or utilize the 4 dragons' precognitive abilities. But there was no way the 4 dragons would awaken with the method Keitel was trying to use. More precognitive abilities had to be utilized, and more people had to support the resurrection. That was why she had assumed the followers would attempt a resurrection. But the followers Arwen had infiltrated didn't seem particularly interested in resurrection. If the day comes when the great dragon is resurrected, resurrection, well, some people talk about it, but those in higher positions don't seem to like the idea. Why is that? When she asked why they didn't support the resurrection, something they should have been hoping for, the old man smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Because they believe he's already alive. They believe the seal is meaningless. What did that mean? Had the leaders of the followers already given up on breaking the seal and were leading a pseudo-religious organization? She couldn't understand it with the information she had gathered, so she could only form hypotheses. The great dragon will appear on the day the moon disappears. When the world is filled with the sun, when the night ceases to exist. She had never seen the moon disappear, only the sun being eclipsed by it. Was it even possible to conceal the moon with magic? She couldn't imagine it, but she thought of the polar night phenomenon that occurred in cold regions and continued reading. The world will crumble, and the screaming goddess's body will be torn to shreds. The great dragon harbors burning wrath, fury, and punishment for the sinful humans. Only those who serve the dragon will survive and live in the new world. So, like most gods, the 4 dragons wanted to recreate the world. While she didn't take it too seriously, she was curious about the world the 4 dragons desired, and she wondered if there was any chance of stopping them if they were resurrected. But when she considered that possibility, she couldn't help but refer to the inscription on one particular mural. What did it mean that only someone who had lived for eons could kill the 4 dragons? Someone who repeated fate, someone who had lived for an eternity? Arwen suddenly thought of Robert and groaned softly. It had been found in a ruin related to the 4 dragons, so it was likely written by a follower, but she couldn't be sure if it reflected the 4 dragons' will. It didn't make sense for them to openly reveal the existence of someone who could defeat them. It would be humiliating to be defeated by someone they had warned about. Arwen projected the mural with the inscription using magic and carefully examined the characters. If he's regressed repeatedly, he's practically lived for an eternity. She hadn't asked him directly, but Arwen had come to the conclusion that Robert was experiencing regressions. Judging from the cycle, he had regressed over 100 times. The phrase repeating fate also aligned with the concept of regression. If his regressions were real, perhaps Robert was the adversary mentioned in the inscription. But wasn't it strange? So many things were coincidentally intertwined. Keitel, who was trying to utilize the 4 dragons' precognitive abilities, was destined to repeatedly kill Robert, the regressor. and yet Robert's actions were leading him towards the four dragons. He had sent her information about the four dragons again, so perhaps she would find some clues if she examined it. The fact that she was constantly involved in his regressions might be a sign that she was destined to uncover the truth about the four dragons. Then she would have to do her best. Besides, the compensation was quite generous. Arwen was much more satisfied with her current life than when she had been struggling as the alchemist Jay. She could enjoy fried eggs, 2 slices of bacon, and a perfectly cooked sausage with mustard every morning. Moreover, she could use that money to strengthen her barriers, eliminating her worries about assassination attempts. It was the most comfortable and peaceful period of her life. She was also less concerned about the four dragons' resurrection. Based on the information she had gathered so far, it seemed like it would be a long time before the seal was broken. Thump, thump, she heard something winged crashing against her window. It was the headless homing pigeon she had created with magic, its legs carrying a bundle of documents as it repeatedly slammed its head against the glass. She checked her surroundings and opened the window. The pigeon exploded with a pop, scattering its feathers, then dropped the documents on the table and flew away. Did Robert send this? He was a duke now, but there was no need for formalities when they weren't face to face. Arwen took the documents, organized them, and began to read. She didn't expect anything groundbreaking, but she had to be sure. As she read through the documents, her eyes narrowed, stopping at a particular mural. A dragon attacking demi-humans, a dragon being sucked into a distorted flow of time, a dragon whose mind and body were separated and sealed to clang when she saw the final mention of time. Arwen placed the documents on the table and laughed hollowly. The teacup she had been holding shattered, scattering fragments across the floor, but that didn't matter now. The most important thing was that the mural Robert had sent her, a mural from a ruin related to the four dragons, was shattering all her previous hypotheses. Everything was changing. Many things would be destroyed. If this was true, it meant everything had originated from those who worshipped the moon. Arwen rushed towards her archives. The possibility of the four dragons' resurrection, something she had unconsciously tried to dismiss, was resurfacing. "You've changed a lot, haven't you?" Robert nodded slightly at Adriana's words, and Adele, glaring at him, took a sip of her tea. She hadn't given them a chance to talk during their journey to the castle, so she had to speak up now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any opportunity to talk to him. She couldn't understand his sudden change in attitude. They had seemed to get along fine when they met in the south, so why was he so reluctant to let go of Robert now? Anyone would think they were lovers. Adriana was also aware of the rumors circulating in the north, but she had assumed they were just rumors, nothing more. She frowned, seeing Robert's hand lightly touching Adele's. HMPH. She heard a soft chuckle and turned her head, noticing the faint smile on the Grand Duchess's lips. Was she trying to provoke her? She wouldn't normally think this way, but Adele's deliberate smile annoyed her. But that feeling was fleeting. Adriana smiled softly, remembering that she was the only one who knew about Robert's past. Only she knew the truth, even though the Grand Duchess was close to him now. Adriana was the one who had empathized with and grieved over his memories. The memories she had witnessed in the Hall of Memories were still vivid, and Robert knew how she had reacted to them. Police car light, important notice, police car light. This text was ripped off from. Please only read it on the official website. Perhaps something had happened between them while she didn't know. But ultimately, wasn't it more important that she knew about his memories? Her mood slightly improved, and her gaze softened as she looked at Adele. Robert smiled wryly, watching the two women facing each other. He was well aware that the exchange of emotions between them wasn't ordinary. But he was uncomfortable with the fact that he was the cause. It was time to change the subject. It was the reason Adriana had come here, and he needed to resolve this matter as soon as possible. "I'm grateful you came all this way, but unfortunately we need to get straight to the point. You said you needed help, but I haven't heard anything yet. What is it that I need to know?" Robert hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. He wasn't sure how Adriana would react to this, but it was a subject he couldn't even begin to discuss without her. "We discovered a ruin in the north with the Grand Duchess's help." "A ruin? Is it related to the artifact we saw last time?" "No, I wouldn't have called you here for something like that." Adriana's expression was filled with confusion, but then she seemed to realize something, and her face hardened. "A ruin in a matter that required the saints' help." It was a topic that would make even Verod, who was glaring at Robert, flinch. Adriana touched her forehead and spoke slowly. "It's about the four dragons, isn't it?" "Yes, and perhaps." Robert's eyes always darkened whenever he was about to say something serious. Adriana, who couldn't see, could only sense it through his divine power. That reaction was especially strong when he talked about the four dragons. It didn't take long for her to realize what he was about to say. "We need to consider the possibility of their resurrection." His words weren't something to be taken lightly, and the atmosphere instantly turned cold. The saint who had been happy to be with him was gone. Adriana, regaining her composure, looked at Robert as the saint. Her usually empty eyes now glowed with a white light. The recent discovery of a ruin containing information about the four dragons. While she couldn't discuss the details until Arwen was fully informed, Adriana paused after hearing the news. She assumed it would be difficult for anyone to immediately grasp the danger posed by the four dragons. but Adriana, surprisingly, accepted it easily. Her expression was more serious than usual as she carefully considered the name Four Dragons before continuing. The church doesn't acknowledge the four dragons. I know, that's why I hesitated to ask, but this is a serious matter. Verod also seemed curious about Adriana's answer. The church had always been aggressive towards the four dragons. They wanted to erase anything related to them to make people forget. But he had told Adriana about this because there was information he needed to obtain. The church had erased all information about the four dragons, but if they knew about this ruin, someone would know that the four dragons' consciousness was separated from its body, and they would have prepared for the future. Verod seemed uncomfortable, but he also seemed to respect Adriana's decision. If even the saint couldn't exert her authority in this matter, perhaps he, the paladin who had served the church the longest, had to make a judgment. Well, this is something we should normally ignore and pretend we don't know about. I believe both the Duke and the Grand Duchess are aware of that. That's true, I understand. However, the murals in the ruin, they're too serious to ignore. I believe this is something we need to investigate. Verod, what do you think? Verod seemed surprised by the sudden question, his lips moving silently. The saint's answer was what we had been hoping for. It was the easiest way to resolve this. Adriana's special authority within the church could help us draw many conclusions about the four dragons. After much deliberation, he sighed softly, meeting our gazes one by one. He seemed to have given up and answered. I will follow your lead, Saint. You intend to reveal information about the four dragons to the Duke and the Grand Duchess, correct? I'm sorry. But I believe we need to uncover the truth about this. I simply follow your judgment, Saint. For a long time now, what you consider right has been right for me as well. Verod bowed his head, and Adriana, smiling faintly, looked at me and spoke. But it will take time to gather information from within the church. I'll make the request, but it will take time to review it and send it here. If it's all right with you, could I see the ruin myself? The ruin. That should be fine. When Adele agreed, Adriana urged us to move quickly. She was probably concerned about the urgency of the matter regarding the four dragons. The tense atmosphere had dissipated somewhat, which was a relief, but we were all aware of the gravity of the situation. I had come to the north to clear my head, but I was busy again. I met Adele's gaze, and she frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. I chuckled softly at her expression. It seemed she felt the same way. And probably Adriana as well. The ruin hadn't changed much since our last visit. Aside from a few insects that hadn't been there before, there were no signs of anyone else having been here. We were here to confirm whether the information I had given Adriana matched the remaining parts of the ruin. If the saint personally verified it, the church would take it seriously and investigate further. Verod also stared at the murals with surprise, then he seemed to realize something and glanced at me. By the way you read that, I'm not very knowledgeable about ancient languages. Did you study them before? I had the opportunity to learn them by chance. I'm not an expert. I can only read them. I couldn't tell him I had spent over a decade learning them. It would be absurd to try to explain the regressor's unique privilege. Verod chuckled, seemingly amused. It's surprising enough that you can handle a sword at your age, but you can also read ancient languages. If you were a member of the church, you might have been considered a saint. I'm not that special. You're already special. As the Duke of Taylor, you're above everyone else except the imperial family. Joking aside, you're practically on par with the imperial family. Perhaps you could even rise above them. He said it jokingly, but his words, hinting at my future actions, left a bitter taste in my mouth. Perhaps I really would rise above the imperial family. If I successfully staged a rebellion and became emperor, that would be the case. But the throne belonged to Muradin. If I were caught, I would die. And if I wasn't, I would be wandering aimlessly somewhere, my name unknown. The Taylor name would be meaningless then. That's a rather heavy joke, is it? I didn't mean it that way. Verod approached me and adopted a slightly cold expression. I felt his energy pressing down on me, the energy he exuded whenever he was warning someone. I channeled my magic and pushed it away, frowning slightly. I wondered why he was suddenly acting this way. Why had he approached me now, while Adriana and Adele weren't looking? My question was soon answered by his words, spoken in a low, serious voice. I think it would be wise to be careful. I'm only considering the saint's perspective, but I can tell this is a dangerous matter. Nothing dangerous will happen. I hate that more than anything. You're well aware that our lot has changed since you met the saint. She values emotions above all else, and she's easily swayed by others' feelings. He sighed softly and continued, looking at me directly. And she's especially vulnerable to you. You know why, don't you? I wasn't so foolish as to not know it was because of her love for me, but I remained silent, listening to his words. I couldn't deny that Adriana's actions often aligned with my thoughts because of her feelings. She was the saint, but she was also the woman who knew my past, the woman who supported me despite knowing all my plans. Verod didn't know that. That was why he was wary of me. I couldn't explain it to him. And that was somewhat frustrating. I'll be careful, nothing bad will happen to the saint. She's someone I must protect with my life. I didn't intend to be disrespectful, but I have to intervene in this matter. It's not just anything, it's about the four dragons. The four dragons were beings the church had to eradicate at all costs, but Verod's concern seemed to go beyond the four dragons themselves. He was also worried about the connection between the four dragons and someone else. Did Verod know about the crown prince? I chuckled softly, trying to keep it from being noticed, then nodded and stepped back. Verod, seemingly satisfied with my response, retreated and hid himself so Adriana couldn't see him. I didn't know how Verod had learned about Keitel, but it seemed like the news of him trying to utilize the four dragons' precognitive abilities had spread. It had been years since Arwen discovered it, and I had even used it to some extent for the southern subjugation, so those who needed to know knew. That was why Verod was wary. Keitel might consider Adriana a threat if she got involved. Keitel was capable of such things. I thought about it for a moment, then approached Adriana. She had a serious expression on her face, being able to read the ancient language. It was understandable that she would be troubled. The murals were practically rewriting her understanding of the four dragons. Even I had been shaken. And from her perspective as the representative of the church, she might view these murals, which spoke of the goddess's incompetence, negatively. Would it be inconvenient if I helped you? No, it's all right. I can read it if I place my hand on it and let the divine power flow. I learned how to read using a similar method. A white light emanated from Adriana's hand as she touched the mural. It was a warm, comforting light that flowed towards her as if revealing the meaning of the inscription. This seems to be the last one. I can't read the faded parts. You must be convinced that the information I gave you is true, but this is where it gets important. You said the masked figures near here are investigating the four dragons, so it would be best to capture and interrogate them. Of course, but I'm worried about something else. I asked what it was, and Adriana, looking at me, spoke softly. Are you sure you're all right? I mean, your regressions might be related to the four dragons. I'm not too concerned about that. But even so, isn't there something more important right now? Regression was a serious matter, something that shouldn't be taken lightly. But it was something I could investigate later. Right now, it was more important to investigate how the Crown Prince was utilizing the four dragons and whether they would be resurrected. I could figure out my own situation later. We can think about me later. The important thing is whether the four dragons will harm others. Yes, you're right. Adriana glanced at me and sighed deeply, as if frustrated. I wasn't that important in the grand scheme of things. If others could be happy at the cost of my misfortune, I would surely act that way. She understood my feelings, but there were things I couldn't do for her. Robert never considered himself important. He always prioritized others over himself, even if it meant his own suffering. He had always been that way. One of the things Adriana had realized, knowing Robert's life, was that he rarely prioritized himself. Are you all right? It was a somewhat out-of-context question, but Robert chuckled softly and nodded as if he understood. His expression as he said he was fine was no different from usual. Perhaps he was truly fine. Or perhaps he was hiding his discomfort. The only times Robert lied were when he was trying to conceal his pain. She remembered a past life where he had insisted he was fine even after being poisoned. She checked Robert's body, confirming there were no injuries, but she couldn't shake the subtle unease in her heart. Sometimes it was okay to rely on someone. Robert wasn't alone. Adele was here, and so was she. He could lean on her a little more. While she was sometimes dissatisfied with his tendency to handle everything himself, she understood his past and chose not to say anything. It will be resolved soon, won't it? There's no need to be so impatient. Sigh, how do you think I feel hearing you say that? But you don't need to worry. It's ultimately my responsibility, so for now, it's best to focus on the four dragons. Was he being nonchalant, or did he simply not want her to worry? She understood his loneliness, so she couldn't help but realize he was putting on another mask. It would be better to talk to him later in private. He would simply shut down if she tried to discuss it here. Adriana sighed softly and turned away. She couldn't blame anyone. If she had to blame someone, it would be the artifact that caused the regressions. But then why had the four dragons who created the artifact initiated the regressions? For what purpose? If someone regressed repeatedly, reliving the same fate eternally, they would surely break. What were they trying to achieve by manipulating a broken and shattered mind? She suspected it had something to do with resurrection, but she was trying to deny that possibility. If the four dragons were trying to use Robert's body for their resurrection, and if Robert's body accepted the four dragons' consciousness, how would she face him? Adriana didn't know yet. Let's talk. When they returned from the ruin, Adriana grabbed my wrist and led me to a different room. I thought of Adele for a moment, but her serious expression stopped me from asking. I followed her, unsure what she wanted to discuss, and she closed the door behind us, looking at me. Her blindness no longer seemed to be an inconvenience. She walked without needing to memorize the layout, sensing her surroundings with divine power. Perhaps her experience in the South had been helpful. As I was thinking about such trivial things, Adriana, who had been staring at me intently, spoke hesitantly. What have you been up to? Well, I had assumed she would say something serious given her expression, but her question was unexpectedly ordinary, so I answered vaguely. What had I been up to? I wasn't sure myself. I had spent a few days in the north, trying to relax and avoiding contact with anyone. I hadn't even had a full day of rest here. I came here to rest, but things got a bit complicated. Adriana remained silent despite my awkward chuckle. I didn't know what she was thinking. I couldn't tell from her closed eyes. I simply waited for her to speak. After a moment of silence, Adriana chuckled softly and spoke. You have a talent for finding trouble. You came to the north to see the Grand Duchess, didn't you? There were other matters, but yes. I wouldn't have come if Adele hadn't called for me. If I hadn't felt the resentment in her letter, I wouldn't have even considered visiting the north. Perhaps I would have been at the imperial palace handling other matters with Keitel. I had come to the north because I wanted a brief respite before things got busy. I couldn't rest even if I wanted to now, so I had come to see Adele, the person I hadn't seen in the longest time, for a final moment of peace. I had forgotten my original purpose. The realization felt like a thorn in my throat. I didn't know why I had become so impatient. I had come here to rest, but I was making things complicated for myself. I had hastily postponed my schedule and rushed into investigating the masked figures. You know you won't find anything even if you rush. You never know, Robert, are you stupid? I smiled wryly at Adriana's frown. I couldn't refute her words. It was spring. Summer hadn't arrived yet, and autumn, the season where things began to stir, was still far away. Winter, the season for plodding, and the next spring I still had an entire year. So why was I so impatient? Perhaps it was because so much had changed. And I was trying to carry the burden alone. I didn't want anyone to die. It was fine if I got hurt. But if something happened to the people I cared about, I would blame myself for failing to protect them. Some might think it was easy for me to prevent things I already knew from happening thanks to my regressions, but it wasn't true at all. Even if I prevented it, the fundamental problem remained. There were still things I didn't know, and this damn regression cycle, initiated by the 4 dragons, inevitably led to my death. Things were complicated because the people I cared about had increased. I thought I had to finish everything quickly, that everything would fall apart if I didn't act fast. I was relieved to see you had changed a little when we last met. Perhaps it's because I know about your past, but the darkness that always surrounded you had brightened somewhat. And how do I seem now? You look tired, like you're about to collapse. I touched my cheek at her words and looked at the mirror beside me. The man in the mirror had haggard eyes. He was smiling, but it wasn't a natural smile. I had smiled at Adele just the other day, so when had I become like this? Adriana gently stroked my hand as I touched the dark circles under my eyes, and her soft voice, like a lullaby, eased the tension in my body. You're pushing yourself too hard. But I know, Robert, I know what you're worried about, what you're working so hard for. I knew what she meant. She was the only one who knew everything about my past regressions and empathized with me. Unlike Adele, Adriana understood that my values were centered around others, not myself. You're doing this because you're afraid we'll die, aren't you? You've done a good job protecting us so far. It's okay to be a bit more optimistic. You protected Mergen when she was in danger, and you'll protect the Grand Duchess too. I wished it would be that easy. The 4 dragons had become a source of anxiety for me. The truth I had tried to ignore, the truth I knew but had tried to push aside, it had become a direct threat. The first day I slept with Adele was the last time I had slept peacefully in the north. I couldn't shake the thought of the 4 dragons, and I spent the following nights tossing and turning, covering my ears with a pillow and barely falling asleep before waking up at dawn. It wasn't a healthy state of mind, but I felt like I had to keep moving. I could only act after receiving news from Arwen, but I was trying to take care of other things during that time. I hadn't found any information about the masked figures, but I believed I could find some clues if I went near the uncharted territory. But what if I couldn't find anything? Who would be responsible for the wasted time? I suddenly clutched my throbbing head. Adriana, who had been sitting beside me, heard my groan and embraced me. The warmth of her body eased the pain slightly, and her voice reached my ears. It's okay to rest sometimes. There's no need to rush. Nothing much will change even if you do. I know, but you're anxious, aren't you? I understand. Have you forgotten who understands you best? I hadn't forgotten, but I felt like I didn't deserve to rely on anyone. I had only achieved a small part of my goal. I wasn't strong enough to protect everyone I cared about. I hadn't fully recovered my strength, and I still didn't know the masked figures' true identities. So I had been trying to run, but I knew I was simply struggling in vain. Adriana held me and patted my back, whispering that it was okay, that it was all right to rest sometimes. I was still hesitant. Was it really okay to stop and look around? If I stopped, wouldn't time leave me behind? But if it was truly all right, my lips trembled and a small voice escaped. Is it okay? What is? Is it okay to lean on you? Adriana chuckled softly and answered. Of course. It's always okay if it's you. Tap. A fingertip hesitantly tapped the air in front of the door. Unheard by anyone, the finger grazed the door, tap, then tap again. When the finger, which had been brushing the door as softly as a drizzle, finally stopped, Adele slowly turned her head at the presence she felt behind her. More accurately, she had been considering the presence beyond the door, wondering who would emerge. Hearing the footsteps, she realized it was Robert. Her reason for waiting in front of the door wasn't particularly special. She had simply realized that the 2 of them had entered and hadn't come out for a while. Wondering what they could possibly be doing inside, she let out a small sigh when she heard nothing. Eavesdropping wasn't good. She had learned that from past experience, and she also knew for certain that Robert had a mischievous side. He said he liked it because it was pretty. Even though she knew he had said it jokingly, she couldn't help but dwell on it. She had been feeling slightly off since earlier, partly because Robert hadn't said a word about her tied-up hair. Even a single compliment would have been nice. It was strange that she was so affected by such things, yet at the same time, quite fascinating. Had there ever been anyone who held this much significance for her? Her father, of course, but to develop such deep feelings for someone she had met much later in life, if her past self had witnessed this scene, she would have scoffed. Even without regaining her past memories, Robert already held a special meaning for her. Adele let out a small chuckle and quietly stared into space. Was it because of my looks? While she had never been called ugly, she hadn't paid much attention to her appearance. In this place filled with men, why would she bother? She had lived for days covered in blood and dirt, so caring about her appearance was a recent development. She fiddled with her tied-up hair, then touched the hair tie and leaned against the wall. She was searching for a reason to wait here. There wasn't any particular reason to wait, and even if Robert came out, it would likely be much later, and he would probably be with the saint. The thought stung, and Adele frowned slightly, biting her lip. She had jokingly said she was jealous before. She wondered if he knew she had meant it sincerely. If he had known, he wouldn't act this way. These were useless complaints, thoughts she wouldn't have entertained before, since when had she wasted her emotions on such unproductive thoughts? Rubbing her forehead, Adele slowly turned away. There was no reason to stay here if she wouldn't hear anything good. She walked slowly, moving away from the wall. She thought she had walked quite a distance, but then she heard a voice nearby and stopped. She realized she had only taken a few steps. The voice belonged to the man who had occupied her thoughts, and Adele let out an involuntary chuckle, cautiously looking back. "What did you say just now?" "I asked where you were going." Robert, who had just emerged from the room, looked at her with a questioning expression. If he asked where she was going, well, Adele couldn't find a suitable answer to that question. More accurately, she already had an answer in mind. She walked towards him, her footsteps no longer hesitant. "I was coming here." More accurately to you, she didn't have anything specific to say, but just "wasn't I missed you" a sufficient reason? Smiling brightly, she poked his chest with her finger. Her previous gloomy mood had completely vanished, replaced by pure joy. "Did you talk to the saint?" Robert chuckled softly at Adele's question. He had assumed she would know, but she had clearly been concerned. He was glad he had received comfort. His anxious heart had calmed down somewhat. Embracing Adriana, it felt like hugging his mother in a way. Of course, he thought of her as a woman, but she possessed that kind of maternal warmth. And since she knew his past, they could talk about many things. He had received a lot of help from her in various ways. A simple thank you wouldn't suffice. He planned to visit the Moon Tower when he returned to the capital. "We talked. I received some help as well." Robert's expression as he spoke seemed much brighter than before. Until recently, he had seemed anxious, but had those worries disappeared, it would have been better if it had been Adele who had brought about that change in expression. Adele pushed aside the distracting thoughts and rubbed her cheek. She couldn't think of what to say. She had stopped him from leaving and brought him here, but now, facing his gaze, she was at a loss for words. Should she talk about work? But his worries stemmed from work. If her words darkened his expression, she wouldn't be able to sleep. "Well, I just stopped you." "I don't know what to say." As she spoke honestly, Robert, who had looked momentarily stunned, burst into laughter. There wasn't any particular reason. It was simply that Adele's awkward behavior was so different from her usual demeanor. Adele didn't realize it, but she was twisting her hair around her finger. Seeing her fidgeting and glancing at him, Robert couldn't help but laugh. Adele frowned at his sudden laughter, but her cheeks flushed as her hair wrapped around her finger. "You didn't know?" "No, if you hadn't laughed, I probably wouldn't have noticed." She tried to hide her fidgeting fingers behind her back, then chuckled awkwardly as she met Robert's gaze. She should have pretended not to notice. It was something she could have kept to herself, but why did she have to reveal every little detail? "I've become too soft. If anyone else laughed in front of me, I would have made sure they never laughed again. You remember that I was always an exception to that, right?" "I don't remember. I never did that." She remembered everything, but she suddenly recalled that she had often said those words in her past lives. Robert had always been an exception to Adele's threats. When they were together, he had always received special treatment. She had wondered why others considered it natural, but now, looking back, it seemed like a foolish question. It was obvious. Even a fool could tell how much her feelings showed. She couldn't hide her outward emotions. She tried to casually touch her face, but her hand moved awkwardly. The Grand Duchess's dignity had all but vanished. As that thought crossed her mind, Adele turned to face Robert again, regaining control of her stiff body. It was too late to try to appear dignified. She tended to relax around Robert anyway, and she thought it would be better to be honest. She had brought him here to say those words, hadn't she? Though she had been too embarrassed to speak up, that shame had long since dissipated. She straightened her clothes and subtly tilted her head, showing off her tied-up hair. He'll notice this much. Unless he was a fool, he would notice she had tied her hair up. However, Robert, who could see right through her intentions, chuckled inwardly. He already thought it suited her. It seemed like she wanted him to compliment her, but could he say that after she had acted this way? He felt a mischievous urge to tease her. After a moment of contemplation, Robert straightened his posture and spoke with a serious expression. "Let's talk about the masked figures." "Masked figures now?" "Yes, since we're here. It's better to discuss what will happen next." I suppose so. Robert suppressed his laughter at her clearly disappointed expression and continued. He wasn't making things up. He had thought of something while listening to Adriana and contemplating, capturing one of the masked figures and infiltrating their ranks. There was no need to rush, and if he borrowed Arwen's help after she returned with the results of her investigation of the four dragons, he could probably infiltrate them easily. His objective was to uncover Keitels and their goals. Was it the resurrection of the four dragons or simply the subjugation of the South? He hoped for the latter, but he knew that wasn't the case. I plan to infiltrate them alone. What do you think? I don't want you to go. Why are you even asking? The way you're saying that makes it sound like you'd allow it if I needed to. You would go even if I told you not to. You wouldn't listen anyway. Robert smiled wryly at her grumbling. He could clearly see how she felt about his actions. She would be protecting him by not letting him go, but it seemed better to listen to her this time. She was clearly sulking because he hadn't given her the answer she wanted. Then I won't go. I'll send someone else or use a clone. What? I'm not going because you told me not to. Do you not like that? No, I like it, but her bewildered expression clearly showed she was trying to interpret his intentions. But there was no lie in his words. There was no need to risk infiltrating them himself. A disposable clone would be the best option. As their conversation continued, Adele's expression became serious and the disappointment faded. As Adele's thoughts about compliments faded, Robert glanced at her, having finished discussing the infiltration plan. Then this settles it. I'll have to explain the details to the saint, so I suppose so. Her hair, reflected in the darkened window, shone with a pure white light, hair as white as snow, sparkling like the stars. He thought she looked beautiful whenever she brushed her tied-up hair back. Why wouldn't he think that? He was a man, and the woman he had once loved had done the same. He had simply teased her by remaining silent, but he hadn't intended to ignore it completely. Your hair. Adele's shoulders flinched at his sudden words. She had forgotten about it, so her reaction was amplified. Meeting her slightly wavering blue eyes, Robert smiled gently and continued, as if sincerely expressing his thoughts with a playful smile. I thought it was pretty from the beginning. I'm just telling you now. Is that so? I'm glad then. Adele thought she had responded calmly, then slowly lowered her head. She did so to hide her blushing cheeks. In reality, her reddened ears were already clearly visible. That foxy bastard. I chuckled wryly at Adele's muttered words. Did my recent actions appear that way? Honestly, I couldn't deny it. Because of these conflicting feelings of wanting to maintain distance while also finding comfort in her closeness, I had been playing a bit of a push and pull game. Perhaps embarrassed by my compliment about her tied-up hair, Adele quickly untied it, her eyes narrowing. It wasn't bad with her hair down. I simply hadn't mentioned it because I had seen it often before. I considered complimenting her again, but then shook my head. I could do that later. For now, all that remained was to wait for Arwen. A place to stay wasn't particularly important to Arwen anyway. Once she returned with the analyzed information about the ruins, I could start again. It seems I can rest for a while now. You were just talking about future plans, and now you're suddenly resting? May I be honest? I asked, then spoke before Adele could answer. I was teasing you. It seemed like you wanted a compliment. Do you remember what I called you earlier? Well, I remembered, but I deliberately played dumb, and Adele frowned, replying quietly. A foxy bastard. The fact that you're asking me about the infiltration makes it seem like you're giving me more work. I wouldn't do that to you. I'm just asking for your opinion. Lothos, his complexion so pale that the shadows under his eyes blended with his skin, rubbed his pallid cheeks and stared intently at me as I approached. Anyone would think he was facing a nightmare. I felt sorry for him, knowing why he was acting this way. Lothos, uneasy even after I explained that I was simply asking for his opinion, finally sighed and began to contemplate. The infiltration wouldn't involve me directly, but rather an illusion controlled by Arwen. I would be controlling the illusion. Since I was the most familiar with Arwen's magic, I was the only one who could manipulate her power naturally. I would create a clone and imbue it with my magic to control it. That way, my consciousness would be linked to the clone, allowing me to conduct the infiltration efficiently while keeping my body safe. Lothos seemed unfamiliar with the concept of illusions, but said there was no problem with the plan itself. It's practically cheating, an infiltration with no risk, even if captured. Isn't there a chance we could be tracked? I'd have to ask her, but probably not. She had reached the pinnacle of magical studies. Though she might appear small and frail, no one in this world could underestimate her abilities. I had reached my level through regressions, but she was a true genius to possess such skill naturally. I want this to be over quickly, so I'm satisfied as long as it ends soon, regardless of who does it. I need to go home, you know. Over 3, almost 4 months. I felt guilty seeing Lothos's exhausted face. A simple apology wouldn't suffice, but I hoped the infiltration would be successful for his sake. It had been 2 days since I contacted Arwen. It had also been a while since I sent her the information about the ruins, so I expected to hear back soon. I wasn't as impatient as before. It was fine if she took her time. As Adriana had said, there was no need to rush everything. I was glad I had taken care of many things before coming to the north. If I hadn't, Reynold would be working like Lothos right now. After briefly apologizing to Lothos for interrupting him, He said it was fine and walked away with weary steps. I assumed he was heading to his office to finish the work Adele hadn't completed or had left unfinished. Don't you feel sorry for Lothos? I asked Adele, who appeared after Lothos left, and she sighed, looking away. Though she seemed to feel some guilt, she didn't express it through her actions. She should feel sorry for Lothos if she had any conscience, but Adele's priority was me. This meant that Lothos' situation wouldn't improve until this matter was resolved. Why should I feel sorry for him? He's always been like that, always busy, and he's well compensated for it. I saw him today and he looked terrible. It wouldn't hurt if I helped him sometimes, would it? Adele casually sliced her meat, but she was clearly thinking about Lothos. Her inability to be honest was the problem. But when I offered to help, her eyes narrowed and she let out a small, dissatisfied chuckle, looking at me. You seem to have a lot of free time. Why don't you use that time to train? Besides training in the mornings, it's important to train consistently if you want to avoid getting hurt. I am thinking about it. Jay will be here soon, so I'm not sure if I'll have the time. I don't think the infiltration will happen overnight. There are things to do before that. You had somewhere to go with me today, remember? I nodded at Adriana, who had been sitting quietly beside us. I needed to know where to infiltrate, so I had planned to scout the area beforehand. I had requested Adriana's help since she could see things others couldn't with her divine power. I needed a more concentrated power than magic to detect anything near the uncharted territory. If it was the power granted by the moon goddess, I might find something, even near the uncharted territory. With Verod accompanying us, there wasn't much risk of danger. Even if something happened, Verod and I could fight our way out. Everyone approved of this plan, but Adele seemed slightly dissatisfied that she couldn't come with us. It can't be helped. Unlike the ruins, the uncharted territory is quite far from here. We went all the way to the capital. I don't see why we can't go there. It's not good for you to be away from the main castle too often. And we can't leave everything to Lothos. Leaving everything to Lothos aside, it wouldn't look good to others. Since there were already rumors in the capital about the workload being concentrated on one person, Adele needed to show that wasn't the case. The capital's attention was focused on the north simply because I was here. Since the infiltration plan was meant to be covert, Adele needed to clearly demonstrate that she had no ulterior motives, especially towards those associated with Keitel. After all, the situation could completely change after autumn, just like in the futures I knew. It probably won't be dangerous, and with the saint here, there's no chance of us getting hurt. It's a given that you won't get hurt, so I don't need to lend you my sword this time. A sword. Adele's sword would be nice, but the sword I had recently made was quite sturdy. I had been using one of the two swords I used to kill Teresa, and since I had spent a lot of money on it, its durability was quite good. It's fine. It probably won't even take a day. I don't think it will take long. It's just reconnaissance today. If we found something, great. If not, we could narrow down the possible hiding places of the masked figures. Everything would begin after Arwen arrived anyway. Thinking calmly like this had its advantages. I became more tolerant of failure. Realizing I still had plenty of time, I had been able to sleep quite soundly lately. So you're planning to leave right away? Adele asked, seeing Adriana already changed into her usual attire after finishing her meal. While it was good to move quickly, Adriana's movements were even faster than I had anticipated. As if she had been expecting the situation, Adele seemed to sense it as well and frowned, letting out a sigh. You seem to be in a hurry. Robert isn't even ready yet. I prepared beforehand. It's better to go as soon as possible. Don't you think so? I suppose so. If she said that after having prepared alone, anyone would think she was here just to take me away. With Verod waiting outside and Adele staring coldly at Adriana, I had no choice but to rise from my seat. This kind of atmosphere always arose when they were together. Knowing the underlying emotions made it even more uncomfortable. I hadn't expected Adriana to act this way. These constant unexpected situations made my head throb. It would be better to focus on today's task. Adele looked surprised as I stood up, but I intended to leave for the uncharted territory immediately. I took out the mask I had obtained earlier, the one the masked figures possessed, from my pocket. I put it on and checked my vision. Adriana was also wearing a mask, and Verod, who had been waiting outside, was wearing one as well. There were no other preparations left. We just had to leave. I glanced at Adele and bowed my head slightly. Then let's go. She seemed displeased that I was leaving with Adriana, but Adele sighed and replied with a small smile. All right, go ahead. Why do they wear masks? If they are a secret organization, wouldn't it be better to appear ordinary? That's true. The organization led by Keitel, whose members all wore masks, had yet to reveal anything about itself. The only thing I knew was that one of the men called himself Cain, and perhaps they were interested in the artifacts created by the four dragons. In the end, I had to find out to know. The wind blowing from beyond was cold. As we approached the uncharted territory, the energy felt in our bodies intensified, and Verod and Adriana also swallowed quietly, sensing it. The uncharted territory has been a sealed land since ancient times. No one knows what's inside or what lived there. It's a place that was marked as if it never existed in the first place. I guess we still don't know anything about it now. After you contacted me, I tried searching on my own. I thought that if something urgent happened, it might be related to the uncharted territory, and there are some interesting points. Hearing about the interesting points, I listened intently as Adriana, who had quietly arranged her fluttering hair, continued speaking. It seems clear that the uncharted territory wasn't always like this. Records about the uncharted territory still exist, but the reasons for its sealing and abandonment, as well as the records from before, have been unnaturally erased. You mean someone erased them? Even if we don't know what they were trying to hide, it's certain that there's something beyond this point. Thump in the snowy field where we couldn't see even an inch ahead, there was no blizzard raging in front of us. When I reached out my hand, there was a transparent barrier where the blizzard seemed to be, indicating that the place where nothing could be seen was referring to the inside of the uncharted territory. Adriana, who had swept the air with her palm, carefully drew out divine power. However, it was only for a moment, as the energy swirling in the sky scattered and crumbled along with the snow. It's divine power. No other power reacts like this except divine power. How strange. That means the moon goddess personally sealed it. What in the world is beyond here? No one knows. To cross this barrier, either an equal existence would have to dismantle it, or the goddess herself would have to do it. I tried slashing the barrier with my sword, but even the sword energy imbued with mana didn't make the barrier budge. It meant I couldn't touch it with my power. Maybe if my level increased further, the strength I had reached in my previous life was probably insufficient. An equal existence. I think there's nothing else except the 4 dragons, so I'm wondering, could it be that the masked people know what's beyond here? It's not an unreasonable speculation. I had to think about what kind of information Kairal had about the 4 dragons. According to Arwen, the imperial family had some information about the 4 dragons, so there was a possibility that it was different from the completely abolished church. If what Adriana said was true, perhaps what the masked individuals were seeking was something beyond this point, resurrecting the 4 dragons through some method and crossing over to the other side using them. The more I thought about it, the faster my heart raced, and I clutched my chest, slowly stabilizing my breathing. The Moonstone's reaction was intensifying day by day. Even though many things had changed in this 101st life, it was the first time the artifact had reacted so strongly. Why was it reacting? For what reason? And was this Moonstone really related to the 4 dragons? Such questions would be resolved once Arwen arrived. But I couldn't help but be curious. Shall we look around again now? Our mission this time is to patrol the entire area, Adriana said, putting her mask back on. I nodded, brushing away my thoughts. It was something I could think about later. Right now, I needed to focus on the patrol. As I walked forward, I suddenly realized that Adriana had been constantly by my side. Verod was far away, but judging from his expression, he seemed quite dissatisfied. What was going on? It was as if he had been asked to stay away, so I shivered at his gaze and cautiously approached Adriana, opening my mouth. Sir Verod seems to be in a bad mood today. Did something happen? If it's about that, it's probably because of me. What do you mean? I asked him to stay a bit farther away. Adriana laughed playfully and then staggered, grabbing my arm to regain her balance. It was nice of her to joke around, but I wished she would be mindful of the fact that she couldn't see in front of her. Wasn't it difficult for her to walk while looking in my direction? When I asked if she was all right, Adriana smiled brightly and held onto my arm quietly. Shall we stay like this for a while? We used to do this often in the past. If you're talking about the past, I remember it hasn't even been a year. We became too close in that short time. Isn't it nice? I can't say it's bad. Meeting by chance, learning about all my memories by chance, getting close by chance. A relationship that came together by chance to be here. Perhaps it would be too ungrateful to say it was bad. It was sufficiently good. Even if it was overflowing, it might be good enough. Because in this life, I was relying on the newly met relationship more than ever before. As I felt the sensation of her holding my arm, I sometimes thought about lives without Adriana. This was the first time in a single life that I had met and formed connections with Adriana, Adele, and Murigen. I didn't know how I had lived so arduously before. Now, just being together with all of them put my heart at ease. Didn't I try to do everything alone in the past? Shall we finish the conversation we couldn't have before? The Grand Duchess was so interested in you that we never had a chance to talk, just the two of us. Did she ask what you've been up to? This time I'll ask something a bit different. Adriana, who had slightly lifted her mask, pondered the question for a while and then smiled, moving her lips. Her voice was so gentle that I didn't notice. That question was piercing through me quite sharply. What have you two been doing? I feel like something happened while I was away. You two seem to have gotten along much better than the last time I saw you. I didn't read your emotions, but there's something called atmosphere. Her face was no different from usual. Her smiling face was still benevolent, and the voice speaking to me was closer to warmth than coldness. However, as time passed, her tone changed, and Adriana, who had abruptly stopped, quietly looked at me. There's spring even in the north. Although it can't be as warm as other places, it is definitely a season when a warm wind blows. However, I kept feeling an eerily chilling sensation, and even while facing her still smiling face, I continued to feel cold. It would be fine to just gloss over it, but whenever I faced Adriana, I couldn't easily confess. We drank together, I see. Adriana, who seemed to have easily accepted it with a nod, started walking forward again after lifting her stopped feet. I also walked with her, my arm still held, but I could only gauge the mood of Adriana, who wasn't speaking again. There was no reason to feel guilty or be wary. I was just asking. You two have gotten much closer than before, so I was curious about what happened. I see. I like drinking too. I chuckled at the random statement, but Adriana looked at me intently, saying it wasn't a joke. Her expression seemed to suggest it really wasn't a joke, so I carefully opened my mouth, managing my expression. I shouldn't forget that her identity was the saint, but drinking, I laughed in disbelief, and Adriana continued. It's not a joke. If you want, I can drink to some extent too. You speak as if you've tried drinking before. Of course, as the saint, I've never drunk. It would be breaking the rules of the church. But if you want, she pouted her lips slightly, then turned her head to look ahead. Shrugging her shoulders, she answered in a nonchalant tone. Adriana can drink with you. T/N. For those of you who don't understand, she's referring to the saint and Adriana as two different people. I'm not sure if it's okay for you to say that with Sir Verod present. If he had heard this entire conversation, it wouldn't be strange for my head to be hit with a blunt weapon, but it felt even more awkward that he was still behind us. Hearing my words, Adriana laughed for a moment and then whispered in my ear. That's why I told him to stay away. If he finds out, you might get hurt. So that's why she kept such a distance. I looked at Adriana with a dumbfounded expression and sighed. Adriana, who had been laughing for a long time, leaned her head on my shoulder as if tired, and then raised her head again to look ahead. I hope everything ends well. This matter and everything you do in the future. If things go well for me, it might become difficult for us to meet. Well, that's not necessarily true. It may be hard to meet as the saint, but not as Adriana. Realizing what her words meant, I smiled bitterly while blankly looking at Adriana. If Adriana, not the saint, comes to find me, I wouldn't know how to receive her then. I wouldn't be able to refuse. Maybe it would be better to run far away so no one could find me. To erase the complicated expression, I put on my mask, and the dizziness caused by the complicated thoughts cleared up and my vision started to become clear again. And far in the distance, a huge spire caught my eye. It seemed that place was the one we were looking for, and Adriana also looked ahead with a serious gaze. There it is. When it came to the place the masked ones were searching for, I couldn't help but think of that place. A spire towering high into the sky, a sharply rising tower. My eyes slowly began to freeze coldly as I looked at it. Translator notes for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord. It's time to clean up. Kyril tapped a point on the map of the north. The north, a region the Empire had always struggled to control, except for the brief period of continental unification during its golden age. It had always been a lawless land, where barbarian tribes and imperial citizens coexisted in a fragile, self-governed system. That land was now unified. From a no-man's land teeming with warring barbarian tribes, a single unifying force had emerged. The central authority, which had paid little attention to the north, was forced to reconsider its stance. After all, the North, once fractured and in fighting, was now under the command of one person, a warrior whose prowess even Verod the Paladin acknowledged. What if this individual, harboring resentment towards the central authority, marched south? Could the Empire withstand such an assault? Before Kyril could even offer an opinion, the Emperor bestowed upon Adele Ygritte the title of Grand Duchess, effectively recognizing a mere mercenary band as a legitimate power. Why? The Empire's forces could have easily crushed the mercenaries and fully integrated the North. He had only recently understood the answer to a question he'd pondered since childhood. The Empire was in such a precarious state that it was disregarded even by a mercenary band. Powerless and unable to act independently, the current state of the Empire left him with little control. They've grown too bold. A powerless commoner had ascended to the rank of Grand Duchess simply by unifying the North. Who would accept this? He couldn't comprehend it, so he sought a solution. One such method was to utilize the residual thoughts of the four dragons. Do you intend to completely integrate them? The lower ranks are being empowered under the pretense of subduing the South, but that's just a show. To achieve our goals, we must first consolidate our internal affairs. The imperial family's influence was limited to a few territories around the central region. The North and South excluded, only the West and East were within their sphere of influence. Of these, the North possessed the most prosperous independent forces. Without subduing them, his ambitions would remain unrealized. What if the factions he had been suppressing for years rebelled? He wouldn't be able to predict the outcome. Kyril, staring at the map, spoke. Have you identified all the ruins in the north? We've located them all. We plan to extract our personnel soon. Robert is in the north. Is there a chance of encountering him? I believe it's unlikely, but I can't completely rule it out. He had witnessed Robert's prowess firsthand when he cut down his own fiancée. He had also discerned his identity and his connection to the crown prince. Whether it was a lucky guess or genuine deduction, Cain knew it wasn't mere intuition. However, he wasn't worried. At Cain's words, Kyril frowned. Cain bowed his head and continued. Considering what's within that spire, even if he discovers it, he won't learn much. Ah, I see. Keitel, understanding Cain's meaning, chuckled softly. The monstrous being discovered by the scouts sent to investigate the uncharted territory would surely crush any intruder. There was nothing to worry about. Even if Robert discovered something, it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't be able to escape. Keitel looked at the map again. I wish he were dead. Is he deliberately provoking me by feigning loyalty? I can't fathom what our Duke is thinking. The north, which should have been a different color, was now the same color as the central region. He had to act faster than initially planned. The resentment harbored by the four dragons was more tenacious than he had anticipated. Keitel clutched his throbbing head. His eyes flickered red for a moment. Entering the spire wasn't difficult. Verod swiftly incapacitated the guard who requested the password. Beyond the entrance lay a massive tower, similar in structure to the Moon Tower. The masked figures were nowhere to be seen. Had they known about the downed guard, they would have ambushed them. Yet the interior was eerily deserted. Is it empty? It seems vast, but I sense no presence. It appears so. If anyone were here, they would have attacked by now. Drawing his sword in anticipation, he extended his mana but sensed nothing. A guard at the entrance, yet an empty interior. There could only be one explanation. We should check below. There must be something down there. I agree. Perhaps an artifact. I doubt it. If it were an artifact, the moonstone would have reacted. He was certain it wasn't. However, he felt a distinct presence below. If not above, then below. He recalled the towers in the south, which always concealed something in their basements. A reason to guard this place while everyone else had withdrawn. Perhaps they were protecting something important, or perhaps it was a trap. If it were a trap, he would need someone to ensure Adriana's escape. He glanced at Verod, who seemed to understand his intent, and nodded, indicating he would guard the rear. Even if he accompanied Adriana, he had to ensure her safety if a dangerous situation arose. He could die, but Adriana couldn't. He subtly shifted their formation without alerting Adriana. As they descended, the stench of blood intensified, making him frown. This wasn't the blood of one or two individuals. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, had died here. Adriana's face paled. He was reminded of his encounter with Therja. He had sensed a similar stench then. If this was comparable to the bloodbath he had witnessed in that mountain of corpses, how many bodies were buried here? There's definitely something down here, something dangerous. A chilling sensation ran down his spine. His senses heightened, a feeling he rarely experienced. A premonition of encountering something he shouldn't. It was similar to the feeling he had when he first met Verod. He instinctively drew his sword. He unconsciously adopted a defensive stance, channeling his mana. Verod, sensing the same, enveloped Adriana in divine power. The rosary around her neck emitted a bright white light, a warning that something beyond their comprehension lay at the bottom of this descent. I've never felt anything like this. I've been a paladin for a long time, but this is different. Perhaps we should retreat. We could call for reinforcements. No, we press on. He wasn't as intuitive as Adele. He didn't rely on instinct, always striving for rational judgment. But now he felt a compelling need to explore the depths of this place, to eliminate any possibility of the being within escaping. He sensed Adriana's gaze upon him, but didn't falter. His breath frosted in the frigid air. The surrounding temperature plummeted. While the air at the entrance had been relatively mild, the depths of the spire were glacial. He exhaled a white plume and saw a massive door ahead. Covered in intricate carvings, a large dragon's head dominated the center. Its jaws agape, spewing flames. It was strikingly similar to the depiction of the four dragons in the murals. Its presence here implied a connection to the four dragons. It wasn't an artifact. The moonstone remained inert. He silently exhaled. Should he enter with them, it would be easier, but he felt a need to enter alone. He didn't want to be distracted by protecting someone. He couldn't guarantee their safety. Verod was present to protect Adriana. The door creaked open, releasing a wave of putrid blood. Fragments of bodies, dragged across the threshold, clung to the door. Verod grimaced. He had anticipated something unsettling, but the evidence of cannibalism. I have a feeling I know what we'll find. The fully opened door revealed the scene within. Faint light from above illuminated a gruesome tableau of gore and dismembered corpses. Scattered amongst the remains, a lone figure sat amidst the carnage. It was massive, inhuman, humanoid in form, but with the head of a bull. Its contorted limbs clutched a spear larger than any building's column. A monstrous being slumbering amidst the carnage. Its presence was overwhelming. There are ancient monsters that appeared alongside the four dragons, four beasts now known as demons. I recall reading about them. Could that be? Yes, one of them. The chains binding the monster snapped like thread. Its eyes blazed with madness, its snorting breath shaking the very foundation of the spire. An ancient monster. A minotaur, I presume. The demon, a creature he had never encountered before, was violence incarnate, yet he didn't flinch. He held his sword, confident in his ability to prevail. He was the one who wielded the sword. He would be the one standing at the end. Even if it wasn't destined, he would make it so. Translator notes for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord. The demons that appeared alongside the four dragons were sometimes considered even more dangerous than the dragons themselves. Countless renowned warriors had fallen to a single demon. Even those bearing the title of master were easily slain in those battles. It's been a while since I've seen a human wield a sword. Only food comes down here. The monstrous figure, its head nearly touching the cavern's ceiling, frowned as it lifted its head. A gust of dust-filled air erupted, a chilling blast that seemed to freeze the lungs. Adriana countered with a wave of divine power, dispelling the frigid wind. Even that was a struggle. The demon before them was a being that had embodied violence itself during the era of the four dragons. Its crimson eyes narrowed. He channeled his mana and stepped forward. Doubts surfaced in his mind. Could he kill it? Yes, he could. His swordsmanship had almost fully returned. Once his body was fully recovered, he would wield it perfectly. However, if the demon possessed its full power from the era of the four dragons, it would likely be comparable to the dragons themselves. Could he defeat it even with the saint and the paladin's support? The answer came swiftly. He had to fight to find out. Only by clashing blades could he gauge the monster's strength and determine if he could prevail. The pressure intensified with each step, but his expanding mana brought a sense of calm. This was different from facing dozens of knights. A human and a monster capable of slaughtering humans like toys. Its very presence exuded an aura of overwhelming power. You're different, similar to those I fought in the past, perhaps even better. He met its gaze. Unlike their initial encounter, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, not fear, but a calculating assessment. He considered how to fight such a massive creature. If he stood on its foot, he could probably fight while standing on its shoulder. The thought made him chuckle. Better, the monster, staring at the chains binding its wrists, replied, "Perhaps I'm simply weaker now." The chains snapped. He stared at the severed metal, bewildered. Could chains that thick be torn apart? This was power beyond measure. One thing was certain, a single blow would cripple him. Was there a way to avoid a fight? He glanced at Adriana. She seemed to be praying for his escape. He could flee, and if the monster chose to remain here, no one in the north would be in danger. Why had it remained imprisoned, only now breaking free? He considered the possibilities. The Minotaur, having freed itself, stared at him intently. "Are you curious about why I was here? Would you even tell me?" "Yes, it's been a long time since I've encountered a human. These corpses are human." "Wrong." It snorted, the force of its breath ruffling his hair. The sheer pressure felt like a gale. He chuckled wryly. The monster grinned, its lips moving. "I wouldn't call food human. They came here willingly, offering themselves to be consumed." "Why would I consider them human? So they're not alive now?" "Not entirely. I haven't even recovered half the strength I possessed before. I wouldn't call this being alive." Less than half, and this was its current power. How would he fight the four dragons? He couldn't even begin to imagine. However, he knew he couldn't avoid this fight. The Minotaur had freed itself to fight him. Necromancy, something like that. A rather crude version, but humans have always been like that. Resurrecting the dead. He knew such forbidden magic existed and that there were mages who specialized in it. If this monster had been resurrected through such magic, its body would be significantly weaker than in its prime. He assessed the situation, his sword in hand. The distance between him and the monster was the distance Verod and Adriana needed to escape, the time remaining before the battle began. Lost in thought, he heard the Minotaur's question. Its twisted lips were stained with blood. Between its teeth, remnants of its recent meal. "Human flesh. You're not running. I gave you ample time. If we had run, you would have followed. That's how you are." He knew from the moment their eyes met that this fight was inevitable. The Minotaur wanted to fight. Only one of them would survive. Its gaze, fixated solely on him, gleamed with anticipation. 1,000 years. The time it had taken for the Minotaur, slain before the four dragons were sealed, to be resurrected here. He couldn't imagine the thirst for battle it must have felt during that time. "You broke free from your chains to fight, didn't you? They must have hindered your movements." "You understand well. Not bad. Better than the humans I encountered before. Are you the strongest among them?" He didn't hesitate. He adjusted his grip, his body poised to spring forward. "Ready to strike in any direction." He spoke, his voice low and steady. "Perhaps, no, definitely." "Good." Madness returned to its eyes, crimson, redder than blood. The monster grabbed its spear, a halo of light expanding around it. Each breath sent shivers down his spine. The moment he moved, the battle would begin. The anticipation drained his energy. If he failed to defeat the Minotaur here, the North would be devastated. He would consider the reasons for its delayed discovery later. The ground trembled as the Minotaur shifted its weight, debris erupting around it. He maintained his balance amidst the tremors. His swordsmanship, honed over decades, allowed him to adapt to any situation. He had to trust himself. His swordsmanship, his resolve to protect Muradin, the memories of his countless struggles. Without that conviction, he had no chance of winning. He recalled the first time he held a sword. It wasn't to kill, it was to protect Muradin, a promise he had failed to keep. The regret fueled his training. Muradin, Adele back at the estate, and Adriana here. He had taken up the sword for them. He wouldn't regret it. Even if the enemy was a monster, his sword would prevail. Robert, it's best to stay back. Interfering would only hinder him. Adriana wanted to rush forward, but Verod held her back, retreating. She couldn't interfere. His duty was to protect the saint. His duty didn't include fighting monsters, and his intervention could expose Adriana to danger. Besides, Robert didn't want him to interfere. He had seen it in his eyes. Stay back, protect Adriana. That was his role. Adriana's worried gaze pained him, but he couldn't disobey. Introducing a variable into a fight against a minotaur could lead to disaster. His duty was to protect the saint. He reminded himself of this and whispered to Adriana, "I'm not saying we shouldn't intervene. There are other ways to help him. The moon goddess is always benevolent." But how Adriana's heart ached as she watched Robert face the monster. Verod's words seemed absurd, yet perhaps he was right. Would her participation in the battle change anything? She could try the method she had used in the south. Adriana knelt, clutching her rosary. Divine power flowed through it, emitting a soft glow. Just as she had imbued Robert with divine power before, perhaps she could transfer her strength to him now. They shared the same divine power. A thread of light extended towards Robert. The Minotaur chuckled, noticing the familiar tactic. One fights while the other supports from behind. It was reminiscent of his battles against the goddess. It brought back memories of 1,000 years past. He wouldn't stop them. The Minotaur thrived in carnage. He had always been the survivor. He observed Robert, assessing his skill. His gaze softened. Peak. Unlike the so-called masters, unlike the clumsy knights who wielded their swords like children, this human moved with the grace of a true swordsman. His body honed for battle, his muscles flowing like water. The sight pleased him. This would be his first real battle in 1,000 years. If this human survived, he might even share some trivial information. About the regressions, perhaps. Let's begin. His muscles bulged, the ground cracking beneath his weight. A casual swing of his fist could shatter mountains. The ancient monster, once the embodiment of violence, unleashed its power. "Come," he grinned, eager to test the human's strength. 1,000 years of waiting. Translator notes your text here for illustrations and release notifications. Join our Discord. What happens when you receive divine power? He had asked that question once. In the south, around the time he received divine power from Adriana. His frail body, a burden since birth, had prevented him from fully channeling his mana. It restricted his swordsmanship, hindering him in battle. Yet he had reached the peak of swordsmanship because, unlike others, he possessed infinite time. He couldn't achieve it with his original body, but through repeated regressions, he had elevated his skill. He wouldn't have reached this level without divine power. He had recovered because the divine power he received in the south had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. The ground trembled beneath his feet. He knew this fight wouldn't last long. The Minotaur, weakened by necromancy, was roughly equal to him in strength. He had to strike with full force. The divine power within him wouldn't last. He had never fought a monster of this size. He had only ever crossed blades with humans. He had no idea how to approach this battle, so he relied on instinct, not experience, but the primal instinct to let his sword guide him. That would be his path to victory. "It's not as fast as I thought. If that massive body was faster than him, he would be in trouble." But the monster's movements were slow enough for him to react. He could easily outmaneuver it, slower than a human, of course, otherwise he wouldn't stand a chance. He had to exploit this difference. Mana surged through him, igniting like a flame. Blue flames enveloped his sword, slicing through the air. The wind pressure from the Minotaur's movements was a force of nature. He launched himself forward, dodging falling debris. He lunged, his sword piercing the monster's hide. He was surprised by its toughness. He couldn't inflict significant damage at this rate. He quickly retreated. A massive fist slammed into the spot where he had stood moments before. A pesky fly, just like the others. He didn't respond. If he seemed like a fly, he would continue to buzz around it, but he needed to inflict more than just distractions. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling the pulsating mana within his heart. He inhaled slowly. Muscles draw strength from breath. He had learned to control his breathing to unleash bursts of power. By regulating his breath, he could distribute energy throughout his body, then focus it for explosive attacks. He gripped his sword with both hands. His figure vanished. The Minotaur's fist swung through empty air again. A flicker of excitement flashed in its crimson eyes. This was good. He had intended to provoke it, though its increasing speed was unexpected. "Come, many have fought like you, but I have always prevailed." "I'm sure you have." The Minotaur had only been defeated once by the moon goddess. Before that, it had never lost to a human. Could such a being even comprehend defeat? Anyone observing this fight would surely bet on the Minotaur. But he was certain of his victory. The reason was simple. He was beginning to see through the monster's movements. Humans and monsters were different. Their forms, their movements. The actions of a creature once called a demon were unpredictable. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to discern its patterns, but there were tells: a twitch of the shoulder before a punch, a shift in the hips before a step. All movements originated from the spine. He could anticipate them even before they happened. The Minotaur slammed its fist into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. It stared at him, a strange expression on its face. He had felt a slight resistance, a subtle difference in its movement, a decrease in power. The Minotaur chuckled, looking at its severed arm. Amusement flickered in its eyes. This was unprecedented. A human had pierced its hide. It was reminiscent of its battle against the moon goddess. With each swing of his sword, more wounds appeared. He targeted its knees, its heels, its elbows, hindering its movement. Yet his speed didn't falter. The monster roared in defiance, its wounds multiplying. It laughed, a sound filled with madness. This was its first battle in 1,000 years, yet it was surpassing its former self. Its crimson eyes blazed, fueled by the unprecedented sensation of a human blade piercing its flesh. Debris erupted from the shattered ground, flying towards him. He sliced through the rocks, his sword moving in a zigzag pattern. The Minotaur's fist flew towards him, its white mane whipped around its head. He saw the upward curve of its horns, the massive fist descending. He twisted his body, dodging the blow. The monster grinned, bringing its other fist down. He didn't dodge. Divine power formed a shield around him. He glanced back. Adriana was channeling her power, her hands clasped together. 3 minutes, the time remaining before the divine power within him was depleted. It was consumed rapidly with each swing of his sword. He had to use it efficiently. His body felt light. Perhaps he had fully regained the power he possessed when he earned the title of Sword Saint. Should he try it, if it worked, the fight would end in an instant. He had nothing to lose. He didn't waste time on deep breaths. Short, shallow breaths were enough. He moved lightly, his footsteps barely disturbing the dust on the ground. He moved like a phantom, leaving no trace. The Minotaur's fist seemed to slow down. Even as it hurtled towards him, he recognized the familiar sensation. He had regained his former skill. Even if it was only for a brief moment, it was enough. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. The power he exuded made the Minotaur's expression shift. "You've changed." This was a level he had never encountered, even during his time as a demon. With each step, the human seemed to slice through the very air, his presence as sharp as a honed blade. The Minotaur laughed. He had believed the world hadn't changed in 1,000 years, but this was something new. Battle was everything to the Minotaur. Perhaps it was meaningless, but his purpose was to conquer any challenge. He snorted, his breath hot and heavy. His muscles bulged, veins throbbing with dark blood. "Do you know why I was once called Violence?" Robert, his mana gathered, shook his head. He didn't know, but he could guess. To the knights, that massive form must have seemed like an unstoppable force. Its horns, reaching towards the heavens, symbolized defiance. Its bull-like head, an embodiment of aggression. Its massive, powerful body, capable of withstanding any impact. An unyielding warrior, a demon who had never known defeat. That was Violence, unstoppable, irresistible, a presence that shattered the will of those who dared to oppose it. "You'll learn soon. I hope you survive long enough to understand." The Minotaur grinned, its jaws wide. Robert closed his eyes, gripping his sword. Sight wouldn't help him here. He had regained his skill, his senses, but not the full extent of his former power. He had to sharpen his senses. He sacrificed sight for enhanced perception. It was too late to react visually. He had to rely on sound, on instinct. The ground cracked. The monster roared, shaking the spire. Verod shielded Adriana with divine power, deflecting falling debris. The fragments didn't reach Robert. He had already sliced through them. He chuckled softly, realizing he had moved instinctively. He heard it, the monster's heartbeat thrumming like a drum. He felt the shifting of its massive muscles, the explosive power in its legs as it prepared to charge. He had never fought a monster like this. He couldn't comprehend its strength, couldn't even begin to estimate it. But could he cut it? He shook his head. The question was irrelevant. As long as he held his sword, he could cut anything. The arrogance of a swordsman, the confidence of one who had reached the peak of their art. He could cut anything in this world. He raised his sword, holding it lightly in one hand. The Minotaur's massive form vanished. Even Verod lost sight of it for a moment. It moved with incredible speed. A delayed thud echoed through the chamber. In the slowed perception granted by his heightened senses, Robert drew a line in the air. One strike was all he needed, one precise cut to fell the giant. A single, effortless stroke, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. As the Minotaur's charge ended, a geyser of blood erupted from its severed arm. Robert was unharmed. That was the essence of a sword saint, an untouchable star, a title earned through unparalleled skill. The Minotaur chuckled, the light fading from its eyes, leaving only a dull red glow. Translator notes your text here. He had believed it was coincidence. Perhaps a god, pitying his plight, had granted him a chance to set things right. He had lived with that belief, every decision based on that assumption. If asked if it felt futile, how would he respond? That he had expected it all along, that it wasn't futile, that he just had to defeat the 4 dragons. For 300 years, he had blamed himself. He had believed his failures were his fault, his inadequacy. But it was all intentional. The Minotaur nodded. Adriana and Verod weren't present. Within a mana barrier, he had learned the truth about the 4 dragons and the Moonstone. The 4 dragons' power, as he had suspected, was the manipulation of time. They had imbued the Moonstone with this power, leaving it behind to orchestrate their resurrection. Why me? They likely deemed you the most suitable vessel for their return. Only they know the true reason, but most would break after 100 deaths. Many crumble after just one. It's a wonder you're still sane. He had broken many times. There were times he had lived as a madman, lost in despair. If he hadn't become numb to death, he would have succumbed long ago. He was confused. Unanswered questions lingered. Where were the 4 dragons now? Why did Kairil's manipulation of their residual thoughts remain unchanged? Are the 4 dragons' residual thoughts different from their consciousness? They wouldn't allow a human to manipulate their consciousness so freely. If they intended to use his body for their resurrection, they would have contacted him directly. Wasn't that why the Moonstone resonated with artifacts? He had believed it was a mechanism to guide him to their residual thoughts. Yet nothing happened when he touched the artifact containing those thoughts. Many things felt amiss. Why hadn't the four dragons contacted him? Why could Keitel manipulate their residual thoughts? The Minotaur considered his question, then began to explain. It would be easier to understand if I explained how the four dragons were sealed. That should answer some of your questions. The story was long and complex. The origins of the four dragons, their sealing, their retreat into distorted time. The creation of the Moonstone, their plan for resurrection. As he listened, some questions were answered, but new doubts arose. He wasn't confused. He simply felt that something was wrong. The four dragons' intentions and his experiences didn't align. Something was amiss. Their plan wasn't proceeding as intended. What was wrong? Why did everything feel so disjointed? Do you have any more questions? No, that's enough. Then I no longer need to earn your trust. Have I convinced you that I have no intention of harming you? He nodded. The Minotaur chuckled, glancing at its missing arm. Its gaze held not hatred or resentment, but curiosity. He couldn't decipher its intentions. He would have preferred outright hostility, a demon driven mad by battle now calmly assessing the situation. It had even shared information about the four dragons, something he hadn't anticipated. This conversation felt strangely amicable. He couldn't understand the Minotaur's apparent goodwill. It could have easily turned hostile. It was a demon, their enemy. I should go now. If we meet again, I hope you'll sever my other arm. He wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke it now. He wouldn't draw his sword again. The Minotaur would regenerate faster. He was pretending to be fine, but he was on the verge of collapse. He would have fainted without Adriana's support. He had to think strategically. His immediate priority wasn't defeating the four dragons. He knew the masked figures were plotting their resurrection and that there were 3 more demons to contend with. He had learned that Keitel intended to use their residual thoughts to summon the dragons. The missing pieces of the puzzle were why the four dragons hadn't contacted him directly and why they remained trapped in distorted time. With the power to create the Moonstone, they could have easily escaped. Why use an artifact to search for a suitable human vessel? Only one solution came to mind. The Minotaur dissolved into black smoke, the mana barrier dissipating. He didn't return to Adriana. He took the artifact from his pocket and channeled his mana. The communication device, once linked only to Merigen, could now connect to one more person. Arwen. She needed to come to the north immediately. Robert's actions became more decisive after the battle with the Minotaur. Adriana, who had watched the fight with bated breath, found this concerning. But Robert wasn't acting as recklessly as before. Arwen's research on the ruins, her knowledge of the four dragons. Robert relayed everything the Minotaur had told him. In doing so, he realized something. The discrepancy between their accounts lay in the four dragons' objective. They seemed to be searching for someone to kill them. That is, if my research accurately reflects their intentions, Arwen said. But if they wanted to die, wouldn't they simply remain sealed? Why break free from their prison only to seek death? It was contradictory. It didn't make sense. It didn't explain why Keitel was involved with the four dragons' residual thoughts or why they had initiated the regressions. If they wanted to die, they should have come to him, not Keitel. If these regressions were meant to prepare him for this task, then all those repetitions were a waste of time. He traveled to the Moon Tower, then to the Imperial Palace, searching the Imperial archives with Arwen's help. He scoured every document related to the four dragons, searching for any mention of undiscovered ruins or artifacts. He found nothing, but the absence of information revealed something else. There were almost no records of hostility towards the four dragons in the Imperial archives. While the Church considered the four dragons their sworn enemies, the Imperial family seemed to have erased them from history. It was strange. In an empire that worshipped the moon goddess, shouldn't there be countless records denouncing the dragons? Did they consider the very name of the four dragons an abomination? That can't be right. They weren't erased for that reason. There was something they were trying to hide, something they wanted to bury. Could he have noticed this discrepancy if he had been more thorough during his previous infiltration of the archives? No, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have sensed the incongruity without the Minotaur's information. He frowned, staring at the book in his hand. He saw it now. The reason why the Imperial family had so meticulously erased the four dragons from history. He glanced at Arwen. She stared into space, her face pale, as if she had realized the same thing. I hate hypotheticals, but if what I'm thinking is true, I think we're on the same page. Do you have a theory? The four dragons were sealed. They retreated into distorted time. The moon goddess must have known. She wouldn't stand idly by while they created an artifact that caused regressions. That was his question as well. What had the moon goddess been doing all this time, while the moonstone caused his endless cycle of death and rebirth? The goddess, weakened from sealing the four dragons, would have needed time to recover. But she wouldn't have remained passive. The archives shifted and warped under Arwen's magic. Cracks appeared in space, twisting and merging. The distorted landscape revealed one of the ruins related to the four dragons in the south. An inscription became visible. Only one who has endured eons can slay the dragons. Arwen channeled her mana into the inscription. Perhaps, if it was written with the four dragons' power, it should glow red. But under Arwen's mana, it shimmered blue, lunar mana. These characters reacted only to lunar mana. There could only be one explanation. Some of these inscriptions weren't written by the four dragons' followers. They were written by the moon goddess herself. Her words brought a chilling realization. Inscriptions written by the moon goddess. The four dragons' residual thoughts strangely linked to Keitel, the missing records in the imperial archives, and finally the name of the capital, Eclipse. Eclipse refers to a solar eclipse. A solar eclipse when the moon obscures the sun. The name of the empire built upon the worship of the moon, the sealing of the sun-like four dragons. But it wasn't just a solar eclipse. It can also refer to a lunar eclipse. A lunar eclipse when the earth obscures the moon. Perhaps the imperial family had been connected to the four dragons from the very beginning. There must have been some kind of deal. That was the most logical conclusion. He doubted Merigen was involved, but there was definitely a connection between the imperial family and the four dragons. The name Eclipse, the accumulated evidence, all pointed toward a link. Keitel's manipulation of the residual thoughts was also part of the four dragons' resurrection plan. The subjugation of the South, a pretext. Their true objective was something else, likely the artifacts and ruins hidden within the demi-human's territory. What do you plan to do now? His regressions were orchestrated by the four dragons. They had intended to use the imperial family for their resurrection, but the moon goddess had intervened. So they created the moonstone, seeking a suitable vessel for it. Their plan was nearing fruition. The only problem was that his mind, which should have shattered, remained intact. His encounter with the Minotaur, the unfolding events, everything was going relatively well. He just had to eliminate Keitel. But there wasn't much time left before the four dragons' resurrection. He had never heard any news of them before the winter of his death. He had time to consider his options. He believed it was wise to observe and wait. He couldn't exploit Keitel's weakness yet. Using this information to pressure the imperial family, revealing their connection to the four dragons, wouldn't be effective. Just like with everything, there was an order to his plans. His priority was preventing Adele's death. The four dragons were important, but not as important as Adele. He stared at the blue mana emanating from the mural, then turned to Arwen. He felt guilty, but the matter of the four dragons had to be postponed. Let's return to the north. His task here was complete. He felt a sense of relief, not futility. Robert, Adriana, surprised by his sudden appearance after days of absence, looked at him intently. Her unfocused gaze felt like a glare. He had been busy, processing the information from the Minotaur, verifying its accuracy with Arwen. He hadn't seen Adele in weeks. Adriana frowned. Where have you been? You didn't even contact me. I had some things to investigate. What I learned from the Minotaur about my regressions. He was surprised that Arwen had deduced his regressions, but it had expedited their investigation. Her intellect, honed through mastery of magic, surpassed human comprehension. Letter 1D42b, just as he was considered superhuman with his abilities with the sword, Arwen had likely perceived his regressions in a similar manner. He hadn't explained the details as he had with Adriana. To Arwen, his regressions were simply a link to the four dragons. The past wasn't relevant. Adriana seemed surprised by his revelation, then whispered, "Are you all right? Learning about your regressions, it couldn't have been easy. I'm fine, or rather I'm trying to be." He couldn't be fine, knowing he had been a puppet in the four dragons' resurrection plan. He felt a sense of futility, a desire to succumb to despair. But he couldn't. He had too much to protect. Giving up now would achieve absolutely nothing. There's much to be done. Adriana tried to comfort him, but he reassured her. She was the only one who truly understood him, but he hadn't come seeking solace. This was the busiest period of his life, spring, the approaching summer. He wanted to resolve the matter of the masked figures before summer's end. He smiled gently, stroking Adriana's hair lovingly. "Don't worry about it. I'm better than I seem. That's why I'm worried. You don't seem fine at all. Can you read my emotions?" She was likely reading his feelings. He tapped his chest playfully. Adriana chuckled wryly. He had tried to lighten the mood with a joke, but he couldn't completely mask his turmoil. He couldn't help it. He had to maintain this facade until everything was resolved. He turned and walked away, leaving Adriana with a slightly improved yet still complex expression. He had seen Adele long before Adriana. He was curious about her reaction, but he expected anger. He had been wrong. He hadn't contacted her in 2 weeks. He had disappeared immediately after returning from the reconnaissance mission. He had no excuse. He hesitated, then knocked on Adele's door, or rather he was about to knock. The door swung open, revealing Adele. He waved awkwardly. "It's been a while. Do you think this is some sort of joke?" Her voice was cold, her expression rigid. Tears streamed down her face one by one, and her eyes were bloodshot. He grimaced, watching her clenched fists tremble. She released the doorknob and struck his chest. He felt a sharp pain, but she hadn't used her full strength. She struck him again, a softer blow. He stumbled back but didn't avoid it. He deserved it. He hoped this would appease her, but Adele continued, her voice trembling. "You don't contact me. You disappear after fighting a demon, and now you come back waving like nothing happened. You think I'll welcome you with open arms? I'm sorry. I don't know how pathetic I must seem to you. You don't have to contact me. Just don't come to the north at all. I'd rather forget you completely." She pressed him against the wall, her elbow digging into his chest. She stared at him, then wiped her tears. She laughed, a hollow, humorless sound. Her gaze met his. She seemed angry, but her eyes held a complex mix of emotions that made his heart ache. Would it be right to excuse himself by saying he had no choice? No, he could have told her more. He was doing this to prevent her death. Instead of apologizing, he decided to listen. He remained silent, meeting her gaze, absorbing her words. I was worried when I heard you fought a demon. I wanted to check your wounds as soon as you returned, even though you were with the saint. I waited for you at the entrance. Do you know how I felt when only the saint returned? He hadn't considered it. He had been preoccupied with the revelation about his regressions, about the 4 dragons. He had thought he could quickly resolve the matter, return to the north, and explain everything later. He had focused on the fact that Adele wouldn't be in danger until after autumn. If you hate me, just say so. If you don't want to see me, just tell me. Her hand slipped from his chest, her forehead resting against his. She murmured, her voice barely audible. He should have denied it, but before he could speak, she continued, it would be easier for both of us. Why do you keep tormenting me? I don't know what to say. You shouldn't. Words can't fix this. She looked at him, a bitter smile on her tear-stained face. He understood now. How she must have felt waiting for him. He should have been more considerate. He had been too focused on his own problems, forgetting that there were people who cared about him, people who waited for him. Perhaps it was because it was so unfamiliar. In his past lives, few had waited for him. He had acted out of habit. Should he apologize or thank her for waiting? He should tell her that he didn't hate her, that he didn't want to leave her. But actions spoke louder than words. He gently pushed her shoulder. She didn't resist, her gaze fixed on him. He caressed her tear-stained cheek. Just as she had comforted him after he killed Temujin, her touch calmed him. She leaned into his touch, her head tilting slightly. They remained silent, but they both knew what would follow. He smiled, meeting her gaze. Her lips were red and slightly swollen, with a faint trace of blood where she had bitten them. He touched the spot gently. When did you hurt yourself? Last night before I went to sleep. You know I don't like the taste of blood. Despite their close proximity, she remained silent. He had thought it would progress from forehead to cheek, but they had skipped a few steps. Their breaths mingled. Actions were better than apologies. The unspoken emotions of their long separation as their lips were about to meet, a buzzing sound broke the silence. It was the artifact vibrating in his pocket. The intimate atmosphere shattered, the distance between them widening. An awkward silence filled the air. Adele blushed, covering her mouth with her hand. She quickly stepped back. He had almost crossed a line, swept away by the moment. He felt a pang of regret, but the vibrating artifact meant only one thing. Arwen, who was in the north, wouldn't contact him, Muradin. He thought of the woman who had contacted him earlier and channeled his mana into the artifact. What had she been doing just now? Adele touched her dry lips, her eyes narrowing. Her face flushed as she recalled Robert's intentions. The change in her complexion was evident, but she didn't care. If the artifact hadn't buzzed, their lips would have met. They almost did. Perhaps they did. She hadn't been thinking clearly, overwhelmed by the moment. She should have been more proactive. If she had leaned in just a little more, regret washed over her, but then she remembered that the only person who would contact Robert through the artifact was the princess. Why now? She couldn't help but feel frustrated. She bit her lip, her eyes turning cold, yet the memory lingered. What was he thinking? He was always the one to pull away. She knew he was trying to apologize, but she hadn't expected him to get so close. She realized he was wavering. He seemed calm, but he was clearly anxious about something. She didn't know what. This was their first meeting since his encounter with the Minotaur. What could have caused such a shift in his demeanor? She frowned, watching him communicate with the princess through the artifact. The moment was gone. It wouldn't happen again. A missed opportunity. She couldn't deny the disappointment, but she was the closest to him. She was the one he had almost kissed, the one who had momentarily shaken his resolve. She would let it slide this time. Though the mood was broken, there was no guarantee such a moment would come again. I'll let it slide this time. She touched her cheek where his much larger hand had been and chuckled softly. While she disliked him communicating with another woman, she was pleased by his earlier actions. If it happened again, she would take the initiative. There were too many vixens vying for Robert's attention. She couldn't afford to hesitate. Muradin couldn't say much about the memories. She wasn't sure if the sudden influx of memories was real. She had been thinking about Robert ever since. She had no way of knowing if these memories were true. Why did she remember them as lovers when they had never been more than acquaintances? She couldn't focus on anything. She couldn't tell Robert about this. He would think she was strange. It could also lead to unpleasant rumors harming both of them. So she tried to forget, but the memories grew more vivid with time, feeling increasingly real. The Robert in her memories seemed brighter, more innocent than the one she knew. He was different from the somber man she had first met. If these memories were true, their relationship wouldn't be what it was now. She wasn't sure if they were memories. Perhaps they were just wishful thinking. How embarrassing would that be? Robert would laugh if he knew. In her memories, Robert's affection was focused solely on her. She couldn't believe it. It had to be a delusion. She knew Robert was popular, even before he became Duke, and especially after he had received numerous marriage proposals. It was strange that he was still unattached. Most men his age would be married with children. He was the only duke in the empire, wielding far more power than Adele, whose title of Grand Duke was mostly honorary. The reality was frustrating. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to bridge the distance between them. They had met through a series of coincidences, but both of their lives were becoming increasingly busy. Robert was in the north. She didn't know what he was doing there, but she had heard Adriana was there as well. Adele and Adriana were often associated with Robert, but were they as close to him as she imagined? She chuckled wryly. Compared to them, she was always indebted to him. He had saved her life, helped her navigate the treacherous currents of the imperial court. Without him, she would have accomplished nothing. The thought gave her a headache. Even now, she found herself seeking him out, not for help, but simply because she wanted to see him. She knew her feelings were developing into something deeper. Perhaps that was why these memories had surfaced. But if asked if she truly wanted to forget them, she would deny it. She wished they were true. It was a pleasant fantasy. She knew she shouldn't dwell on such thoughts. The situation in the imperial court was unsettling, orchestrated by her brother Keitel. Even that knowledge came from Robert. She had discovered that the masked figures were assisting Keitel. Perhaps Robert had gone to the north to meet with the Grand Duke. He was sensitive to artifacts, so he might be investigating the masked figures. She had wanted to help but couldn't find him. She was relieved that he had a purpose, a reason to be there. She didn't question why she felt relieved. She wasn't that naive. Perhaps it was due to her recent fantasies, but she realized her feelings were deepening. The memories continued. She saw Robert die. They had promised each other a future just yesterday, yet today she heard of his execution for treason. It had to be a nightmare. He wouldn't die for such a crime. Even for delusion, this was too cruel. She tried to forget. She tried to distract herself. But she couldn't. Everywhere she went, she was reminded of him, of the places they had been together. Secret rendezvous, hidden alcoves. Sometimes they were secret lovers. Sometimes they were openly acknowledged, the envy of all. The garden they had visited last time, even the streets outside the palace. He was everywhere, intertwined with every place she knew. She couldn't forget the memories, even if she wanted to. They resurfaced unbidden, countless memories of them as lovers, countless memories of Robert dying, helpless and alone. I've always wondered, why did you seduce me? Seduce. I wouldn't call it that. You deliberately lured me to the garden that day, as if you knew I would be there. They wouldn't have met otherwise. They hadn't met the first time, but after that, Robert always seemed to know where to find her. Not the first time, but the second, the third. They always met in the same place. Was it coincidence or some magical connection? The more she thought about it, the more her head ached. She hesitated to contact Robert. It was too complicated, these intertwined memories, too vivid to be mere fantasies. Sometimes they repeated the same conversations, sometimes they spoke different words in the same place. But one thing remained constant. Robert always smiled when he looked at her. Their first meeting, their parting, their reunion, even his death, a gentle smile whenever their eyes met. She had dismissed it as a delusion, but what if it was a memory? When did I last see him? Robert didn't smile often. He had smiled at her a few times, but not as often as in her memories. Had he smiled like that because they were lovers? She didn't know. She couldn't distinguish between reality and fantasy. She had long since abandoned the task she had started. She couldn't focus. Everything she tried to do reminded her of him. She sat at the table, a servant placing a cup of tea before her. She took a sip, then looked up. Robert was there, pulling up a chair, his gaze fixed on her. Why are you looking at me like that? Just looking. There had been a time when simply looking at each other was enough. She missed those times. There was something she wanted to ask him. If these delusions, these possible memories were real, and if he knew, how did he feel about her? Affection? Sorrow? She needed to ask him about the unnamed emotion she had seen in his eyes. Spring had passed, summer was returning. Time moved on, but she had never felt so impatient. She sighed and took the artifact from her pocket. She would have regretted it if she hadn't given it to him when they first met. It was their only connection. She hesitated, then channeled her mana into the device. You were beautiful. I was just admiring you. Robert, she wished it was just a delusion. If it was a memory, then the sadness in his eyes was real. She couldn't forget the expression on his face as he held her bleeding in the rain. Translator notes the moment he received Murugan's call, he felt a premonition. Her voice lacked its usual cheerfulness. Something was wrong, but if she could contact him, it couldn't be an emergency. Then he remembered. Murugan's memories were returning. If they fully returned, she would blame herself for his death. Things would become complicated. He, Adele, and Adriana were the only ones who remembered his past lives. If Murugan joined them, the number of people entangled in the Four Dragons cycle of regressions would increase. Completion, there weren't many people involved in the regressions. If the Four Dragons had created this narrative, there had to be conditions for reaching the ending. The most likely condition was the restoration of everyone's memories. Uria's memories had returned, but she was incapacitated. Teresa's had regained her memories, but she was dead. The others entangled with him were Adele, Adriana, and Murugan. He excluded Keitel. Keitel had tried to kill him countless times, but they hadn't interacted much on a personal level. He had actually seen Keitel more in this life than in any other. The Four Dragons' plan had gone awry. Perhaps when the moon goddess intervened, or when he overcame his despair and regained his resolve. He didn't know yet, but the deviation meant he could disrupt their intentions. It was a challenge more difficult than simply defeating Keitel, but his battle with the Minotaur had shown him a glimpse of what lay beyond. If strategy failed, he would resort to brute force. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Murugan, she said she had been experiencing strange visions. She seemed embarrassed, describing them as fantasies. He knew they were memories. He had experienced something similar before, he suspected, but now he was certain. I understand. I'll see you soon. He replied to Murugan, then turned towards Adele's room. The intimate atmosphere was gone, but she seemed disappointed. He had to speak with her before leaving. If he disappeared again without a word, she would hunt him down. I'll explain what you remembered. His reflection in the mirror looked gloomy. Confronting the past, explaining the unexplainable, it was never easy. The Imperial Palace this time. Adele's reaction was surprisingly calm. She wasn't pleased, but she seemed to have anticipated it. Had she assumed Murugan would be next after Adriana, she wasn't wrong. Though unintentional, he had been meeting them in order. Yes, I've already informed Adriana. We'll travel to the Moon Tower and head there immediately. Names. Adele frowned, glaring at him. You're too casual. You can call me Adele, but don't use first names for others in front of me. You never call me by my name so easily, she grumbled, then sighed, rubbing her forehead. He was reminded of their almost kiss. He didn't know what he had been thinking. He had been caught up in the moment, but he couldn't deny his feelings were involved. He would be more careful next time. He looked at Adele, who seemed to have calmed down. She clicked her tongue. At least you're not disappearing without a word this time. How long will you be in the capital? Perhaps I'll stay there indefinitely. What? But you're from the capital, aren't you? He had been in the north for so long that he had almost forgotten. He was the Duke of Taylor. Now that he knew what the masked figures were searching for, there was no reason to remain here. He and Adriana were leaving for the capital. Once they left, Adele would be alone again. He didn't want to leave her, but he had no choice. I'll return. We agreed to meet in autumn, didn't we? Yes, you should. That's when I always die. That's not the only reason. He had to remember that she had regained her memories. She spoke of her death so casually. He stared at her bewildered. She chuckled. It doesn't matter, whatever the reason, as long as you return. The line between them, once distant, was redrawn. It was no longer an arm's length away. Now it was the distance of a breath. Adele stepped closer, her face inches from his. He felt a soft touch on his cheek, forehead, then cheek. She caressed his cheek with her finger and smiled. I haven't forgotten our wager. If you don't come in winter, I'll drag you here and make you watch me ring the bell. So until then, she placed her sword in his hand, her smile turning bittersweet, as if she knew what lay ahead. A shadow fell over her face. Stay alive. I will. In his past lives, he would have been more concerned for her safety, but now it sounded like a warning for himself. She didn't stop him as he turned to leave. There was no need. They would meet again. Spring would turn to summer. Summer would fade into autumn, and winter would follow soon after. Time, usually a fleeting blur, now felt agonizingly slow. He would see her again soon, yet leaving this room felt like a loss. Next time, he would stay longer. Perhaps he would live here for a few years as he had done long ago. Adriana returned to the Moon Tower. She had come to assist him, and now her task was complete. Unlike Adele, he would see Adriana again soon. He bid her farewell and headed not to the Taylor estate, but to the Imperial Palace. Visiting his family's estate was important, but Murugan took precedence. If her delusions were memories, it could significantly alter the narrative initiated by the four dragons. Perhaps it was a clue to defeating them after their resurrection. The restoration of everyone's memories would change something. It would disrupt the endless cycle of regressions, but how could he explain it? Adele had been somewhat receptive, and Adriana had seen his memories firsthand, but Murugan believed they were fantasies. How could he explain his past lives, his countless deaths to her? I'm here to see Her Highness. The guards and servants looked at him strangely. News of his connection to the princess had spread. They weren't just acquaintances. There was something more between them. He had experienced this before, so he ignored their knowing glances. But this was excessive. The guards' barely concealed smirks were amusing. He chuckled softly and continued walking. The servants disappeared, and he followed the guard down a familiar corridor. Then he realized something was amiss. The path was almost identical to the one leading to Murugan's chambers. Almost. He had walked this path hundreds of times. He wouldn't have noticed the subtle difference otherwise. He had trusted the guards' guidance, but where were they going? Wait, he stopped. The guards stopped as well, but didn't turn around. He sighed. He had anticipated this, but when had they noticed? A trap? Probably not. If they wanted to lure him here, it was to reveal something, to show him something. Where are you from? No, I already know. The guard looked familiar, but it was a magically crafted illusion. He channeled his mana. The figure before him crackled and distorted, collapsing under the influence of his power. A familiar presence emerged from the dissolving form. He didn't need to see the face. The white mask was enough. Kane, it's good to see you again. I don't believe we were properly introduced last time. Kane said, bowing his head, then removing his mask. I hadn't considered the possibility of a direct approach. I had assumed they would operate in secrecy. I hadn't expected to see Kane, the man I had first encountered during Teresa's assassination, again. Kane, his long crimson hair swayed, a scarlet streak against the muted backdrop of the corridor. He had been tying it back. His features, now visible, weren't particularly intimidating. Unlike Keitel, he had a rather gentle appearance. I hadn't seen it before because of the mask, but his smile seemed genuine. He wasn't here to help. He must be skilled at concealing his true intentions. I sensed no other presence nearby. This seemed excessive for a simple conversation. I reached for my sword. Cain chuckled, his gaze fixed on my hand. I'm not here to fight, but you seem wary. I assumed you knew I was affiliated with Prince Keitel. I do, but revealing yourself so openly in the Imperial Palace is problematic. They were a secret organization unknown to anyone except Keitel. Their presence here could jeopardize Meridian. I knew of their connection to Keitel, but that didn't mean I wouldn't draw my sword. He seemed to recall my previous investigation. It was too early to let this slide. I hesitated, then relaxed my hand. Cain placed his mask in his pocket and continued. Your caution is understandable. We made a slight mistake in the north, resulting in bloodshed. It's natural for you to be wary of me. You call unleashing a demon a mistake. Does the Crown Prince know about this? He does. He orchestrated everything. The atmosphere grew tense. It was a blatant admission. I had suspected it, but Cain's boldness surprised me. I knew, but I had to feign ignorance. I couldn't let Cain know I had already suspected Keitel. You understand the implications of your words. I do. I've accused the imperial family of consorting with forces that oppose the moon goddess, a mere subordinate daring to make such an accusation. My sword flashed, drawn in a swift, fluid motion. The blade rested against Cain's throat. He remained unfazed. Had he done this intentionally? He wasn't trying to provoke me. He must have something to say. I had come to meet Meridian. The timing was suspicious, and it was strange for him to make such a statement after the Minotaur incident. He surely knew about the chaos in the north. As if sensing my thoughts, Cain smiled, his gaze fixed on the blade at his throat. He showed no signs of aggression, no intention of harming me. He simply shrugged as if dismissing the threat. Your suspicion is warranted. I tried to dissuade him. I believed it was premature, but the Crown Prince seemed to think it was acceptable. The Crown Prince, then? Yes, I brought you here because someone is waiting for you. You came to see the princess, but someone else wishes to speak with you first. I understood. The only person who would send Cain to fetch me was his superior, Keitel. He didn't need to say the name. I smiled faintly. Keitel wanted to discuss the 4 dragons. I had disrupted his plans by learning the truth sooner than anticipated. I sheathed my sword. If Keitel had summoned me, I had to appear completely loyal. I was unfamiliar with deception. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Meeting Keitel was significant. I had finally reached this point, but I had to deceive him. He was likely suspicious, perhaps even influenced by the 4 dragons' residual thoughts. I would have to postpone my meeting with Meridian, as I considered how to apologize. I followed Cain, my mind racing. If asked who had changed the most since their first meeting, Keitel would undoubtedly choose Robert Taylor. The weak, timid youth was gone, replaced by a man who controlled the Taylor family through his own merit. How could he be the same person? He had initially dismissed his ambition as bluster. He hadn't believed his claim that he would become Duke. Despite the rumors of his transformation, he had still considered him a nuisance, a problem to be dealt with eventually. That was why he had spoken so carelessly. He had mentioned the artifacts, believing he would die before he could act on that information. But he had uncovered his schemes, his secret organization. Yet he still feigned loyalty. Why? What was his motive for acting so differently, so uncharacteristically pro-imperial? He had considered the possibility of Meridian's influence, but love didn't seem like a sufficient explanation. He had approached him even before their relationship developed, and now he knew he possessed the strength to defeat a demon like the Minotaur. He was dangerous. If he became an obstacle to his plans, everything could crumble. His sudden alliance with the stabilizing forces in the north was also concerning. What if he joined forces with the north and marched on the capital? He wouldn't be able to defend against such an assault with the capital's forces alone. He would have to seek outside help, which would disrupt his carefully laid plans. Independent power, the restoration of former glory. He sighed, clutching his throbbing head. He felt a surge of murderous intent whenever he looked at him. He shouldn't feel this way. He was simply testing him, to see if he would remain loyal even after learning the truth, or if his loyalty was just a facade. You've always said that was your ultimate goal. Robert said, his head bowed slightly. Everything I did in the north was for that future. Though it goes against the will of the moon goddess, it's the only way to escape this confinement. The Empire's territory was a fraction of what it once was. Barely a third of the continent, and excluding the vast, sparsely populated north, less than 70% was habitable. Could anyone survive in the barren south? Perhaps half. It was too small. He had to expand. His ambition, nurtured since childhood, extended beyond the Empire's borders. He had explored countless options, but always encountered obstacles. The moon goddess abhors bloodshed. It's been centuries since the last war, and even that was a defensive action against invaders. Do you remember the last time we initiated a war of conquest? No, I don't. Of course not. It never happened. The Empire has always been on the defensive. That's why our territory has shrunk, why we've even lost control of the land where the Moon Temple stands. They were radical words, even for a member of the imperial family. Keitel, Robert, and Cain all knew it. He could be excommunicated for such blasphemy, yet no one refuted him. That's why I sought an alliance. If we need power, we can borrow it from the opposite side. An excuse. Both Robert and him knew it. He had sought an alliance with the sun because he needed power, but the relationship between the 4 dragons and the imperial family was far more complex. Long ago, to survive their first encounter with the four dragons, the imperial family had made a pact. A pact that still bound them. Robert didn't know this. He only sensed that something was amiss. If he simply needed power, he wouldn't have erased the records. But there was something more important. He was testing his loyalty. He smiled. "I understand. I acquired the artifacts to fulfill your wishes. I'm glad you understand. I've called you here to discuss my future plans." Plans he had been developing for a while. He had recently realized that these plans might align with Robert's ambitions. He met his calm gaze. "The North's power has grown significantly. I was surprised by how quickly you dealt with the barbarians. You even eliminated the Minotaur, removing a potential threat. I've certainly improved." When he mentioned the North, Robert understood his intentions. His lips twitched slightly. He had anticipated this, but he had hoped it wouldn't come to this. Every future was different now. He had hoped Adele's death would also be averted in this twisted timeline. But he continued, his words shattering his hopes. "If such a power turned against us, the Empire would descend into chaos." "I agree, but if we could sway them to our side, we could crush the South like insects." He grinned cruelly. Robert remained impassive. He had anticipated this. He could see the wheels turning in his mind. He was clearly shaken, but his expression remained calm. "You intend to kill the Grand Duchess. Spring, not autumn. Time was moving faster now, and summer was fast approaching. Will you cooperate?" He stared into his eyes. Robert remained silent. For a fleeting moment, a red glint flashed in Keitel's normally golden eyes. Robert, Mergen frowned, spotting Robert approaching from the far end of the hallway. He wasn't coming from the entrance. His expression was somber. "Had something happened? I apologize for the delay. I encountered the Crown Prince. I should have informed you. It's all right. I haven't been waiting long." They hadn't set a specific time. She had only been waiting for an hour after hearing of his arrival. A shadow flickered across his face as he smiled. Perhaps it was because of her recent visions, but she sensed his smile wasn't genuine. Had he heard something unpleasant from Keitel? She had many questions, but now wasn't the time. She decided to start with pleasantries. Asking about the masked figures would seem strange, so she feigned ignorance. "You don't seem well. You look worse than the last time I saw you." "I'm fine, just a little tired." "You didn't have to come if you were tired. I shouldn't have asked." Robert rubbed his eyes. He had seemed fine yesterday. He must be troubled by his conversation with Keitel. He could kill without hesitation. He had done so countless times. He didn't hesitate. But Keitel's order to kill Adele had shaken him, even though he had anticipated it. He had planned to use it to his advantage, to undermine Keitel. But hearing the words, he had almost lost control. He had barely managed to restrain himself. It had only been a few minutes since their conversation, yet the change in Robert's demeanor was evident. He had a headache. He could barely remember why he was here. The reality of Keitel's words was far more impactful than he had anticipated. Robert. He hadn't heard her call him. He was still reeling from the encounter. He forced a smile and looked at Mergen. "I apologize. I was lost in thought. I'd like to know what you're thinking. You have so many secrets. Sometimes I feel like you live in a different world." Mergen knew Robert was secretive. She hadn't pressed him because she was indebted to him. She wouldn't be where she was without his help, but her questions grew, fueled by her recent memories. His complex expressions whenever he looked at her, his sudden ambition to become the head of the Taylor family. If he had planned it all along, he would have prepared earlier. But his ascension had been abrupt, more opportunistic than strategic. He had become Duke less than a year after meeting her. While it could be attributed to his skill, she couldn't understand why he had endured years of mistreatment only to suddenly seize power. She noticed the long scar on his chest, visible even through his clothes. She knew how he had gotten it. She knew his position within the Taylor family, the abuse he had suffered. She believed she understood him to some extent, but she knew there was more to his story. Adriana knew things she didn't. Adele, the Grand Duchess of the North, knew things she didn't. She had pondered the reasons for this discrepancy countless times, but couldn't find an answer. "Do I have to tell you how I feel about you?" She knew her feelings were complex. She wasn't sure if it was love or just a fleeting infatuation. She felt neglected when he didn't contact her, frustrated when the only news she received was of his injuries. She was happy to see him again, but their time together was always too short. She couldn't keep him by her side. He had his own responsibilities. If he were still just the son of a duke, she would have found a way, but she didn't have the power to keep a duke tethered to her. If she had to define her feelings, they were closer to romantic love, but she didn't say it. She looked at him, then sighed, realizing how foolish she sounded. "Forget it. I was just frustrated. You always prioritize others. Will you only come when I call you?" "I haven't visited you on my own initiative, have I?" Come to think of it, Mergen had always been the one to initiate their interactions in this life. She had given him the artifact, encouraging him to contact her. They had a casual relationship, unusual for a princess and a duke, but he always felt a sense of heaviness whenever he was with her. He had always responded to her summons. Even his previous visit to the imperial palace had been at her request. He turned away from her intense gaze. It wasn't intentional. It was intentional. He had avoided her, fearing that frequent contact would trigger his memories, the complicated emotions he wanted to suppress. This room, their shared bed, he couldn't look at her. He looked away. They had been close in his past lives, but in this life, their relationship was strained compared to others. Where had it gone wrong? It was his fault, his behavior. He scratched his cheek and pulled up a chair beside her. You seem upset. You've never said that before. I am upset. Murugan admitted. She couldn't deny it. Nothing would change if she did. Her recent delusions had emboldened her. I was upset, but not anymore. Seeing him again, she couldn't stay angry. She was easily swayed by his presence. She couldn't fault him for apologizing as soon as he saw her. Robert smiled, a genuine smile this time. Being with Murugan eased his worries, even if only for a moment, but there was still something he had to do. Murugan had been considerate, avoiding the main topic, but he had come to the imperial palace to tell her about his past lives. He hesitated, then Murugan spoke. You know why I called you, don't you? There's something I wanted to ask. I can guess. You mentioned something before. Do you know what I'm talking about? If you're asking if I know, yes, I do. Robert, please don't think I'm strange. Just listen to me. Murugan's voice, transmitted through the artifact while he was with Adele, had trembled. He wouldn't have noticed if his senses weren't heightened, but he had sensed her distress. Her subsequent words confirmed his suspicions about her memories. I remember being with you, even though we weren't. We only walked in the palace gardens once, but I remember doing it many times. The same day repeated, that shouldn't be possible. I see. I remember confessing my feelings to you. I remember you confessing your feelings to me. I remember us kissing. It's not a delusion. I thought it was, but the feeling, it lingers. It couldn't be a delusion. Murugan touched her lips, her face flushed. She felt a warmth spreading through her. These were memories, real memories of her and Robert, but they couldn't be real. They weren't that close. They had never confessed their feelings. She could understand if she had been hypnotized, but there were too many memories for that to be a plausible explanation. I understand what you're saying. He knew she had regained her memories. He knew there was no point in denying it. Her gaze was intense, filled with unspoken emotions. He sighed, accepting the inevitable. Before I explain, there's something you need to remember. Will you promise me? What is it? An old story, a story he had kept hidden, too painful to share. He had hoped no one would remember, but now he couldn't hide it any longer. He had to tell her. They had shared countless lives, countless moments. He smiled wryly. Promise me you won't blame me, not even for a moment. It was a story from long ago, a story I alone remembered. A story Murugan would now learn. A story I had hoped to keep buried forever. My lips moved, hesitant, unsure where to begin. I decided to start from the beginning, our first meeting. It had been ordinary, but the path to becoming lovers was anything but. A smile touched my lips as I recalled those days. The young man, his face pale with nerves, nervously touched his cheek. His heart pounded in his chest. He should be used to this by now, but new situations always made him anxious, even after countless regressions. Teresa's betrayal had been a shock, but it had also given him a sliver of courage. He had briefly considered ending his own life, but now he was facing the princess. He appeared calm, but his heart raced. He knew she would come to this secluded corner of the palace gardens. This was the 7th time he knew where she would appear. A cold breeze brushed against his cheek. He desperately wanted to escape this cycle of death, and his goal was to change the people around him. He had believed that changing Uria's mind would be enough, but now Teresa had betrayed him as well. Does the world hate me? Perhaps it did. Every attempt he made ended in failure. If there were gods, they must be watching his every move, mocking his futile struggles. The moonstone, a chance granted by fate, a chance to correct his mistakes, to set things right. In his previous life, he had focused on Teresa's actions, but it hadn't been entirely fruitless. Now his twisted emotions sought a new outlet. Perhaps he could use the princess. Men could use their charms as well. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and smiled. Even his smile was a performance, a facade. He was known as the weak, timid son of a duke, but he wanted to show Murugan a different side of himself. He needed a connection to the imperial family. Kairal was too high-ranking, and the emperor wouldn't even acknowledge him. The princess was his only option. He saw her as a means to an end. He would interact with her again in the future, and perhaps, given their similar circumstances, they could reach a point of mutual understanding. The thought made him laugh, a cold, humorless sound. He sensed a presence behind him. He had expected to be alone, but he wasn't surprised to see her. He bowed his head as their eyes met. He feigned surprise, but he was actually pleased to see her. I thought this place was secluded. I didn't expect to find anyone else here. Shall I leave? Murugan shook her head. She preferred solitude, but she felt a need for company today. He was the eldest son of the Taylor family, wasn't he? Their situations weren't so different. She felt a sense of kinship. They were both outcasts, unwanted burdens. If Kairal became emperor, she would be stripped of her power, forgotten like dust. But she couldn't confide in anyone. No, it's all right. You're here to think as well, aren't you? She walked towards the edge of the balcony, gazing at the sky. She wished she could see the stars. They always brought her comfort, but the bright lights of the ball obscured them tonight. Her thoughts drifted to Robert Taylor, standing silently beside her. Why was he here? She had heard he had arrived with the acting head of the Taylor family, but he must have wandered off, ignored by everyone. It was ironic, but she couldn't laugh. Their situations were too similar. It was her birthday, but no one seemed to care. She had slipped away from the crowd of nobles surrounding Kairal, who had arrived later than her. She couldn't look down on Robert. It would be like mocking herself. She turned to look at him, their eyes meeting. She was startled by the intensity of his gaze, the brilliant blue of his eyes. It was a fleeting moment, but it left a lasting impression. He was supposed to be weak and timid, but he didn't seem weak. He stood beside her, the princess, without a trace of nervousness. She stared at him, intrigued. Their eyes met again. This time she didn't flinch. She looked away and spoke. "Something on your mind? You seem troubled. You know my situation isn't ideal. And I have a new concern, so yes, I have a lot on my mind." "A new concern?" "Yes, well, it might sound ridiculous, but I've developed feelings for someone." It was a preposterous statement, especially considering his engagement to Teresa. Murugan stared at him dumbfounded. She hadn't expected him to say such a thing, especially in front of the princess. Robert smiled inwardly. He knew her outward surprise masked her true feelings. The Murugan he knew wouldn't be able to resist such gossip. She was his age, in the prime of her youth. He had approached her with a purpose, and he intended to be proactive. He didn't have much time. He had recently realized that the timing of Keitel's accusations and his deaths were remarkably consistent. 3 years. He remembered the limited time he had and continued, his voice laced with a hint of melancholy. "It might seem strange, but it's a political marriage. Rumors aside, things have changed recently." He sighed, a shadow falling over his face. He looked heartbroken, and Murugan didn't doubt his sincerity. She had never believed the rumors of true love between him and Teresa. She had assumed it was a typical aristocratic arrangement. In fact, their engagement was already on shaky ground, which was why Robert had approached her so boldly. "Changed how?" "She was after my family's fortune. My father doesn't know yet, but I'll handle it." "Oh my." Murugan gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. His change of heart made sense now. She hadn't met him often, relying on rumors, but she had heard that his feelings for Derja were genuine. His distress couldn't be faked. Of course, it wasn't entirely an act. He felt a pang of bitterness, realizing the woman he had briefly considered his savior had been using him. He had considered revenge, but he didn't want to resort to violence. He could change things. If he changed, if he used the imperial family's influence to prevent the false accusations, Teresa and Yuria would see the truth. "I shouldn't have asked. I didn't expect that." "You asked and I answered. Besides, I'm fine now. I've found someone else, remember." "I said I had feelings for someone." "Will you tell me who it is?" "Police car light, important notice, police car light," she asked out of politeness, intending to deflect the question. But Robert smiled enigmatically. The woman he was referring to was, of course, the princess standing before him. She was more naive than he had anticipated. She didn't seem to realize he was talking about her. He chuckled at her hesitant demeanor. "If you're curious, I should tell you." But he trailed off, glancing around. Even though the ball was in full swing, their conversation could be interrupted. He decided to move. He stepped closer to Murugan and lowered his voice. "Perhaps we should move somewhere more private. What do you think?" His voice, so close to her ear, sent shivers down her spine. No man had ever been this close to her. She was startled, but his gentle voice was strangely appealing. His eyes, so close now, were even more captivating. Beautiful, like the stars she loved to gaze upon. His hair shimmered silver in the moonlight. She stared at him, mesmerized, then quickly composed herself and nodded. Unaware of where this encounter would lead, the threads of fate intertwined. "So, who is this person you're interested in?" That was what she had intended to ask. That was the topic Robert had introduced as soon as he saw her, the reason he had suggested they move to a more private location. But somewhere along the way, her curiosity had vanished. Her gaze was fixed on Robert, captivated by his story. "I finally realized it, that Teresa had ulterior motives. I don't understand. How could she? How could anyone betray someone like him?" She had only met him briefly, but it was long enough to discern his character. Robert Taylor was different from the rumors. He was a good person, not the weak, timid man she had heard about. If he were truly weak, he would have crumbled after Teresa's betrayal. But he had overcome it, and now he was sharing his pain with her. She was drawn into his story, empathizing with his pain. She couldn't fault him for it. She felt sorry for him. To believe you were loved, only to discover it was one-sided. It took strength to speak of such things so calmly. Her admiration for him grew. She looked at him, her heart aching for him. "Forget about her. Dwelling on it will only hurt you. I'm trying. It helps to talk about it." Robert almost laughed as Murugan patted his shoulder comfortingly. He hadn't expected her to be so easily swayed. A few words and her demeanor had completely changed. He understood. She was likely bored, confined to the imperial palace. He, a messenger from the outside world, was a welcome distraction. But she showed no signs of suspicion, no hint of disbelief. He wondered if her concern was genuine. Her eyes, however, held no deception. They flickered with genuine anger, a mix of emotions swirling within their depths. He was grateful for her anger, but she seemed more upset than he was. He chuckled softly and stood up, offering Murugan his hand. They had left the bustling ballroom for a secluded corner of the palace gardens. Not the maze-like gardens, but the princess's private garden, meticulously maintained. He had suggested they move to clear their heads, and Murugan, seemingly agreeable, had taken his hand and followed. The warmth of his touch lingered even after they released each other's hands. He didn't dwell on it, but Murugan was acutely aware of the lingering warmth. Perhaps she had been too absorbed in his story. It was a poignant tale, especially for someone she had just met. She rarely heard stories from outside the palace walls. And Robert's situation was similar to her own. The eldest son of the Taylor family, yet he possessed nothing. No matter what he did, he couldn't claim what was rightfully his. She knew that their family names, Taylor and Imperial, were more of a burden than a blessing, perpetuating a cycle of misfortune. Perhaps they were shackles. Without those names, both of their lives would be better. She had never been betrayed by a loved one, but she could empathize with Robert. They were in similar situations. She could easily imagine herself in his place. That was why she felt so drawn to him. Robert had spoken calmly, but she sensed the pain beneath his words. She had always been perceptive. She wouldn't have survived this long otherwise. She could read between the lines, understand the significance of the woman named Teresa in Robert's life. It's cool tonight for summer. She didn't mention Teresa. He had suggested they move because he didn't want to dwell on it. He didn't respond to her comment about the weather. The silence between them was awkward. She sighed and nudged his shoulder. Are you going to say anything? You're the one who wanted to talk. I did have something to say. He looked at her, a smile playing on his lips. He had approached her with a purpose, but her story was too compelling to simply use her as a tool. She hadn't mocked him after hearing about Teresa. They shared a sense of camaraderie born from their similar circumstances. You said you were interested in someone, so who is it? Haven't you figured it out yet? Murrigan didn't understand. He had been talking about the person he was interested in, but she had only heard him talk about Teresa. He couldn't possibly be interested in someone like her again. Her eyes narrowed as she considered the possibilities. Realization dawned. She looked at him, her mouth slightly agape. Don't tell me, you guessed it. The object of his affection was, of course, the princess herself. Murrigan's face flushed crimson. She hadn't expected this. No one had ever expressed interest in her before. Step back, a little more. Yes, stay there. We won't be able to hear each other at this distance. She knew, but she couldn't help it. Even this distance didn't feel safe enough. She hadn't anticipated his interest in her. Most people approached her for personal gain or to establish a connection with her brother, Kyle. If Robert had ulterior motives, she would have assumed it was something like that. But he was interested in her. She stared at him, suspicion clouding her eyes. Robert sighed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, but it didn't alleviate her distrust. Are you serious? About what? About being interested in me. If you had said it was me from the beginning, we wouldn't be in this situation. What are you thinking? I wanted to talk. I thought a change of scenery would improve the mood. He had approached her with the intention of using her, that was true, but his approach had changed because of her reaction. He couldn't simply use her as a pawn, he had to get closer. His intentions were still impure, but his smile was genuine now. She was someone he could get closer to. Not as a tool, but as something more, perhaps as a lover, a partner. They could help each other. He didn't mind such a relationship. In fact, he welcomed it. He felt a warmth spreading through his cheeks under her intense gaze. He looked away, flustered. I don't understand. We just met. But I could admire you from afar. His words implied he had been watching her for a while, even before they met. Murrigan suppressed a blush and touched her cheek. No one had ever been so direct. She didn't know how to react. You've been watching me for a while? Yes, for about 10 years, I suppose. How old are you? 20. To him, it was simply the time he had experienced through his regressions. But to Murrigan, it sounded like he had been watching her since childhood. They shared a sense of kinship, born from their similar circumstances, their isolation. But he had been aware of her while she had been oblivious. The reality was far different from her perception, but she looked at him with a newfound curiosity. Even if you were watching me, why are you suddenly interested in me? They had nothing in common except their similar situations. They were practically strangers. It was strange for him to approach her now after supposedly watching her for so long. Perhaps it was just an excuse. Robert smiled and answered simply, because you're beautiful. Police car light, important notice, police car light. I'm sorry. I fell in love with you at first sight. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She wasn't stupid. She understood what he meant. She just needed time to process it. They had just met, just heard each other's voices, just looked into each other's eyes for the first time. And he had confessed his love. How was she supposed to react? Was he being sincere? She couldn't be certain, but one thing was clear. Her heart was pounding in her chest. This was a first for her. Confined to the imperial palace, her knowledge of the outside world limited to books and stories, this was like a scene from a romance novel. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of late spring flowers brushed against her cheek. Perhaps that was why she felt so warm. She touched her burning cheeks, a smile playing on her lips. Then she stopped, her smile faltering. Robert had stepped closer, his gaze fixed on her. His clear blue eyes sent a thrill through her. She didn't know how to respond. A handsome man, like a character from a novel, had confessed his love. What else could a sheltered princess feel? Love, of course. This is troublesome. A sudden thought made him chuckle softly. He gently stroked Murrigan's hair as she slept, oblivious to the world. He wasn't sure how they had become so close. Just a few days ago, Murrigan seemed to be rejecting him. And now, not even a week later, where did things go wrong? He hadn't intended to get this close. His plan had been to use her as a lover, to take what he needed and discard her when he was done. He could have left at any moment, but seeing her sleeping face beside him erased those thoughts completely. He had thought she was an easy woman, swayed by a simple confession of love at first sight. You're letting your guard down too easily. Of course, they weren't in bed. They hadn't progressed that far in just a few days. Murrigan lay asleep beneath a large willow tree at the edge of the Taylor estate, a cool breeze rustling the leaves. Her lips were slightly parted. He reached out and gently traced his finger along her lip. Like a child, she instinctively closed her mouth around his finger, sucking lightly. He chuckled at the sight, then sighed, realizing his feelings had changed. He had been caught in his own trap. He had been the hunter, but now he was the prey. Was she a fox? Was she secretly wagging her tail behind her back, even in her sleep? Nothing about her had changed since they first met, yet he found himself increasingly drawn to her. He had told her he fell in love at first sight, but it had been a lie. Now, as his feelings deepened, maintaining that initial pretense was becoming difficult. It was he who was startled each time she suddenly took his hand, he who felt awkward when she occasionally called his name. At this rate, it was he who was being seduced, not the other way around. The funny thing was, he didn't mind. This life wasn't so bad. No, it was rather enjoyable. His feeling of being trapped wasn't entirely wrong. At some point, his feelings for Murugan had become genuine. It was ironic, considering his initial intention had been to change Teresa and Uria's perception of him. Still, with time, these feelings might fade. It could all be a misunderstanding. Perhaps his vision was clouded by the time they spent together. Murugan was a princess. No matter how high his standing in the Taylor family, bridging the gap between them wouldn't be easy. Things could change tomorrow. He ran a hand across his forehead, then shielded Murugan's eyes from the setting sun. Her soft breath sounded peaceful. Was it her nature to sleep so soundly beside a man, or did she trust him that much? He hoped it was the former. It would make leaving her easier. He turned his gaze back to the sunset, lost in thought once more. Are you awake? Murugan slowly opened her eyes, her vision blurry with sleep. She realized she had fallen asleep next to Robert. Mortified, she wanted to disappear. She considered feigning sleep, but their eyes met, making it impossible. She wished he would ignore her, but Robert was awkward in these situations. Murugan slowly sat up, her face hidden behind her hands. She didn't remember falling asleep. She had been admiring the view, and when Robert suggested she rest her eyes, she had closed them. Now the sun was setting. Murugan blinked, realizing several hours had passed. She would be returning to the palace late. She knew she should leave, but the thought filled her with a strange feeling. She smoothed her hair, glancing at Robert. If he asked her to stay, she would. Staying outside the palace for a day wouldn't be a problem, and she didn't want to refuse him outright. But she knew he wasn't the type to ask. She had to find a way to make him say it. It's already evening, she said casually, hoping he would realize how late it was. He nodded, looking up at the sky. The stars were scattered across the darkening canvas. Lost in the sight, time slipped away and the setting sun disappeared completely. Robert knew what she meant. She wanted him to ask her to stay. He hadn't spoken because he wasn't sure of his own feelings. Was this genuine? Just moments ago, he had been thinking of leaving her. How could he ask her to stay? Shall we go then? When Murugan gave up and started to rise, a sudden thought struck him. He couldn't let her leave. If he let her go now, he might never have this chance again. His intuition, honed through countless regressions, was rarely wrong. He instinctively reached out and grabbed her wrist. Robert, well, you see, what should he say? The sudden question left him speechless. Would she understand if he simply said he didn't want her to leave? Keeping her here meant spending the night together. It would change their relationship in every sense of the word. Murugan's eyes narrowed as he held her wrist silently. She was the one who was frustrated. Hadn't she deliberately stood up, waiting for him to say something? One word was all it took, just one word, and she would gladly stay. He hesitated, unable to speak. If this were their first meeting, he would have easily asked her to stay. Back then, he hadn't fallen for her. His feelings had been ambiguous, but now his affection was undeniable. He was acutely aware of how his words would affect her. Murugan was no longer just a tool to be used. They connected surprisingly well, and perhaps, even if he regressed again, he might never meet someone like her. I have something to say. And what is that? He hesitated again, then smiled awkwardly, meeting her gaze. Her golden eyes always made his heart flutter. It had been that way from the beginning. He should have been confident, using her for his own gain, but seeing her smile directed solely at him, how could he not be swayed? He didn't need a reason to like someone. Hadn't he thought his meeting with Teresa was fate as well? A good day, a bad day. Just looking into her eyes made his heart race, as if a phantom breeze was caressing his skin. I was going to ask you to stay. Does that mean you don't want me to stay now? No, he realized now that this feeling was love. Robert looked at Murugan again. He felt foolish for even considering leaving. His heart was swayed by a few shared glances, a few exchanged words. How could he have been so confident he could leave her? So, police car light, important notice, police car light. Murugan's voice trembled slightly, but Robert, oblivious to her nervousness, was trembling as well. It had been a long time since he felt this nervous. Prescription, he hadn't felt this way since he started regressing. He took a deep breath and spoke carefully. I won't let you go, even if you want to leave. I'm telling you, we're spending the night together. Really? Murugan smiled, then giggled softly, running a hand through her hair as she looked at him. He had given her more than she had hoped for. She decided to reciprocate, to tell him what she had been thinking. I have something to tell you too. She had been wavering after hearing his confession, but now she understood. Her realization had changed everything. The world seemed brighter, and Robert Taylor, a man she had previously ignored, suddenly seemed incredibly attractive. Murugan realized she was in love. She never thought she would say these words she had only read in novels. but somehow things had turned out this way. She spoke again. I like you too. Her words weren't as romantic as his, but she preferred honesty. A warmth bloomed, slowly spreading across both their cheeks. He scratched his head, staring at his reflection. The words he had heard last night lingered in his mind. He hadn't expected her confession. These feelings were no longer fleeting. They had taken root, unsettling him. He should have been focused on other matters, but he had been unusually distracted all morning. He had even been reprimanded for his lack of focus. At least no one had noticed he had returned late last night. The memory of last night made his head throb. This was why he avoided relationships. They were a distraction. Their relationship wasn't serious yet, but he couldn't deny his feelings. He liked her in many ways, and he loved her. Murugan. She was a princess seemingly out of reach, yet she felt accessible. She wasn't aloof or demanding. She was straightforward, yet sometimes feminine. Despite being confined to the palace, she was free-spirited and surprisingly innocent, but she also valued other people's feelings. His reputation wasn't exactly stellar. Anyone else might have dismissed him, but Murugan hadn't. Unlike Teresa, she hadn't approached him with ulterior motives. Could he not develop feelings for such a woman? He couldn't deny it. It's a shame. But this isn't the end, is it? Murugan had given him an artifact, a communication device. He hadn't understood why. If they wanted to meet, they could just meet. They were hardly in situations where they couldn't, and what was the point of just hearing each other's voices? Yet now he felt a strong urge to use it. He sighed, staring at the elongated device, then slowly channeled his mana, waiting for the ringing tone. His heart raced. Why was he so nervous? Strangely, his headache began to subside. The ringing stopped, replaced by silence. He waited, his heart pounding. Robert, her voice clear in his ear, made him smile. He stared into space for a moment, then chuckled, realizing he was smiling. Why aren't you saying anything? Did something happen? Something was bothering me, but it just went away. My worries are gone. His worries were easily resolved. All he needed was to see her face. He stood, his destination already decided. The Imperial Palace. To be honest, he simply wanted to see Murugan. Wait for me at the palace. I'm coming. The moon had risen. It was late, but he didn't care. Are you crazy? Do you know what time it is? And you snuck in here. It's fine. I knew there was a moment when the guards weren't around. He had used his experience infiltrating the palace to get in. Murugan examined him, checking for injuries. He had snuck in, so he couldn't exactly be open about his visit. He would have to leave the same way. It was pointless to question his impulsive decision. He wiped the sweat from his brow after his run, and Murugan handed him a towel, sighing. What are you going to do if you get caught? It'll be a disaster. I'm not caught, so it's fine, and if you didn't want me to come, you should have said so when I called. You didn't, so I assumed you were expecting me. Prescription. He dried his hair roughly. Murugan blushed, unable to argue. If she had truly been worried, she would have told him not to come. He wouldn't have come, but he knew she was secretly anticipating his arrival despite her concern. What should they do now? Unlike their previous meeting, there was nowhere to go. They were confined to her room. Murugan placed a cup of tea on the table and stared at him, then cleared her throat. So what are you doing here? Last time you said you had to leave, and why did you come at night? I missed you. I couldn't sleep. Clatter. Murugan abruptly placed her teacup on the table and stared at him. He chuckled softly at her flushed cheeks, then sat across from her, savoring the aroma of the tea. He didn't need to lie. He wasn't ashamed of his feelings. He had been in the past, but after his experiences with Teresa, he had become more indifferent. You said you were engaged, didn't you? That explains why you're so experienced. An engagement doesn't mean anything. I told you everything, didn't I? Are you upset? No, it's not that. This was likely her first time, so she seemed slightly bothered that he wasn't inexperienced. He was wondering how to reassure her when she stood and walked towards the bookshelf, seemingly bothered by his gaze. Are you going to read? No. I'm not going to read with you here. She pushed a section of the bookshelf and a hidden button triggered a mechanism. A staircase descended from the wall. Murugan lit a lamp and looked at him. We can't just sit here and talk, can we? Aren't you coming? I didn't know you had this prepared. He took her hand and she flinched. She hadn't expected him to hold her hand. Her eyes widened for a moment, then she closed her lips and started walking. He hadn't realized she would be so surprised. He realized they hadn't held hands often. He felt a strange nervousness himself. Your hands are big. He didn't know how to respond. Her sudden comment surprised him. Her small hand twitched in his, then she turned away with a huff. The surroundings were unexpected. He would have examined them more closely if Murugan wasn't trembling slightly, but even so, he couldn't help but notice the sheer size of the underground space. It was almost as large as the palace itself. He hadn't known this existed. He stared at the large doors, his mouth slightly agape. Murugan lit the magical lamps as she answered. Think of it as a secret storage area. Keitel and I received so many gifts, we needed a place to store them. The palace staff knows about it, but most nobles don't. So you keep your precious things here? Yes, treasures I've received. I don't use them, so they're all here. I can give you one if you want. Her voice, slightly louder than usual, didn't seem to echo. The vast space absorbed the sound, making it feel like they were in a cave. They walked more naturally now, their hands clasped. They passed several large doors and magical lamps. Murugan stopped in front of another large door, this one with unique markings. This is where I keep my childhood portraits. I don't usually show anyone, but I wanted to show you. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's not that. I've been thinking about this for a while. A low hum resonated as Murugan touched the door and it slowly opened. It seemed to react only to the imperial family. His touch hadn't done anything. He followed her gaze inside. I thought I would show them to someone I liked. He turned to look at her. Murugan avoided his gaze as she continued. And now I have someone I like. You mean me. He couldn't help but smile. It was a simple statement, but it filled him with a genuine happiness he hadn't felt before. The woman he liked him back. He was incredibly happy. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he restrained himself, afraid she might think he was strange. Inside, he saw portraits of Murugan as a child, smaller than she was now, but with the same black hair and golden eyes. He had always thought she was beautiful, even as a child. He glanced at Murugan, who was staring at her childhood self. Her expression, a mixture of nostalgia and something else, was captivating. Police car light, important notice, police car light. She looks beautiful, now that I think of her as mine. His thoughts slipped out, but he didn't regret it, even as he blushed. He no longer cared about the portraits. He was simply content. And Murugan looked exceptionally beautiful. He didn't care if she was embarrassed. He was simply happy. They were underground. No one would hear them. The floor was cold, but he felt a warmth as he reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Robert Murugan. If these feelings were real, perhaps he should tell her everything. He had to do it now. He decided to be honest just a little. He had to be true to his feelings. Even as he struggled with his thoughts, his voice remained calm as he gently kissed her flushed neck. Do you mind if I do something bad? He had no intention of waiting for an answer.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.